to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
With an effing
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
Bat chest it up, bat chest now. Bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke bay and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9.
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
With the effing
Blammo,
There you go, dude.
Bat chest it up, bat chest now. Bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up, bat chest it up. With an effing blammo.
What's going on, everybody?
Stars breaking hearts, bending
I hope everyone's having a
backs,
fantastic
fixing
evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon,
socialist.
no matter where you are in the world.
Heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single hymn leftist against
I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one.
Blammo, blammo, blammo.
I said it.
with an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing
Blammo, blammo.
That's right.
with an effing
Blammo.
We're live and alive, folks.
bat chest it up, bat chest
Thursday.
now, bat chest it up.
It's a motherfucking Thursday, February 9th, 2023, and it's 11:10.
There you go, dude. I did it.
Pieces of shit.
Look,
Witness me. All the gamblers, the believers, and the doubters, okay? Suck me.
I'm live and
Y'all
alive, folks.
benchod, Madarchod. You know what I mean? Alırsın PlayStation bundan sonra, tamam mı? PlayStation 5.
That one was for the Turks. I played that this morning for all the Turks in the chat. Alırsın PlayStation'ı. Anyway, all right, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Abi götünü sikeyim adamsın. Eyvallah. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, but not much is going on in my life. I ended the broadcast last night. I went to play some basketball because I needed to move my body around a little bit, you know what I mean? And I lost most of the games. It was very frustrating. I lost all the games. But, you know, the beautiful thing about playing basketball outside is that no matter what happens, obviously, you know, I'm still getting cardio. And I'm also sick. So that's cool. That's fun. I'm sick. I have a headache, which is like weird. It's like right here. I have a headache right on my left eye, right around my left eye. I have an ache inside of my nose. I don't know what it is. And also inflamed, whatever the fuck this thing is. Lymph nodes. Anyway, yeah. My lymph nodes are inflamed. It's okay. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. And of course, last night I made the decision not to go to Arizona. I was supposed to be in Arizona this morning alongside my Twitch streaming peers, but I made the decision not to do that. Specifically because I wanted to continue the fundraiser and I wanted to continue getting the word out and I wanted to make sure that this wasn't falling off the map. Okay. You be in Paris? Oh, that's TwitchCon EU? Yeah, of course. Not only because I have a contractual obligation, but also because I personally love meeting fans. So I will definitely do that. Anyway. Where was I? What let you write there? Erdogan admit his fault? This is a question mark, but I should probably delete that because I don't think he did. Because in the Western media, they're covering it as though like Erdogan recognizes the government's like failures, but I don't think that's what's happening. So that's why I put a question mark next to it. Anyway. But you know, not the case. Okay, so what was I going to say? Were you going to play with Kevin Durant in Arizona? Glad you're here. Yeah, exactly. You know, me and Kevin D, dude. Me and KD. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I'm going to be a little slow today. So, you know, bear with me. Okay? Bear with me. I'm, you know, I didn't really do much yesterday. I just ended the broadcast. I played basketball. I lost both games, but I got a lot of good cardio in. You know, I ate well. I ate decently well yesterday, and I think I'm like getting tighter and tighter every day. You know, looking better without my shirt. I know this seems silly and unimportant, and to many it is, but to me it's a big deal. The reason why there's no leftovers today is because I was supposed to be in Arizona. I told Ethan, I mean, you'll contradict yourself even more. Because of all the cocaine you did. Yes, bro. My nose hurts because of all the cocaine I did. And also, I will be contradicting myself. You got me. I'm going to keep you alive in the chat. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to execute you. I want to see what else he's going to cook today. Anyway. So, where was I? We made a TikTok of you that blew up.
I get a text from Hasan. He
What is
says,
this?
cutie, remember that you're a monster on a hill. You're not a sexy baby.
Sometimes I feel like a sexy baby, dude. That's right. And you're a monster on the hill.
I said, Hasan, I want to be a sexy baby. I don't want to be the monster on the hill. And he's like, no, I'm saying that you are a monster on a hill. I was like, Hasan, you got it wrong. Everyone wants to be a sexy baby.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
He tried.
I think you guys forget that I'm a Swiftie. So it's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
I get a text from
Fire. When your dad tries to relate to you. That's great. Okay. Anyway. Where the fuck was I? What was I going to say? Yeah, I was supposed to do leftovers this morning as we always do. And I told Ethan ahead of time that because because I'm supposed to be going to Arizona today, that I couldn't do leftovers, so canceled it. And then I decided not to go to Arizona because I felt bad. I felt weird about just like stopping the charity when we've raised $1 million as of yesterday to go play fucking Fortnite in the Streamer Bowl in Arizona when motherfuckers are tuning in to be like, what the fuck? So what's up? Is the charity over? Is that not happening anymore? Like, why are you playing Fortnite with a football player? And I feel bad. I apologized on Twitter to Austin Eckler. Is that how you say it? I don't know how you say his last name. He has a very Turkish-sounding last name, which is partially the reason why I picked him to be my co-pilot in this. Ekeler. Oh, it's Eckler. Yeah, I was supposed to play with him. He was my team. It was me and him. We were gonna do duos. Ekeler tam Türk soyadı gibi değil mi abi? Austin Eckler, fantasy football god. He's a beast running back. Anyway, whatever. You would have gotten rocked. Arguably the best running back in the league, really. Götünü ekelerim nasıl? İyi dedin. One of the best running backs. Okay, well, regardless, what was I fucking saying? Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I'm live instead of being in Arizona to play Fortnite. Would have been fun. I was kind of looking forward to it, but also I do hate leaving my house too. So it's always like conflicting values that I have internally. Austin Eckler puts up numbers in the gym too. I believe it. God damn, dude. This dude is fucking insane. Are those 35 pounders or 45 pounders? There's no way. There's 45ers. 45s. Come on, bro. Nobody uses 35s. I know, but like that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fucking 5 plates, man. He's a running back. He's a motherfucking running back. Why is he doing 495s like that? How big is he? He's not that big. To cheating with raps? What do you mean? Where are the raps? He's 5'6". That's crazy. He's got to carry the Chargers like this, unfortunately, so he's got to train hard to do that. Running backs got to be able to leg drive defenders, man. I mean, the point is, when I said he's a running back, I meant like he's tiny. Like usually running backs are a little bit shorter, faster, like in comparison to the rest of the squad. You know what I'm saying? He's fucking insane, bro. He's dense as shit. That's crazy. Also, these aren't wraps. Yeah, he's just wearing he's not even wearing sleeves. He's wearing compression shorts, which is what I wear all the time as well. That's not cheating. And even wraps, I don't know how much wraps would be considered cheating, but that's just regular shit. Anyway, yeah, I've been watching Physical 100. I watched it last night, as a matter of fact. I'm taking a little bit of a break from One Piece because the Thriller Bark saga has been relatively uneventful for me. I don't really like it all that much. So I decided I have Vinland that I got to follow up on. Second season came out on Netflix, so I want to watch that. And I have Chainsaw Man that I want to watch as well. Thriller Bark is a little bit mid, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm, of course, going to get back to it. Of course, I'm going to get back to One Piece and finish it. Like, don't misunderstand me. I talked to Carl. Carl said the follow-up arc after Thriller Bark is so good. Like, guaranteed one of the best. So, you know, I'm excited for it. Don't misunderstand me. I just want to watch some other. You know, I'm using this as an opportunity for myself to. How big are you, and how much can you deadlift without the belt? I mean, with or without the belt, it doesn't matter. The amount I can deadlift with the belt and the amount I can deadlift without the belt is the same. The belt just gives me more confidence when I feel weak on my top sets. That's it. No belt, with the belt, same fucking weight. I've never actually tested my limits with a belt. I just have only utilized it whenever I can actually whenever I'll put up 405 easy for like 6 to 8, and then I'll get scared the second time I need to put up more weight, so then I put the belt up. But my max right now is at the gym now. My highest now at the gym is 425 for 6. No, 425 for 6 is currently what I'm putting up, but I think I could put up more as well. Anyway, I might have someone from Ahbab tune in to the stream today. That's what my manager was saying. I believe someone from Ahbab, one of the charities that we're fundraising for, might actually tune in today. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk to him. I don't know who it will be. The number of fatalities is increased. The official number is increased 17,000. It's going to continue to increase, obviously. So, you know, that's pretty devastating. Netflix just donated a measly 6 million lira to the Turkish relief. It's like an insult. It's $300,000. You have to call them out on it. I'm not calling out anyone that donates, dude. That's crazy. Oğlum laf edilir mi abi? Yapmayın etmeyin. Saçmalamayın. Yani her dolar önemli. Dönüp de yani ne kadar az verdiler diye kızmamak lazım yani bu durumda bence. Günün sonunda. Anlatabiliyor muyum? NPR has reported it's up to 20. Yeah. One. As casualty numbers increase, Turkey updates from the ground and abi insanlar zorlamadan kıllarını oynatmadılar 3 gündür ya. Evet. Anyway, okay, what was I gonna say? Kaan Korkmaz is auctioning off a 76ers jersey for earthquake relief. That's fire. Canım ülkemde yaşanan deprem felaketini büyük bir üzüntüyle takip ediyorum. Joel Embiid ile konuştuğumda eline geleni yapmak istediğini söyledi. Joel'un formasını depremzede vatandaşlarımız için arttırmaya çıkarıyoruz. Elde edilecek tüm gelir Ahbab'a bağışlanacaktır. Oh, that's fire. Furkan Korkmaz of the Philadelphia 76ers is putting up Joel Embiid, not his, but Joel Embiid's jersey, signed jersey up for auction to donate all of them. Of course, not his, for obvious reasons. James Harden is doing it too. Gonna make at least 20 lira from that. Why are you making fun? Bro, sports Twitter is so like, okay, listen to me. Sports Twitter, especially Nice Bathroom, like really just fucking turns into a demon, okay? Any moment that like sports come up, sometimes I want to see like the absolute mathematically worst take that just completely fucking removes the humanity from people. Okay. And I look to sports Twitter for that. Like, motherfuckers be like, bro, that jersey's worth 20 lira. Lamau. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, he's doing a good thing, man. Just absolute insanity. Sports Twitter is Stan Twitter, literally. I'm literally a petty leftist when sports talk is around. But shit, at least I'm not a Lakers fan, XQC head. Look at that. Bro, stop chewing, so disgusting. Fuck off. I don't support a Turkish football team. Ama ailemiz Fenerbahçe ailesi. Ben de o yüzden Fenerbahçeliyim. Yapacak bir şey yok. Hiç sikimde değil ama futbol yani. Ben daha izlemem aga. İzleme amına koyayım peki. Alex de Souza. Themasius, thank you for the fat playlist. All right, let me blast off real quick, tweeting the update that we're live, and we'll get started, okay? Okay, here's more than $1.1 million official casualty numbers, increase 20K in Turkey, updates from the ground, and more. More U.S. news. The Chinese balloon has been recovered. Get in now. Okay. Kyle Kuzma said sick world getting traded at 1:30 in the AM. What happened on NBA trade day? I can't believe I'm asking you this question because I feel like every time I bring up sports and sports Twitter or just sports in general, people are fucking nasty as shit in here. And then they get mad like I need to fucking read the manga and know the lore of whatever fucking is going on in any particular team. You know what I mean? It's literally like, bro, it's like every time NBA Twitter, anytime I ask anything about sports in this fucking chat, all the sports heads basically turn into like stans who want to read you to filth because you just don't understand. You just didn't read the manga or you fucking don't know everything about Jungkook. You know what I mean? Like you need to know what the you know, pole gravity of the Earth's core looked like when Jungkook was born to fully understand and comprehend like where he's coming from. Like, you know, it's fucking crazy. It's just the same shit. People get so mad. They're like, dude, how do you not understand? How do you not know this? Like, Kevin Durant is going to fucking Arizona, dude. You fucking piece of shit. You idiot. What is it? Kevin Durant is going to the Suns, dude. And Kyrie's going to the Mavs. KD shook up the NBA by getting traded to the Suns. Oh, this is a great fucking story that I forgot to cover too. There's a couple big stories from America that I keep forgetting to cover because like we just don't usually have time. But this definitely is. KD and Mr. Anti-Vaxxer got traded from the Nets. That is literally also Le GM did some shit. Nets took an L. Lakers traded Russ for D'Lo, Kyrie, and Dallas. Shit's getting crazy. KD shook up the NBA by getting traded to the Suns. Them trades went wild last night. Kyrie to Dallas, KD to Arizona, Westbrook to Minnesota. Damn, Russell Westbrook is playing with the Vikings, dude. That's crazy that he just like shifted sports. Like he's decided he's playing. Austin's gonna be real happy about that. No, I have heard of Westbrook. Timberwolves. Timberwolves, not Vikings. Amına koyayım. That's funny. That like Turkish motherfuckers in the chat are mad at me because again, when you're a part of a sports fandom, when you're a sports guy, it doesn't matter if you're it completely transcends nationality. I'm not Turkish, by the way. Wait, why did you say AQ then? Well, you're not Turkish, but you know how to say Turkish slurs? What the fuck? AQ is how you say amına koyayım in Turkish, or AMK, which means like, you know, fuck you in the pussy. Boşuna sövdün bize. Aynen valla. Yine yanlışlıkla götünüze girdi Türkler. Özür dilerim. Anyway, Kevin Durant tweets. I mean, he is the most prolific tweeter. He's one of the few non Turkish NBA athletes I follow that's not LeBron. I don't really follow a lot of athletes. I follow LeBron because he's the GOAT, obviously. And I follow Turkish NBA players, except for Enes Kanter because he's a piece of shit. Because they are also the GOATs in their own ways. Because I'm Turkish, and no matter what happens, like, you know what I mean? Unless you're like a piece of shit like Enes Kanter, you're always going to ride. You're going to be like, oh, that's fucking sick that like a Turkish guy is killing it in America. That's like half the reason why Turkish people follow me. And even if they don't agree with my politics, they're like, well, it doesn't matter. He's still killing it in America, and that's a good thing. Anyway, but Kevin Durant I follow because he is the GOAT at posting. He is a... Do you know Alperen Şengün? Of course. I have tried to reach out to him too, but I don't think the Turkish NBA players fuck with me like that. Maybe they think I'm like too controversial or something, but or maybe he has no idea who I am. You know what I mean? That could be a thing too. It would be surprising, but what did Enes do? Enes Kanter, he is a Fethullah Gülen supporter and a CIA asset. So that's what he did. Also, just like total cuck to the American State Department, even if he wasn't a CIA asset, religious cult follower. I don't fuck with him. But yeah, Kevin Durant is the GOAT at posting. I'm watching the History Channel in the club, and I'm wondering, how do these people know what's going on the sun? Ain't nobody ever been. Another good one. Another fire one. Scarlett Johansson, I will drink your bath water. #random. In 2015, he revisits this tweet and says, ain't nothing gonna change me. Which, you know, I love that he doubled down on it. Anyway, this is a fun little story that we're going to cover as well. Enes Kanter is such a piece of shit that he broke the Turkish rule of defend a Turk anywhere, no matter what. Oh yeah, 100%. It's like, It's basically for Turkish people to stop supporting you as a Turkish person, you have to be like really fucked up. You know what I mean? You have to be really, really bad. You really gotta fuck up big time. Like you gotta be like a supporter of like Fethullah Gülen or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like it's hard. No, Dr. Oz doesn't even meet that metric. Like Dr. Oz does not meet the barrier of like Turks being like, oh fuck that guy. Like they don't know enough about him, I think. They're just like, yeah, whatever. He's a guy who's a successful TV guy in America. So they probably think about it like that. Yeah, Fethullah Gülen is Erdogan, but 10 times worse. Yeah, he's like Erdogan, but also with the support of the American government, okay? So he is literally worse than Erdogan. And every motherfucker in this chat despises Erdogan. You know what I mean? Think about that. It's very difficult to think about. It's like hard to comprehend from the perspective of the Western world, but like I don't know how to describe it. He's like Erdogan, but also worse than Erdogan, you know? Erdoğan da Amerika'ya çalışıyor bence. Of course Amerika'ya çalışıyor. Tabii ki de. And he's also previously with FETÖ. Yeah, Erdogan and Fethullah Gülen are also homies, like, or used to be homies. Like, they came from the same, they were raised in the same cult, basically. Anyway. Erdoğan emperyalizme karşı duran bir liderdir. Siktir lan. Tabii, sorma ya. Hiç sevmiyor emperyalizmi. Çok hiç sevmiyor. Saçmalamayın oğlum. Adam NATO'nun kere NATO yani. NATO'nun parçası. Ne emperyalizmi sevmiyor. Ne öyle bir olay var mı yani? Anyway. There's a Turk in the chat that said Erdogan hates imperialism, which I think is pretty funny. But he has cultivated more goodwill in the aftermath of the coup, the failed coup. And also on top of that, he is seen as like a guy who stands up to the, he is seen as a guy who stands up to like the Western world, even though he doesn't, you know, it's just all theater for the most part. Anyway. All right. So let's get started. Yeah, I already retweeted this. Twink death is a terrifying thing. Good meme from Austin Ox. Yes, twink death did occur. It did. It happened. Seks yayını mı yapıyorsun Feridun abim? Hayır. Oh, better twink death? Honestly, I don't think so. I think like Joe Brandon, he's just fucking really old. But like, it's not like like twink death is when you go from twink to like, you know, when you just let go. Like Leo DiCaprio is a perfect example of that. I don't think this fits because he's just like old, you know what I mean? Like he still is like in shape, you know what I mean? It's just there's nothing you can do about it. $1 milyon kaç günde oldu? 3. Twitter has announced this morning that they will be ceasing all operations immediately and all tweets will be deleted. Yeah. Sure. I mean, Twitter is broken. It's just so fucking insanely broken. Anyway, let's blast off one more time, and then let's get to the news. Bağışlar yolladın mı ya da ne zaman yollayacaksın ahbaba? Bugün girmesi lazım. Bugün receipt geliyor diye biliyorum inşallah. İlk gelen bağışlardan. Twink death is every British man at 20 versus 25. Average British male aged 18 to 24. Average British male the instant they turn 25. That's funny. What do you mean, lad? It's the pints I've consumed between 18 and 25 that ain't taking a fucking toll, yeah? They're in the life of a true Brexit geezer. What you fucking mean, then? I'm doing just a bit of banter. Doing a bit of fucking cheeky pints at the spoons with the lads. Doing a bit of cheeky, breaky pint drinking with the lads. You can't afford a second monitor to read his chat. I'm currently literally doing that. I have a third monitor as well. I just like to have the chat up on stream because I think chat is good content and it provides value to the stream. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's the reason why I have this. I have 3 monitors though. When are you going to send the money to Turkey? Isn't it better to send it ASAP? Bro, what is wrong with you motherfuckers? It is already being sent as soon as it fucking clears, okay? It's not going as like, not just one big hit, okay? Anyway. Also, I'm not sending it myself, bro. I don't touch the money. All right. Chatters think I'm just going to like write a big check. You know what I mean? I'm going to have one of those big ass checks and like personally hand deliver it to some dude under the rubble in fucking Antakya. That's not how that works. Yeah, Mr. Beast style. Anyway, all right. Here, we're gonna start out with some serious news. Let's get started. Let's start talking about it. I'm done postponing the inevitable. The death toll is, I think, over 20,000 now.
Catastrophic earthquake in Turkey and Syria. The death toll rising once again this morning, and the window of hope to find more survivors buried under the rubble is slowly closing. Our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, is live in Turkey for us. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. From Antakya, possibly one of the hardest hit places inside the earthquake zone, and it's a town that I know really well. For 4 years covering the Syrian civil war, this was effectively our home in Turkey. But if you showed me a picture today, I tell you, I don't recognize it. Imagine every single disaster movie you've ever watched, and that is the reality here in Antakya. You see people carrying bodies through the streets, putting them into the trunks of cars and taking them off to be buried. You hear this endless procession of sirens, this anthem really for this procession of dead people being brought out from underneath the rubble. There is still hope. People are still fighting. But as you say, the reality is that death toll climbs higher and higher.
This morning, a desperate race against the clock as the critical 72-hour window to find survivors closes. The death toll staggering. Despite the dwindling hope, amid the death and rubble, there are still incredible stories of survival. In Syria, this camera capturing the point of view from inside the rubble. Rescuers able to reach a boy buried deep under the debris.
Jesus Christ.
His sister receiving medical attention. Both children were trapped for more than 50 hours. But tragically, the rest of the family didn't make it out alive. This baby girl named Helen saved just in the nick of time in Antakya, Turkey, surviving 68 hours underneath the debris. For everyone
crazy.
here, the desperate search and rescue is deeply personal. I would die for you, thank God, he says, carrying baby Helen to safety. Another man, a father, rescued in the 74th hour, 2 hours after his daughter was pulled out of the same rubble, the crowd chanting, "God is great," as he's carried to an ambulance. But these miracles are few and far between. We watched 7 members of one extended family pulled from the rubble of their apartment.
Does Turkey have an organization equivalent to FEMA? Yes, but no one trusts them. It's called AFAD. It's the federal government's recovery and rescue operations team. And everyone is mad at them universally. And for good reason. Because nobody trusts the fucking government. For good reason. Because that's the reason why I didn't fucking donate to AFAD and donated to Akut, which is a non-government organization, which I was still even reluctant to donate to because they do work with the government regularly and only wanted to donate to Ahbab at first. Okay? Ahbab and Akut are non-government organizations. The reason why people fucking don't appreciate or trust the government is because they have taken so many fucking funds to the tune of 800 billion liras over the course of the past 20 fucking years. Deprem vergisi, okay? There's an earthquake tax that they have collected. And when they asked where this fucking money went, when people were like, where did it go? Because it was supposed to build infrastructure. It was supposed to build regulatory agencies that made sure that these buildings were up to code, up to standard. It was supposed to fucking build buildings that were earthquake proof. You know what I mean? Subsidize that shit. They turned around and said, oh, I guess we'd put it into roads and here and there. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows that the government is incredibly fucking corrupt. Yani yol yaptık dediler. Oraya buraya gitti dediler. Biliyorum. And the guy leading AFAD also is just like some random fucking schmo. İmam Hatip değil mi ya? İmam Hatip mezunu değil mi adam zaten direkt? Sadece. Yoksa yalan mı o? Yanlış mı hatırlıyorum? Like, doesn't have the bona fides, doesn't have the qualifications for leading an organization like that. Anyway, listen. İlkokul mezunu. So right now they are right now the government is basically fucking losing their shit, trying to do everything they can to cover up the atrocities on the ground. They want to cover up the atrocities on the ground because they're definitely very worried that Erdogan's support was already absolutely eviscerated leading up to this. Erdogan's support was already gone leading up to the elections that are coming up in 3 months. And then also on top of that, this is like terrifying. This is a terrifying prospect because it is yet another devastating example of the malpractice and the corruption by the government. It's like he has popular support throughout his entire administration. he has been able to always scrounge up at least 51%. You know what I mean? That's valid. It's real. There are a lot of fucking people who like him. There are a lot of conservative hogs in Turkey as well. Just like I talk about conservative hogs in America, there's a lot of fucking Turkish hogs, okay? Domuz adamlar, Amerika'dakiler gibi. That love him. But this is another constant fucking reminder that his government is just awful and has led to so many atrocities. Yeah, Turkey did have an earthquake fund, and they did not do anything with it. That's the problem. İlker 92, İlker 92, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Now, one type of propaganda that I have seen personally that the government is now also launching is the claim that this is a once-in-a-lifetime earthquake. While that is true, because this is a particularly devastating earthquake, what people need to understand is it should not be this devastating, okay? It should not be this devastating. The only reason why it's this devastating is because of corruption, okay? It's because of a lack of regulation that they claim they were putting forward. It's because the government adjacent architects and developers lied to the public and told them that these buildings were earthquake proof and they were fucking safe. That was all a lie. And they were able to get away with these lies over and over again for years. And now the chickens have come home to roost. So they're just trying to say, oh, no. It's not that we fucked up. It's that this was an unforeseeable, once in a lifetime, genuinely devastating calamity that we could do nothing about. And that's not true. That's not true. Yes, it is a calamity. Yes, you can't really control earthquakes, obviously. But the idea that you can't do anything you can't prevent earthquakes, but the idea that you can't mitigate the damage by taking the necessary initiatives before, knowing full well that earthquakes are going to be devastating in this region, knowing full well that you're sitting on a fucking active fault line, is ridiculous. Okay? It's because preparation is costly. Preparation is costly, and it hurts the bottom line of developers, so they get away with stealing. How do they get away with stealing? Well, they're already adjacent to the government. They are partisan. They are friends of the government. They're friends of the local government and the local administration. They're friends of the party, so they can get away with it, knowing full well that there's going to never be any regulation whatsoever. And then on top of that, the recovery efforts were slow. When time is of the essence, when time is the most important thing, because like they also mentioned in Western media just now, 72 hours is like the window for recovery before you start assuming that everyone is dead that's under the rubble. Everyone that's not accounted for is pretty much dead for sure. That 72-hour window started fucking 48 hours in. 48 hours in is when the military started mobilizing. 48 hours in is when they started opening up the roads and making sure that like logistical support was offered to those who were willing to help. 24 hours in, you had random fucking YouTubers trying to make their own way to these sites and pull people out of the rubble without any of the equipment necessary to do so. YouTubers helped more than the motherfucking government, okay? Turkish influencers helped more than the government. That's completely unacceptable. Meanwhile, all outlets on the ground, the Turkish ones especially, have been covering the story without taking account the real issues that the victims have. You know, hiding the truth from others who are watching it on TV in Turkey. And people are utilizing Twitter to both communicate with other people, to organize resources, organize logistics, and to also get the rest of the world to fucking hear what is actually going on the ground. So what does Erdogan do? He tries to shut down Twitter. He tries to shut down Instagram. He tries to shut down social media because he is more worried about negative press than he is about saving fucking lives. Now, I can get away with saying this shit in America. If you recall, I had a conversation with a bunch of Turkish scientists where the moment I brought up politics and Erdogan, they all shut down. They were like, oh, let's not talk about that. There's a reason for it. Because people can and often do get fucking prosecuted. If you live in Turkey and you talk shit about the government and their recovery efforts, Erdogan has openly stated, we hear you, we see you, we're taking notes, and we will come after you eventually when the rubble is cleared. Which is insane. Okay? Oh yeah. This was ölülerimize mi geldiniz? This was some of the the mayor. Also you know, a part of the fucking leadership. And the people were like screaming at them, telling them like, "Oh, you came back? You came here to what? Fucking look at the dead people? Is that why you're here now?" This guy calling YouTubers assholes, man. What? It's fucking cold and snow out there, and this guy's. Oh, you mean you're talking about Erdogan, right? Not me. Yeah. CHP'den Erdoğan'ın şerefsiz sözlerine yanıt. He said they are dishonorable. Yeah. He said anyone, minister, not mayor. He said anyone that has spoken out against the recovery efforts of the government are dishonorable. Like, he's more focused on how fucking mad people are about his lack of support, lack of adequate support, than the actual lack of adequate support. Dishonorable çok kibar çeviri oluyor. Nasıl söyleyeyim? Şerefsizin ne? Şerefsizi nasıl anlatayım? It's not even just dishonorable though. It's like a big fuck you, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. It's like bastard. Yeah, bastard. Kind of like a bastard, yeah. It's very insulting, like a traitor, bastard. It's not just like dishonorable. He's basically saying Texas soğuktur. He's saying you're a prick. You know? Basically saying, basically fucking stating that, like, even the people that are in the rubble who are upset at the government for not taking adequate care of their family members, they're saying you're a piece of shit, even if you're a fucking victim. I don't understand why Erdogan thinks this isn't almost ensuring he loses his re-election bid. Erdogan was going to lose his re-election regardless of how well regardless of how well coordinated his recovery efforts could have been, which they can't because the entire system over the course of the past 2 decades has been designed around corruption and lining up the pockets of Erdogan, his loyalists, and his friends, basically, his family members and his friends, literally. So there was no way that the recovery efforts were going to be adequate. clearly. And just like there was no way that these buildings were going to be developed in a way that was consistent with like, actual earthquake standards, right? But even if he fucking did, even if he did actually immediately send the military and shit, he was never going to win re-election. This is his last year in power, and he recognizes that. Ever since he lost Istanbul, everyone has openly stated that it's over. His regime is done. Now, he might not go down without a fight. He might keep trying to do corrupt bullshit, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Like he's definitely done. Charm Kel son tweet abi. Bilmiyorum nerede. Ne bakayım dur. Açıp bakacağız. Okey bekle. Oh, the YouTuber remember the YouTuber who was able to get out of the rubble? The YouTuber who was able to get out of the rubble, and it said like he heard his mother's like last screams before he got out of the rubble. There's an unfortunately very sad update that his mom has passed away. Yeah. Sometimes it's important to see this sort of stuff because, like, it's hurtful, it's sad, but it's important to see this sort of stuff because it's like it humanizes the catastrophe, the calamity. You know what I mean? Especially when you're far away and it's hard to comprehend. But yeah, ultimately, Turkish people have been stuck. That's the point. They've been stuck. They have no recourse. They have to deal with this government. They have to deal with this administration for years and years and years, no matter how fucking shitty their immediate circumstances are. And oftentimes it's like little things. You know what I mean? Oftentimes it's like, oh, the bar that you used to go to can no longer operate. You know what I mean? It's like small shit sometimes. And then much larger shit that you also see and experience, like the government misusing funds. One example that I always remember from Melih Gökçek at my time living in Ankara was always that, like, these motherfuckers would love making underpasses. Like, they loved building the dumbest underpasses of all time. They would always flood. They were always broken. Like, and we saw it. And you experienced it and you saw it and you were like, why the fuck are you building this shit, bro? Why? Use the money better. Like, everyone knows exactly what I mean when I say Melih Gökçek. They know. And it's just like they would just keep building it because there was nothing you could do. There was nothing you could say or do. These guys were like untouchable. Dino Can, Dino Park. Aynen, aman. Göstereyim mi Melih Gökçek dinozor? I mean, there's a lot of funny memes about this dude. Melih Gökçek, dinozor da dinozor. Benim zamanımda sağlamdı bunlar. Gösterme rezillik. Actually an on. Jelibon madenini göster. Jelibon madeni daha iyi. Turkish mayor sued over giant transformer robot statue. The mayor has asked people to respect the robot. Because he built a 6-meter statue of a robot in the Capitol. The statue, which resembles a transformer but cannot be named as such due to copyright issues, was erected at a crossroads to promote the city's new theme park, which has been described as a prestige project by the mayor. It's a Zaku? Okay, you fucking nerds. It doesn't matter. Gökçek himself has defended this decision. After a row broke out following reports, he said, respect the robot. Nice Greek mayor. This motherfucker was my mayor for so many years, bro. Anyway. Zaku's are fascist Gundams? Bro, you think he knows what that is? What are you, crazy? You think Melih Gökçek knows the intricacies of the deep lore of the Gundam? Are you fucking insane? That's the funniest thing, bro. He doesn't know shit, dog. He was like, build a big-ass robot. They didn't do this as like a deliberate way to be like, yeah, we like the fascist robot. Dummy. That's such a funny fucking thing to assume, though. Melih Gökçek jelibon madeni.
Ne anlama geldiğini de bilmiyorum. İtiraf edeyim. Araştıracağım ki bileyim. Şu şey vardır. Onun adı var. Hani çocuklar yer ya. Jelibon. Jelibon. Jelibon bulunmuş. Ne demek jelibon bilmiyorum. Yani yer altında 6 milyar dolarlık jelibon bulunmuş.
He said he doesn't know what it's called, but underneath the earth, they found $6 billion worth of jelibon, which is candy. For those of you who don't know, it's jelly beans. Kind of like jelly beans.
Bu ne anlama geliyor bilmiyorum. Bugünkü
He's like, I don't know what that means.
şeylere bakın, medyaya bakın.
Fake falan olmasın başkanım.
Fake filan olmasın. The guy goes, maybe it's fake. You know, make sure it's not fake.
değil. Hayır,
He goes, no, it's not fake.
Resmi şey ve bulunuyor.
No. This is official.
Arka arkaya bulunuyor. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı yeni açıkladı, dikkat ediyorsanız.
Adana'yı açıkladı.
Yeah, the Mr. Prime Minister just openly stated this recently.
Adana'dan sonra yeni bir şey daha açıkladı. Hemen Polatlı'nın arka tarafında okudum.
Haribo yok mu ona? Haribo desene. Haribo, yeah. Haribo. Yeah, this, as Burak Yıldırım states, this guy ran the Capitol. You know, one of the most populous cities in the country. He ran the fucking Capitol for 25 years, bro. Anyway. Yeah, he's just like, I mean, he's a meme. But, you know, as funny as it is, it's also... As funny as it is, here, the Arab Weekly, entertaining window into Turkey's gross misspending. During the Erdogan era, countless initiatives have permanently damaged the environment and drained Turkish national funds. An abandoned dinosaur model is pictured at Ankara Park, theme park in Ankara, Turkey. Dubious spending habits, from $50,000 handbags for Turkey's first lady to purchasing political support ahead of elections. Yet there's no greater proof of the government's reckless ways than the capital's failed amusement park, Ankara Park. Today, the giant decaying dinosaurs tower over the $801 million ghost town in northern Ankara. Now, when America does shit like this, they use it to build weapons, okay? When Turkey does it, this is what they do. It was also known as Wonderland Eurasia. It was the biggest theme park in Europe, spread over 1.3 million hectares, with more than 2,100 rides and a parking lot that could accommodate 6,800 vehicles. The venture was called a symbol of pride for Turkey. But just 2 days after his grand opening, one of the park's roller coasters failed, setting the tone for weeks to come. As one visitor noted on TripAdvisor 6 months later, 20% of the rides were still not working and management did not seem to care. Why have I paid a 75 lira entrance fee, about $13 at the time, for this? The visitor wrote. Then in February 2020, due to an unpaid 2.5 million lira electricity bill, Ankara Park's power was turned off. It has been off ever since. While the park's demise was swift, the project was doomed from the start. Many experts expressed concerns about its location and exorbitant price tag. The Chamber of Architects of Turkey filed more than 300 legal complaints to stop the park from happening, while feasibility reports suggested the finances would never add up. For it to not go bankrupt, it would have required 18 million visitors yearly to pay a minimum 50 lira entrance fee. Ankara's chair for the Architects Chamber said in a 2021 documentary, that's 2 million more visitors than Paris Disneyland, Europe's most visited theme park. In 2019, roughly 500,000 foreign tourists visited Ankara. The domestic market would have had to draw millions more from Ankara Park to survive. Listen, as someone who grew up in Ankara, let me tell you, no motherfuckers going there, okay? There is nothing. It is like, I can't make a comparison because like Washington, D.C. has like more fun monuments. You know what I mean? Sure, Atatürk's crest is actually like a sight to behold. But other than that, there's like literally nothing. There is nothing there, okay? There's pretty much nothing in Ankara. It's like Cleveland, okay? So this guy's like, oh yeah, no, this is really going to draw up tourism. Anyway, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like that was never going to happen. Anyone with a brain could have told you that. Especially in a country that is full of like incredible natural wonders of the world. You know, you can go to Cappadocia, you can go to so many different places. It's just like, why the fuck would anyone go to Ankara? Like, literally no one will go to Ankara, okay? Anyway, he was just trying to fucking funnel funds. That's all he was doing. He didn't have like a clear plan or anything. He was just trying to make some shit happen because he has too much fucking money. Yeah, it's a state of, it's just basically an entire state developed around bureaucracy. And there is nothing going on there other than just, it's boring, gray, decaying. I lived there for many, many years. You know, that's it. Anıtkabir yeter. Anıtkabir, that's it. That's the only thing they have. Like I said, that's it. And after a certain point, you're like, okay, well, that's cool. I saw it one day. Ne var başka abi? So it's Britain? No. London is actually like beautiful architecture, interesting. ODTÜ var. Amına koyayım. ODTÜ ne oğlum? Salak mısınız? Atatürk Orman Çiftliği var. Okey. Tamam, ağaç gördün. Ne var? Her yerde var Atatürk Orman Çiftliği gibi ağaç, amına koyayım. ODTÜ ne abi? Okul mu? Okula mı gidip bakacak insanlar? Vay be, vay amına koyayım. Ne güzel okul yani. Sanki ben Ankara'da yaşamamışım gibi konuşuyorsun. ODTÜ var diyor ya. Yapma ya. Hiç görmemişler abi. O okul hiç görmemişler bunlar. Ondan geliyorlar Ankara'ya. ODTÜ'yü görmek için mi geliyorlar? Herhalde köylü herkes. Manyak herifler ya. Yıllarca yaşadım amına koyayım Ankara'da. Bir bok yok. Bir Anıtkabir var. O kadar yani. En iyi Ankara manzarası. Yeah. No, this is literally exactly what Ankara looks like. I mean, obviously this is a meme. But no, this is perfect. Neresi burası abi? Beysükent mi acaba? Bilmiyorum ki. Her yere aynen buna benziyor. Her yer aynen buna benziyor abi. Mallar beni Amerikalı zannettiler İngilizce konuşuyorum diye bana Ankara'yı satmaya çalışıyorlar. Satamazsın. Melik Gökçek satamadıysa sen de satamazsın. Okay, anyway. It's just funny seeing like one of the more boring areas of Turkey where like there are so many better places to go to in Turkey. And it's a fucking place that I lived in for many years, you know what I mean? A decade. These motherfuckers are trying to, they think I'm American and don't know. And so they're trying to sell me on this place that I grew up in as like a beautiful, wonderful place to visit. Like, shut up. Anyway, it's not going to work, okay? The only thing you can sell me on is the top of the hour ad break coming 20 minutes late. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Sometimes it comes 20 minutes into the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, you know. Another way to avoid it. Abi İzmir'de susarım güzellik konusunda. Ama İzmir güzel. İzmir'de deniz var en azından amına koyayım. Daha ne olsun? Ankara'da deniz de yok. Bir bok yok Ankara'da. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. DC gibi değil mi? En azından DC'de bir sürü şey var yani. DC'de 10 tane Anıtkabir var. Anlatabiliyor muyum en azından? Ankara'da bir bok yok. Bir tek Anıtkabir var. O kadar. Başka bir şey yok Ankara'da doğru düzgün gidip görebileceğin. Bak hala Ottu Ormanı var diyorlar ya. Kafayı yiyeceğim. Holy fuck, that gate. I got a 6'6". That's crazy. Schmaltzy32 and Infantryman, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Mamak çöplüğü. Sana Ankara'yı gezdirmemişler reis. Abi ben yaşadım lan. Ben TED Ankara Koleji mezunuyum abi. Ben yaşadım orada. Dikmen'de yaşadım. Beysükent'te yaşadım. Hasan evlen benimle 99. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Evlenmiyorum seninle. A lot of weird Turkish accounts are coming in. Göksümüz var, boklusu, kolej bebesi. Evet, kolej bebesiyim. Belli değil mi lan kolej bebesi olduğum? Anyway, okay, we're moving on from the Ankara dissing and we're getting back to serious news. But I just wanted to show you like the funny side of the rampant corruption to break away from the unfunny and horrific nature of that kind of wanton corruption.
Apartment building, all killed while they slept. The youngest just 6 weeks old.
The scene here in Antakya is absolutely shocking. Almost every single home has...
Bro, you know this shit is popping off when they send the reporters with the nice hair. You know what I mean? You know things have taken a turn for like the absolute worst when they send the dude with the nice hair and the British accent over.
It's been destroyed. All around you is destruction, death and grief. Lots of people are complaining about the lack of government help, but as you can see, the scale of need here is absolutely overwhelming.
Satellite images show the shocking scale of destruction here in Antakya. Apartment blocks and houses razed to the ground. and the danger's still far from over. With repeated aftershocks, more than 600 recorded since Sunday. And every time one happens, these desperately needed rescue crews must stop their work. Overnight in Syria, near the capital Damascus, a 4-story building collapsed. 2 families reportedly trapped inside.
Well, there's still some criticism about, although aid is coming in here, it's not getting across the border into Syria.
Dude, this is like, I mean, it's wild to see. It actually is kind of wild to see the Western media like openly fucking, talk about maybe not like the corruption as much, but like even the fact that they're even mentioning that the government kind of fucked up is crazy.
Yeah. More international teams are now coming in, but they can't come soon enough as this search, rescue and recovery operation just goes on 24/7.
But we are going to begin with the earthquakes in Turkey and devastation on a scale that is difficult to imagine. Workers are digging through the rubble now for a 4th day across a widespread area of destruction. The death toll has climbed to more than 17,000 people, and this morning we've learned at least 3 Americans are among those killed. Chris Livesay is in southern Turkey for us. The numbers are one thing, but Chris, what are you seeing?
Good morning, Dana. Rescuers are furiously hacking away at the residential building behind me to see if there are any survivors, and there may be one. We were just told that a teenage girl managed to send a text message to a friend telling her she was still alive. Now, this was just after the earthquake, and so far there's no sign of her, but that's why these rescuers are just furiously removing every piece of rubble they can, just like they are in so many other places across this earthquake-stricken territory.
It's been 3 days. The earthquake killed Abdullahi Mwani's wife and buried him alive. 72 hours fending off exposure, hypothermia, and unimaginable grief. The unseasonable cold, as much as 15 degrees lower than normal, has made the catastrophe even more lethal, says the World Health Organization.
We've got a lot of people who have survived now out in the open in worsening and horrific conditions. We've got major disruption to fuel and electricity supplies, communication supplies, the basics of life. We are in real danger of seeing a secondary disaster which may cause harm to more people than the initial disaster.
International relief is pouring in, including 2 search and rescue teams from the U.S., Ambassador Jeff Flake tells us.
We also have a couple of Blackhawks to see the assets they have, the machinery, to cut through concrete and rebar, and the dogs as well to try to find those survivors still there. So it's just, when we respond, we do it well.
Help that cannot come quickly enough. My mother, father, and brother are under the...
Bro, this right here, you don't see this in fucking Turkish news. This is what I mean. CNN in America covers it, but you don't fucking see this kind of shit in Turkish news, which I'm going to show you right now, actually.
Rubble, Selena Kamin cries. There's been no sound from them for days. None.
It's not just time that they're working against, but it's the cold. It's been a severe factor throughout this entire earthquake response. The volunteers here themselves are also victims in many cases. They've lost their homes, and now they're digging with buckets, their bare hands, whatever they have, on no sleep.
Okay, now I told you guys about the 1999 earthquake where I was in Istanbul as well. Now, this is actually a very, very helpful Twitter thread that showcases the differences between the coverage of said earthquake in 1999, in the immediate aftermath of said earthquake in 1999, in contrast to the coverage now in 2023. Erdogan regime has, reinstated its firm grip of power in that process, in that time frame, and the differences in coverage is dramatic. Bu tweetin altına 6 Şubat 2023 Kahramanmaraş depremlerinden sonra yapılan açıklamalar ve yayın skandallarını paylaşarak hükümetin ve medyanın ne rezil bir hale geldiği olduğunu örnekleriyle göstereceğim. This is basically the tweet that shares the scandals, the broadcast scandals made after February 6, 2023, and show examples of the disgraceful state of the government and the media. Aynı gazetelerin 1999 depremindeki manşeti ile 23 depremindeki manşetleri arasındaki üslup farkı. Same fucking hold on. There might be TOS there. So I don't know if I want to show you all of it. So but basically, okay? Basically, they have the same exact newspapers, okay? Same exact newspapers. You can see it, Hürriyet. This used to be like literally peş peşe felaket. Çifte deprem, ağır kayıp. Versus katiller. Okay, I can't show you that one because there's like a lady under the rubble, but in main frame, okay, in the main frame, in 1999, they're saying murderers in bold font. That was the prevailing narrative in 1999. Murderers, okay, killers. That's what they called the people that were responsible for this atrocity. Now, they're like, oh, dual disaster. Dual disaster. It's devastating. It's really sad. As though it happened like somehow without any sort of fucking like human intervention that could have never came. Takvim says deprem. Binalar, köprüler, yollar yerle bir oldu. Here, I'll show you like this. Showing the devastating nature of this atrocity. Showing the humans. Now, 100 years of pain. Okay? They went from, and Americans will see this, they went from, covering the situation, the calamity adequately, to using the passive voice that Americans know all too well whenever like a police murders someone and the media turns around and basically says something along the lines of like, oh, a bullet tactically exited the service weapon and it traveled into someone's body, like as though it happened on its own, like it's fate. It just Tüpaş hala yanıyor. Akit, this is another example. Ankara on binlerce insan ve feryadına kör ve sağır kaldı. Saying that the government refused to hear tens of thousands of people's pleas for help. Now, başın sağ olsun Türkiye'm. As in, I don't know how to describe. Başın sağ olsun nasıl söyleyeyim yani? They're like, oh, we're all in this together. My condolences, Turkey. No criticism of the government whatsoever. Okay? None whatsoever. Milliyet. Halk sahipsiz. Batı yıkıldı, yetkililer aciz kaldı. Okay? Saying the entire nation is without governance, without help. In 1999, let's see what they said this time around. Kıyamet gibi. Oh, calamity. No, like as though the government is not even remotely relevant in this process. Okay? Every single newspaper in 1999 was universally shitting on the government and their ineptitude and the lack of support that they offered. And every single major newspaper in Turkey in 2023 is now saying, oh, this is just, who could have foreseen it? It's a calamity that was completely, there's nothing you can do about it. Asrın felaketi. 100-year calamity. A tragedy has struck this community. And then also on top of that, look at this. Look. Devlet millet el ele yaraları saracağız. The government and the people hand in hand will mend the wounds. Okay? Look at this. Çaresizlik. Vatandaş çaresiz, devlet çaresiz. Ölülerimizi koyacak yer bile bulamıyoruz. Ölü sayısı her an hızla artıyor. They're saying like, literally. They're saying this is like, the same newspaper in 1999 is saying, we are helpless. We're desperate. The government is not helping us. Turning around and saying the government and the people are hand in hand, side by side, playing kumbaya, my lord, and doing a fantastic job. Yeni Şafak says devletin çöküşü, which reads as the devastation of the government. Okay, our government is devastated. İhtiyaç duyulmayan her yerde hazır ve nazır olan devlet, deprem felaketinde yardım diye çırpınan insanların imdadına yetişemiyor. Okay, kendisine ihtiyaç duyulmayan her yerde. This reads, the subtitle reads, the government that is supposedly ready to rise at a moment's notice whenever people don't need them is somehow unable to help people who are begging and desperate for help. Okay? Now that same government, now that same newspaper in 2023, calamity, and the government is there to help. Calamity. Look at how bad the situation is, but we're all in it together. We're all in this together. There you have it. There you have it. Now, here's some more coverage. Here's some live coverage as well. NTV Kahramanmaraş'tan canlı yayında yardım ulaşamadığı için tepki gösteren depremzedelerin ve onların sesini duyan muhabir Yağız Şenkal'in önce sesini kesiyor, sonra yayından alıyor. NTV's live in Kahramanmaraş. He first cuts off the voice of the earthquake victims who reacted because the help did not arrive, and then the reporter who makes their voices heard is then taken off the air. Look.
Bulunduğumuz bu cadde hasarın en yoğun olduğu şey. İnsanlar tepkililer, yardımların yeterli olmadığını belirtiyorlar. Ve tabii
they cut his voice, bro. Because in the background they were screaming like, help us, you're not helping us. And he's voicing their concerns. He's saying like, the people here are asking for help. The people here are asking for help. And then they cut the fucking audio and then move back to the studio.
Bir yandan da az önce de duyduğumuz
bulunduğumuz
Habertürk canlı yayında Erdoğan diyor ki AFAD yetişti, nereye yetişti diyen depremzedenin sesini kıstı. Habertürk, another channel that we've seen already, in the live broadcast, Erdoğan says AFAD has arrived. Where did AFAD go? Not where did he grow up? Where is it? We haven't seen AFAD arrive.
Depremle beraber İskenderun Devlet Hastanesi'nin yoğun bakım ünitesi 6 katlı bina da çökmüştü. Oradaki çalışmalar da hali hazırda devam ediyor.
Yani adamın konuştuğuna bak. Erdoğan diyor ki afet yetişti. Nerede?
They cut him. He goes, the guy in the background is literally saying like, Erdoğan is claiming that AFAD is here, the government agency is here. Where the fuck are they? How did they reach in time? Immediately cut him. They cut his voice. Look. They cut his voice and then go back to the studio immediately.
İnsanlar var, AFAD'ın gelmediğini söyleyen, yardımların ulaşmadığını dile getiren.
Dinleyelim. Bekliyorlar. İçeride.
They say, oh, there's some people there that are saying the government agency is not there.
Evet, yardımlar ulaştı mı?
Bir dairede 12 kişi var, 12 kişi. Kimse müdahale etmiyor. Yalan söylüyor. Akşam geldi resim çekti.
Yemek yediniz mi?
Hayır, ne yemek yedik?
En son ne zaman yemek yediniz?
Daha yemek yemedik. Akşam saat 4'ten geldim.
He says there's 12 people in one fucking there's 12 people in one apartment. No one has come for
Dünyada
them.
suyu bile içmedim ben.
And he's just like, have you eaten food? It's like, no, I haven't eaten food. He's like trying to change the subject matter. It's like ülkenin Cumhurbaşkanı ulusal bir depremde kendi partisinden olan belediyelere öncelik verdi. That was another thing. The president gave priority to municipalities from his party in the national earthquake and talked to the leaders from his party that control areas that were affected from his party, which of course he did. That's expected, by the way. That's like normal. Bir depremzede 2 gündür kurtarma çalışmalarının başlamadığını ve TRT muhabirlerinin gelmesiyle çalışmaların başladığını ifade ediyor. This one was crazy. So TRT is the national broadcaster. So they openly do propaganda. Like we know. Okay? We know they openly do propaganda, right? Everybody understands that because it's the state broadcaster. These other channels that I showed you are supposedly private, right? They're supposedly private, so they have like more freedom, but not really. This part is really fucked up. For 2 days, this one earthquake survivor states that the rescue efforts have not started for 2 days and that the work has started with the arrival of TRT reporters, the Turkish broadcasting state broadcaster reporters.
Biz buradayız. Herhangi bir çalışma ekibi falan yok. Bugün kameralar geldi. TRT Haber'in ekipleri geldi. Çalışmalar kameraların gelmesiyle başladı. AFAD ekibini bekliyorlar çekim için şu an.
And he's saying recovery efforts started as soon as the cameras arrived, and the cameras have not started rolling on purpose because the government agency is not there yet. So they're waiting for AFAD, the government agency, to arrive on scene so they can start rolling.
Bu videoyu herkese gösterin. Çalışma falan yok. Hiçbir yerde yaralılar çok altta. Ses geliyor 2 günden beridir herhangi bir çalışma yok. Dünden beri şu ağızda bir vatandaş var. Bağırıp çağırıyor. Herhangi gelip geçen bakıp dönüp gidiyordu.
He's saying there's someone crying under the rubble, like screaming under the rubble, and no one is
Bir
like
uğraş yok.
helping him.
Kameraların gelmesiyle yeni çalışmalar başladı burada.
And only the recovery efforts only started when the cameras started rolling. Or the camera started arriving on scene. Show TV muhabiri derdini anlatmak isteyen bir depremzedenin sözünü kesiyor.
Hanımefendi siz en son ne zaman yemek yediniz?
He keeps asking everyone, when's the last time you ate food? Okay? He keeps asking. The same reporter keeps asking, when's the last time you ate food? Whenever they ask any question, they go like, when's the last time you ate food? When's the last time you ate food? In order to like fucking redirect the conversation to like how devastating this earthquake has been. Motherfucker, everybody knows it's devastating. Literally everyone understands it's devastating. We can see it with our eyes. Okay? At that point, as a reporter, you're not there to just be like, how devastating is it? You're supposed to say, what is going on? What are your issues? And whenever they say what their issues are, whenever they fucking mention what their problems are, that the government is not there for them, that the government has not helped them, that the government has like turned a blind eye to them for the longest time, okay? They go, oh, well, when's the last time you ate food? When's the last time you ate food? It's bullshit. How is starvation not the fault of the government? No, starvation is because you can turn around and be like, look, you were stuck in a building. That's why you're starving, right? It's like the earthquake that happened as a consequence of fate. Sure, earthquakes are impossible to avoid, okay? However, no matter what happens, like the reason why the reason why people are suffering this hard is because the government is not doing the adequate thing that they're supposed to be doing. She's saying like, he asked her, when is the last time you ate food? He's like, and she immediately goes, our children are still under the rubble. No one knows. The government has no idea. The local municipality has no idea. The government has no idea. There's no machinery. There's no heavy machinery. And he just fucking moves around. He just moves away.
Asker şu anda binanın üzerine çıktı, çalışmaları sürdürüyor.
He literally walks away from her, takes the mic away, walks away from her, and starts saying, well, the military's here right now, and they're actually working on the rubble. That's crazy, bro.
Dediğimiz gibi 10 şehir, çok fazla ilçe var. Bunların hepsini...
Ve
Vatandaş isyan edince A Haber yayını kesti.
girdiler ve ardından da burada çorba dağıtımı gerçekleşti.
They're showing like this is a mobile like food supplier, right?
Ve ardından da şu anda insanlar burada kahvaltı yapmaya çalışıyor ve
Yeah, he's trying to get in front of the camera to be like, we're fucking suffering. You need to send us help.
Gördüğünüz gibi sabahın erken saatlerinden itibaren burada insanlar kahvaltı almaya çalıştı ve ardından da tabii ki burada
Oha, teyzeler adama niye bağırıyorlar abi? Teyzeler diyor, ne yapsın devlet mi dedi? Yapma etme teyze. Yok artık. Dur bir dakika, ne diyor?
çalıştı ve ardından da
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is too much, bro. Oh my god. No shot. Bro. Eski milletvekili o. AKP seçmeni ne salak salak AKP'li teyze, öyle mi? Anlamadım tam olarak. Ne adam...
Hatta görmüş olduğunuz gibi sabahın erken saatlerinden itibaren burada insanlar kahvaltı
ucu teyze AKP'li.
ve ardından da tabii ki burada
No shot. Okay. The guy is criticizing the recovery efforts and trying to get attention, okay? And then the woman behind her literally starts fucking yelling at him saying, "What do you want the government to do?" She's a fucking dude. What the fuck? Bro, you're literally sitting in a pile of rubble, dude. That's insane. Dude, you know how we talk about American hogs? There you go. That's a Turkish hog right there, dude. Just right in the flesh, right on camera. For those of you who don't understand how that fucking works, how that process works, you know how we always talk about like fucking American hogs that like literally deny reality in front of their eyes, dude? That's it. Sanest Erdogan supporter right there. Most normal Erdogan supporter, bro. That's insane. Jesus Christ, bro. Domuz değil koyun diyoruz abi. İşte ben Amerikalılara domuz diyorum. Yeah, in Turkey they call them sheep apparently instead of pig. Like, you know how I say hog in Turkey, the term for it is sheep. They call them sheep. The blind loyalists of the government. Which you would not expect, honestly. Like, it is mind-boggling to me that like you would still be in support of a government when it's so clearly failed. You know what I mean? When it's so clearly failed, and here is the teyze, okay, just saying, ne yapsın devlet? Amına koyayım senin yani, yuh teyze yuh. Imagine dick riding the most corrupt administration that led to the devastation that killed your family members, and you're sitting in the fucking rubble defending them. That's crazy. Hayır. Yani inanılmaz olanı yarrak götündeyken bağırıyor ya. Devleti koruyor ya. İnanamıyorum. Yani yarrak çıkmamış hala götünden, hala bağırıyorsun. Korumaya çalışıyorsun. İnanılmaz bir şey yani. Gerçekten anlamıyorum. Hani yarrak çıkmış olsa götten en azından unutursun belki ne biçim yarrağı yediğini. Ama direkt olarak yani yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Bilmiyorsun. Yuh. İnanılmaz. That's wild. And of course they immediately fucking pull away from the scene. Professor Dr. Ziyadin Çakır says, unfortunately, it turned out that the institutions were not prepared for such a big earthquake. It was necessary to be prepared beforehand. It was necessary to know which teams would go where. The announcer says, let's not be unfair.
Bir deprem. Dolayısıyla maalesef üzülerek söylüyorum ki AFAD ve diğer kurumlar böylesine büyük bir deprem için hazırlıklı olmadığı ortaya çıktı. Yani şimdi
he literally just straight up says like, yeah, it's very obvious that the government fell short of what was necessary to save people.
Çok şehirde, kasabada yıkım var. Bunların çok hızlı bir şekilde yıkım dağılımı, hasar dağılımının tespit edilmesi gerekiyordu. Öncesinden de bir hazırlık olması gerekiyordu ki yani nereye, hangi ekipmanlar nereye kanalize edilecek, hangi ekipler nereye gidecek, çok ciddi bir organizasyon eksikliği gözüküyor burada maalesef. Üzülerek söylüyorum, bu çok büyük bir, hiçbir yerde arama kurtarma profesyonelleri göremiyoruz şimdiye kadar baktığımız yayınlarda. Halk kendisi.
He says we're not seeing the government officials and their rescue teams anywhere.
Uğraşıyor değil mi?
Yani hiçbir çok... yerde diyerek haksızlık yapmaz mıyız? Yeteri kadar yayılmamış mı demek istiyor?
And then the fucking the announcer cuts in, the reporter cuts in to goes and says, you know, maybe we're being a little unfair to the government here. Like, it's not like they're nowhere. Maybe what you're trying to say is like they haven't distributed the resources evenly. He's in disbelief. He's like, what?
Yeteri kadar yayılmamış mı demek istiyorsunuz? AFAD
yani
ekipleri,
yeteri kadar yayıldığını görmüyorum. Birçok yerde
and he tries to salvage it by being like, yeah, I don't think it's adequately distributed.
Yok veya diğer sivil arama kurtarma şeyini göremiyorum. Dolayısıyla yani eleştirmek için söylemem ama o bir gerçek.
And then immediately goes, I'm not trying to criticize the government, but it's just the reality. He said, I'm not trying to criticize the government, but it is the reality that there is just simply no help in certain areas.
Eleştirebilirsiniz. Ben şey için söylüyorum. Çok geniş ölçekte zaten bizim
and then she goes,
söylemem ama o bir gerçek.
Eleştirebilirsiniz. Ben şey için söylüyorum.
She says, "Oh no, you can criticize it. I'm just saying."
Gerçek.
Çok geniş ölçekte zaten bizim arkadaşlarımız da söylediler yani.
And our friends are saying it too. I mean, you can criticize it. It's just because the atrocity is too large.
Hala henüz ekiplerin ulaşmadığı sokaklar, binalar var dediler. Belediye başkanı bizzat söyledi. Yani iş makinesi ihtiyacımız var diye.
And like you know the mayor is saying like, you know, we need equipment. We need equipment.
Bu konuda daha
Duygularımı hapse giremeyecek şekilde ifade edemiyorum. Oh, is this the guy? This person says I can't. No, he says I can't adequately describe my feelings in a way that will prevent me from going to jail. He's a comedian. Yine Cem Yılmaz diyorlar bu adama. Öyle mi? Severiz Cem Yılmaz'ı. Cem Yılmaz'la büyüdüm ben.
Bir de
Adıyaman valisi Mahmut Çuhadar yeterli yardım gelmediği için tepki gösteren depremzedelere gülerken görüntülendi. This is the governor / mayor, okay, of Adıyaman, laughing at the victims as they're criticizing him. They're saying Adıyaman is without help, like without governance. Sahipsiz means like without an owner, but like that's a direct translation. But the what they're trying to say is like there's no one to defend us. There's no one to it's been abandoned. It's without leadership. That's fucking insane, bro. That's insane. Holy shit. I'm willing to bet Turkish news sites are probably reluctant to cover the Twitch recovery efforts here, possibly because of how much every fucking Turkish Twitch streamer, including myself, has criticized the government too. Like, they won't even fucking cover it. They won't even say like, oh, Americans raised like $1 million, which is a big amount of money, which in other circumstances they 100% would actually cover in Turkish news, because they've covered other shit that I've done when I don't actually openly agitate towards the Turkish government, and they literally are fucking, they will avoid talking about it. But you can also avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because remember, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Or you could just be in Turkey, because I don't think Turks see ads. So there is that reality. But he is literally autistic and has a bad time showing his emotions. Bro, you did not just say this dude is neurodivergent and a minor. Please stop. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Jankat Pasha Kai, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. So, anyway, my point is, sometimes when I do like random shit, the Turkish media will cover it like randomly because I'm, a Turkish national in America, you know what I mean? It's like a sense of pride or whatever. But because me and all the other Turkish Twitch streamers have been at the forefront of, especially the other Turkish Twitch streamers have been at the forefront of like showing the atrocities on the fucking ground, they are literally just avoiding it completely. They're like, no coverage, nothing whatsoever. Normally that would be a massive fucking news story in Turkey. I know for a fact. It would be a massive news story. Like, oh, look, Americans are giving Turkey money. Like they're raising funds for. They're raising funds for Turkey, like more funds than Spotify and Netflix. You know what I mean? But they're not specifically because like, abi NTV Spor seni dahil etmeyip iShow Speed para topladı. No, really? NTV Spor apparently talked about only iShow Speed raising money. Not me, not Jahrein. No one else, just iShow Speed raising money for Turkey. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter. Ironic because, like, they stopped iShow Speed from actually giving 50 grand by calling it a scam. But according to the Turkish government, he's... Türk'ün Türk'ten başka düşmanı yoktur. Bu doğru değil abicim. Bu sadece biz laf ediyoruz Türk devletine diye göstermiyorlar. Bu kadar basit yani. Ondan başka bir olay yok yani. Abisini trollüyor. NTV Spor yıllar önce kapatıldı. Okay, maybe it's not NTV Spor. Wait, no, it is. Oh my God, he's not lying. No. Oğlum baksana, Amerikalı yayıncı Türkiye. Amerikalı Twitch yayıncısı iShowSpeed Türkiye ve Suriye'de yaşanan deprem için yayın açtı. Yaklaşık $200.000 bağışıklık toplandı. Bro. What the fuck? Yo. Yo, remember when I said just now the Turkish government will avoid talking about all the Turkish Twitch streamers that are raising funds? Not just me, like Jahrein, Elrayan, everyone else that's also collectively raising funds and shit for the recovery efforts. They don't talk about it on purpose because everyone here is incredibly critical of the Turkish government. So what did this outlet do? What did this outlet do? They wrote an article about it, okay? They said, American broadcaster raises funds for the Turkish government, or raises funds for Turkey, okay? I'm going to read the subheader. American Twitch broadcaster iShowSpeed raises funds for Turkey and Syria to the tune of around $200,000. Now, of course, it doesn't matter. This isn't for I'm not showing you this to be like, oh, look how bad they're fucking us over or whatever. Who gives a shit about that? The reason why I'm mentioning this is because o ne diyor aynı değil ama o ne diyor independent yani günün sonunda. The reason why I mention this is because it just further proves how much of a fucking grip the Turkish government has over its independent outlets. Okay? How much of a grip the Turkish government has on its independent outlets even, and what kind of self-censorship they engage in. Do you get it? Bu siteleri kimse siklemiyor. Yo. Bunlar siktir et, siteyi şey olarak gösteriyorum. Nothing on mainstream media. People are writing about it, but nothing on mainstream media. And I suspect it's partially because everyone that is also raising funds are being incredibly critical of the government as well. Adam başka bir şey anlatıyor. Neden beni koymadılar demiyor. Evet. Habertürk yayınına katılan doçent Serpil Gerdan, ilk 72 saatte vatandaşın hiç kimseden yardım beklemeden devlete yük yerine katkı olması gerekir.
Devlete yük yerine katkı olması gerekir diyoruz biz.
Oha.
Yetebilecek mi? Yine yetemeyecek, zaman alacak. Ve ilk 72 saatte vatandaşın aslında hiç kimseden yardım...
Oha, yok artık demedi böyle. Yanlış anlıyorum değil mi herhalde?
Beklemeden devlete yük yerine katkı olması gerekir diyoruz biz. Yani
Bro. She is a fucking disaster coordinator specialist on Habertürk. She is on air as a disaster coordinator specialist, okay? And she said in the first 72 hours, the government or the citizens should contribute to the state instead of being a burden to the state without waiting for help from anyone. Yok deve. Yok artık. Yok yuh. Oha. Halk Kahramanmaraş'ta Suriyeli grupların yağma yaptığını söyleyen avukat Zeki Çekici'yi hattan aldı. Spiker çok daha öyle demeyelim diyerek müdahale etti. They're saying that, I mean, this part is real aggro. I'm not going to fucking get into this either. But A lawyer says that some Syrian groups are looting in Kahramanmaraş, and the announcer intervenes and says, let's not say that too much. Enkazdan çıkan genç, we saw this already. Enkazdan çıkan, that part is, you know, you're not gonna see a lot of support from me either on that shit. Muğla Valiliği CHP'li Bodrum Belediyesi'nden yola çıkan yardım tırlarının önüne Muğla Valiliği oha. The Muğla Governor's Office hung a banner in front of the 8 trucks that were coming from the opposition party. They fucking covered the Holy shit. AFAD Deprem ve Risk Azaltma Genel Müdürü Orhan Tatar. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın talimatları, bakanlarımız şu anda bölgeye intikal etmiş durumdalar. He says, our ministers have now been transferred to the region upon the instructions of our president.
Saatten itibaren çok kısa bir süre içerisinde devlet
in a short period of time, he says.
Tüm organları, bakanlarımız, Cumhurbaşkanı yardımcımız AFAD'daki Afet ve Acil Durum Yönetim Koordinasyon Merkezi'nde toplandı. Çok kısa bir durum değerlendirmesinden sonra Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın talimatıyla
he's saying under the coordination and the direction of our wonderful president, we immediately sent
bakanlarımız şu anda bölgeye
we immediately sent our ministers into areas of need. Woo, god damn. Mehmet Metiner'in sildiği tweet, Adıyaman, we covered this yesterday, or we covered this 2 days ago. Mehmet Metiner said, you know, the glorious leader is behind Adıyaman. We can't bring back the dead. Our sadness is endless. However, we have our glorious leader who will repair our Adıyaman, our city. Necmettin Batırel'in sildiği tweet, bugünden itibaren gündem değişti, siyaset devre dışı kaldı, muhalefetin ve Batı dünyasının hayale dayanan planları dağıldı, iyi ki başımıza vatanına aşık bir hükümet var. Allah'ım ya Rabbim, nasıl böyle söyleyebiliyorlar? Oğlum %100 cehenneme gidiyorsunuz abi. Açık olarak söyleyeyim, var ya, direkt olarak yani eğer inanıyorsan cehenneme, kesin cehenneme gidiyorsun abi. Bu kadar basit yani, direkt speedrun, okay? Hiç durma, direkt olarak yanıyorsun abi. Böyle bir şey yazdığın anda yanıyorsun cehennemde. Başka bir durum olamaz yani. İnanamıyorum. He says, after today, the headlines have changed. There's no more politics. That's taken a back seat. Muhalefet ne oluyor? Nasıl söylüyorum muhalefet? The opposition parties and the Western world and their fantasies and their fantasy backed plans have been eviscerated. Thank God we have on top of ourselves a government that is in love with its people. May God protect. Allah korusun ya Türkiye düşmanlarıyla işbirliği yapanlar olsaydı. No, not may God protect, sorry. God forbid Turkey worked with its enemies and its collaborators of its enemies. I mean, God forbid. Who knows what could have happened if Turkey collaborated with its enemies, dude? It would have been crazy, I think. Altılı Masa CIA ajanı Henry Barley'in talimatı ile işaret edilen İmamoğlu mu aday yapacak mı? Yeni Şafak. What? Altılı Masa CIA ajanı Henry Barkey'in talimatı ile işaret edilen İmamoğlu'nu aday mı yapacak? Oh, they're saying İmamoğlu has CIA backing. That's what they're covering. That's important news that they're covering. Literally during the earthquake. Bakan Varank Minister Varank, our industrialists in Uşak are sending nearly 1 million blanks to the region to support the fight against the cold weather and the fight against this earthquake. This is also an indication that Turkey is a producing country.
Kayıplarımız bizi çok üzüyor. Biz tekrar kayıplarımıza Allah'tan rahmet diliyoruz. Ama üretim tarafında tabii ki Türkiye'yi üreterek büyüyen bir
Bro, never stop promoting. Never stop promoting. Motherfuckers never stop, dude. He's like, dude, we're an industrious nation. This goes to show. This goes to show. He literally is like, you know, never let a good tragedy go to waste. You know what I'm saying? He's like, this goes to show clearly that we are, you know, a nation of industry.
Ülke olma yolunda desteklemeye hükümet olarak devam edeceğiz.
And we're going to keep, you know, supporting our people. Gökhan Zan, Fox TV'de canlı yayına bağlanarak Hatay girişine bekletilen vinç ve kepçeleri gösteren isyan etti. Şoförle konuştum, yalvardım, neden çalışmıyorsunuz? Dedikleri şey bizi sadece AFAD yönlendirebilir. Ya neyi bekliyorsunuz? Cesetleri toplamayı bekliyorsunuz. Gökhan Zan shows up at the entrance of Hatay by connecting to the live broadcast of Fox TV and Rebelled. Fox TV is like an opposition media channel, so like ironic. No, Fox in Turkey is like actually one of the more woke channels, okay? And basically it's the opposition channel, so like it actually does end up being critical of the government from time to time. He says, I talked to the drivers, I begged, why don't you come in? Why don't you like bring in the vehicles? Okay, he's talking about like the industrial vehicles, right? What they said, only AFAD, the government recovery agency, can guide us. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting to collect the bodies?
Biliyorum. Yeni mi gelmiş yani kepçeler, vinçler?
Hayır, buradaydı. Onu anlatmaya çalışıyorum. 2 gündür kepçeler buradaydı zaten. Ben yetkililer, buradaki şoförlerle, çalışan arkadaşlarla konuştum. Yalvardım, ne zaman, neden çalışmıyorsun? Dedikleri şey sadece bizi AFAD yönlendirebilir. Onların dışında hareket edemeyiz. Daha sonra bir başkasından sordum. Ne zaman çalışacaksınız? Kayıt yapmadan, bizi yönlendirmeden yapamayız diyorlar. Ya neyi bekliyor?
They're literally waiting at the fucking, they're waiting outside of like the city limits, saying that the government has to basically do it for us. Like they can't do anything. They don't want to move. And he's like screaming at them saying like, why don't you fucking, what are you waiting for? What the fuck are you waiting for? You know?
Bekliyoruz. Cesetleri toplamayı mı bekliyoruz Hatay'da? Neyi bekliyoruz Allah aşkına? Cumhurbaşkanımız, İçişleri Bakanlığımız, herkes sivil toplum örgütleri. Ya insanlık için bir insanı kurtarmak tüm insanlığı kurtarmaktır. Ne olur yalvarıyoruz. Çalışsınlar. Ellerinden geleni yaptıklarını biliyoruz. Ama sadece çok yavaşlar. Koordineyi daha hızlı yapmalılar.
They're saying like they're waiting. They're just like they're too slow to coordinate.
Yetkililerinden ne olur rica ediyoruz. Burada boş boş duruyorlar, 2 gündür duruyorlar. Gelsinler burada çekim yaptılar. Ya insanlığa sığmıyor. Yalvarıyoruz ya. Yalvarıyor o be Antakyalı.
He's saying he's begging because it's not like
olarak ne olur bu feryadımızı duyun. Ben oradaki göçük altında olan ailelerin sesi olmaya çalışıyorum. Sizden rica ediyorum. Devlet büyüklerimizden, herkesten rica ediyorum. İsyanımızı, haykırışımızı görsünler. Burada bir sürü kepçe, hepsi
Twitch yayıncısı Toktir deprem bölgelerine göndermeye çalıştığı paketleri belediyenin kendi afişi olmadan gönderilmediğini ve bu durumun da işleri yavaşlattığını söyledi. Hoha. Here's a Twitch streamer, Toktir, said that the packages he tried to send to the earthquake zones could not be sent without the municipality's own banner, which slowed things down. They literally were... They literally are saying like, you can't send these without us slapping our sticker onto it. You know what I mean? Apparently this has been solved since then. CHP ne oluyor bu? Yeah, oh, this is literally CHP, which is the opposition party. They're also fucking annoying too, don't get me wrong. Another issue, because like Turks are again stuck, just like Americans are, between not two parties, but like the opposition and the incumbent. The collection of parties on the incumbent side are right wing. A collection of parties on the opposition side are like center left, center right. But still, you know, they're still also very much not very good at their job. Abi sikeceğim, KYK, MYK bilmiyorum. Gönderip durmayın şöyle salak salak şeyler ya. Allah Allah. İki ucu boklu değnek. Kahramanmaraş'ta bir depremzede yayınlayacaksanız söyleyin. Biraz önce TRT'nin yayınına da gittim, konuşmak istedim. Kestiler yarı yolda. Provokatörlük yapacak sırada değilim. Kızılay 3 gündür yok. An earthquake survivor in Kahramanmaraş says, if you're going to publish it, let me tell you.
Şu anda bana söyledikleri Kızılay 3 gündür yok.
I went to the broadcast of TRT.
Gerçekten yayınlayacaksanız söyleyeyim. Şu an biraz önce TRT1'in yayınına da gittim.
Kafayı yiyorlar.
Konuşmak istedim, kestiler yarı yolda. Canlı yayında.
Okay. The state media is like cutting them off. Anyway, and then we talked about like the Twitter being taken down in Turkey. This was yesterday. It's been restored already. Hükümete yayın gazeteci Cemil Barlaş, AFAD'ın üzerinde FSPS'en ve Türborg logosu olan polar bağışlarını kabul etmediğini doğruladı. This is bu gerçek mi? Yalanlandı bu. Buna inanamıyorum yani. Bu gerçek olamaz bence. Bayağı herkes evet diyor da inanmıyorum buna. Düzeltme. Sinyal kesicisi iddiası yalanlandı. Akşam gazetesi Emin Pazarcı deprem günü hükümeti övüp muhaliflere gündemde bulundu. Bugün köşe yazısı başlığı ise gün birlik günüdür. Heatork düzeltti, gerçek değil. Okay. Aşırı reaksiyonel bir thread'i takip ediyorsun. Türklerin yolladıklarını anında kabul etme. Evet. Bazıları biraz şey değil. Gerçek değil. Heatork AKP'li AMK. Ahmet Hakan. Olumsuzluklar az aslında. Sadece can sıkıcı oldukları için fazlamış gibi geliyor. Some of the stuff is like, I don't know if some of the things that are on this thread are, I'm trying to parse through it to figure out, I'm like skipping through some of the shit. Because one, it's already outdated, or some of them are not fully correct. Okay. Ahmet Hakan says, the negativities are few. In fact, it seems to us that they are too much. Just because they are annoying, we have more positive sides.
Gibi geliyor bize ama olumsuzluklar çok az aslında. Ama onlar tabii çok can sıkıcı olduğu için fazlaymış gibi geliyor bize ama aslında olumlu taraflarımız daha fazla. Yani bizim toplumumuzun estirdiği esas rüzgar dayanışma rüzgarı. Kesinlikle. Bunu unutmayalım. Yani biz esas dayanışmayı büyütüyoruz. Diğerleri hava civa çok önemli değil yani. Onlara fazla. Olumsuzluklar çok az aslında. Ama onlar tabii çok can sıkıcı olduğu için fazlaymış gibi geliyor bize ama aslında olumlu taraflarımız daha fazla.
Bir depremzede de feryat ederken AKP Genel Başkanı Yardımcısı Nurettin Canikli telefonuyla ilgilendi. We saw this before. He was on his phone. Afet bölgesinde bulunan Haluk Levent depremin 4. günü olmasına rağmen hala telefon operatörlerinin düzgün çalışmadığını ifade ediyor. There's still, phone operators are still not working. Haber Türkiye'nin de Show TV muhabiri göcük altından sesi gelen vatandaşa röportaj yapmaya çalıştı. Oha! She's trying to talk to someone under the rubble? No.
Ercan Bey, beni duy...
Bro, what are you doing? Dude, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Duyuyor musunuz? Geldi mi ses? Kameraman arkadaşım Uğurcan İncegül uyarıyor. Ben şu an kulaklık var bir kulağımda tam duyamıyorum. Kaç kişisiniz?
Evet, sesler geliyor.
5 cevabı geldi. Yine kameraman arkadaşım.
Evet.
I mean, maybe she was just trying to fucking figure out how many people were under the rubble to help them. I don't know. News anchor forced to resign after her comments on live TV. Depreme ders diyenlere, kader diyenlere isyan eden Dilara Göncer Show TV'den istifa etti. Dilara Gönder, who rebelled against those who called the earthquake a lesson in fate, resigned from Show TV.
Ders mi olur? 99'da yeteri kadar ölüm olmadı mı o ders için? Ya böyle ders mi olur? Yani bu kadar ölümlü ders mi olur? 99'da yeteri kadar ölüm olmadı mı o ders için?
She says in 99, enough, you can't call this a lesson. Like, how many deaths does there have to be for you to call it, consider it a lesson at this point? Is it enough when, in 99, 17,000 people died?
Bu da mı ders olsun bize?
Is this going to be yet another lesson?
Biz sürekli derslerdeyiz hocam.
We're constantly learning lessons.
O dersleri geçemiyoruz ama sınav kağıdı hep boş.
Yeah, we keep learning lessons, but we keep losing. We keep failing when the exam comes. People in the chat are speculating that she was forced to resign, and not that she actually resigned on her own volition.
Sınav kağıdı hep boş. İşte buyurun. Sınav kağıdı ekranda. Tekrar gelsin. Yönetmenimizden alalım sınav kağıdını. Maraş'ı görelim. Bu sınav kağıdı hocam. Ders dediniz ya az önce. 99 dersinin sınav kağıdı gelsin ekrana. Tekrar. İzleyicilerimiz tekrar bir görsün. Nasıl geçilemediğini o dersi. Buyurun. Havadan görüntüler.
Maalesef. She's saying like 99 is clearly is clearly not a lesson, we didn't learn from 99. She personally tweeted, yazması zormuş, istifa ettim tüm çalışma arkadaşlarıma, bugüne kadar bana bu fırsatı veren Ciner Medya grubuna teşekkür ederim. It was hard to write. I resigned. I would like to thank all my colleagues. Maybe she did resign on her own instead of being forced to.
Maalesef millet olarak balık hafızasına sahibiz.
Because we have goldfish memory as a nation.
Hadi biz vatandaş, sade vatandaş olarak buna sahibiz ama devletin aklı, devletin şeyi uzun vadelidir.
Balıklar bile deniz altında daha güvende.
She says, even the fish under the sea are safer than us.
Ama biz neleri konuşuyoruz değil mi? O nereden, bu nereden, o nereden, bu nereden? Hiçbir yerden değil. Topraktanız, toprağa gidiyoruz. Doğru mu?
She says, we come from the earth and we go back into the
Bakın
earth.
toprağa nasıl gidildi?
And here's how, look at how we went into the earth this
Kim
time.
bunun sorumlusu? Kader mi?
Who is responsible for this? Is it fate?
Tabiat mı?
Is it nature?
Hayır. Bunun sorumlusu tekrar
No.
söylüyoruz. Nasıl gidildi?
Wait.
Kim bunun sorumlusu? Kader mi? Tabiat mı? Hayır. Bunun sorumlusu tekrar söylüyoruz. Mühendisidir, inşaatıdır.
No. She says, is it fate? Is it nature? No. I will say it again. It's the engineers, it's the architects, it's the developers.
Olayını verendir. Kimse burada kıvırmasın. Kimse de kalkıp da hayatınızı kurtarmak için şu açılarda durun, bu açılarda durun diye bunlara yaslanmasın.
Yeah. Hasan abi ne haber, nasıl ölüyoruz biz, keyifler nasıl, Texas
Hocamıza
bir şey
teşekkür
içiyor
ediyoruz.
musun?
Biz mucizelerle devam etmek istiyoruz. Çünkü mucize için biliyorsunuz sevgili Gizem.
All we were talking about is stand in this direction, stand in that direction to be able to get saved adequately. Paketler açılıp içindekiler kontrol ediyor. Sonrasında yeni kolilere koyuluyor. Valilik izni öyle istiyor. Adet ve onay için. Ondan dolayı o kağıt konuyor. Ben de görevliyim, bildireyim. Someone who's working on the lines says that the reason why they had to put the government stamp of approval on the packages is because they have to control and make sure that there's like nothing bad in them. That's why they have to put those stamps of approval on them. Ne? Yok artık, bu doğru olamaz. Avustralyalı arama kurtarma ekibi yok yani. The Australian, not Austrian. Niye? Avusturyalı. Oh yeah, it is Austrian. My bad. Avustralya değil, Avusturya. The Austrian search and rescue team stated that while they were going to rescue a child, the Turkish team came with cameras and took over the task. I don't believe this.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir befinden uns hier bei einer Schadstelle.
Ya, haberin Türkçe versiyonu ne? Yalan, bu adamlar stratejilerini anlatıyorlar sadece. Ne diyorlar? Does anyone speak German?
In unserem Einsatzraum der Gruppenkommandant der Rette- und Feriengruppe.
This is fake apparently. Many people in the chat are saying it's fake.
Vizeleutnant Kerschbaumer erklärt uns genau, was hier passiert.
Ja, wir haben folgende Situation. Wir haben die Hauptstraße und auf der linken Seite haben wir 8 vermisste Personen, wo ein Baby gehört wurde. Und auf der rechten Seite haben wir 5 vermisste Personen, wo ein Hörkontakt auch durch eine erwachsene Person war. Jetzt ist der Ansatz so, dass wir mit unserer biologischen Ortung zuerst beginnen, dort wo mehr Vermisste sind, auf der rechten Seite im hinteren Schlafbereich, weil das Erdbeben in der Nacht war, und im hinteren Bereich die...
I think he's just explaining their strategy, right? That's what they're saying. During the night, our AFDRU team was able to rescue an elderly man and a young woman alive from a collapsed stairwell. A child was located in a hole with a special camera. Turkish auxiliaries took over this task. The outcome is unclear. Oh, yeah, no. They're just saying that they and then they they handed over the recovery efforts to the Turkish authorities. They're not saying that, Turkish authorities came over and took over and, fucked them over or anything like that. He's just basically describing what they did. They're not talking about Turkish authorities stopping them or anything like that. The reason why chatters are saying that that's actually what happened is because they're talking about Afad's interest in taking credit of other people's recovery efforts or whatever, and I think that's what they're saying. That's what they were likening it to, but I don't think that's the case. İyi Parti, Meral Akşener depremin üzerine 3 gün geçtikten sonra bölgeyi ziyarete geldi. Kahramanmaraş'tayız. Gölcük depreminde Japonlarla beraber çalıştığını söyleyen bir depremzede koordinasyon. An earthquake survivor who says she worked with the Japanese in the Gölcük earthquake complained about the lack of coordination, the late arrival of Afad, and the lack of deployment of soldiers. While he was asked to be interrupted during his complaints, reporter Mehmet Akif Ersoy made the earthquake victim complete his speech.
Gerek yok. Kimse... Burada ben Gölcük depremini de biliyorum. Çünkü o dönemde çalışıyordum Japonlarla, orada biliyorum. Ama burası bir felaket. Ama bakın, kimse yanlış anlamasın. Siyaset yapmak istemiyorum ama burada öyle... Demene bile gerek yok. Kimse yanlış anlamaz seni. Sen depremzedesin.
He said he said he's a victim. The reporter says you're a victim. No one will misunderstand what you're saying because he literally is afraid. He's like, I don't want to do politics here. But I worked with the Japanese teams in Gölcük, okay? And he's basically stating that he's complaining about the late arrival of Afad, the government resources, and the lack of deployment of soldiers.
Neye ihtiyacın varsa söylemelisin.
And the reporter says, no. Go ahead, say whatever you want to say. No one will stop you. No one will interrupt you.
Bir koordinasyonsuzluk var ki. O AFAD daha bakın AFAD denilen AFAD dün sadece akşamüstü çalışmaya başladı. Askerlere müsaade etmediler.
Tamam, söylesin.
Çünkü asker bakın bir tane üsteğmenle konuştum.
He literally is telling the studio to let it run.
Niye dedim çalışmıyorsunuz? Aynen kızdım. Dedi ki bizim o görevimiz verilmedi bize. Hatta bizi garnizon
He's basically saying like the military didn't show up in time, the government recovery team did not show up in time, and that like there is a very clear lack of coordination here happening that did not happen in 99 at the same time. And the reporter is like literally, the reporter in studio is trying to cut him. And he goes, no, let him speak.
komutanının inisiyatifiyle bu sahaya indik.
Peki. İsim neydi, özür dilerim.
Bülent.
Bülent amca, enkaz altında yakınların var.
Kardeşim var.
Neredeler?
Cebrail Mahallesi, Cumhuriyet Caddesi.
And then he asks like who's under the rubble. He says my brother's still under the rubble. And then he asks for the address of the rubble. This is like one of the ways that like people are trying to basically crowdsource their own recovery and their own relief efforts.
Cebrail Apartmanı, öğretmen evinin karşısı.
Mehmet Akif Ersoy üzülerek paylaşıyorum. Çok yerden duydum. Diyorlar ki arama kurtarma yapıyoruz. Mehmet Akif Ersoy, the same reporter, says, I'm sorry to share this. I've heard it from many places. They say, we are doing a search and rescue. We're digging and we're going to reach the child. Another team comes in and says, your job is done. Get out and we'll take it out. And they call the cameras and take them out. Oh. They're saying that like the Turkish... They're saying that like Turkish teams come in after someone, identifies the child or identifies a kid or whatever. And then... but I guess he clarified his statements.
Noktanın altını çizer. Bu önemli olabilir ve teknik anlamda bizim kaçırdığımız bir konu olabilir diye bunu da paylaşmak istiyorum. Mesela UMKE'nin sağlık yetkilileri de oradan müdahale ediyormuş.
Oh, no, he's saying that the reason why they actually send in the Turkish recovery teams is because like they have they basically say that they have more they have like health professionals and stuff like that. That's why they switch over at the last second. I don't know if this is like, I don't know if he was forced to change his narrative or if that is the truth, because it does kind of make sense that it would be the I think there's probably validity to it, because the Austrian team, this corresponds to what like people were saying about the Austrian team, about how like the Austrian team was relieved of duty after they identified a victim in the rubble, and then the Turkish team would come in, and I think that probably is the truth. It's on purpose. It's like not for propaganda, but instead for not everything is going to be propaganda. I believe that there is probably a reason for it. It's not just because they want to look good for the cameras. It's most likely so that, I know it's hard to believe, but not everything is going to be for fucking propaganda. I think it's most likely because there's like, the Turkish teams have medics on duty, on standby. They have a better assessment. Resources are limited. So like they're utilizing the international teams for recovery and relief, figuring out where the people are, because they have cameras, they have different kinds of equipment, maybe even industrial equipment, and then they turn around and switch it over to another team that speaks the language, that actually has the capabilities of like aiding people more adequately.
Diyorlar ki arama kurtarma çalışmasına katılan, burada bize bunu paylaşanlar da mühendis arkadaşlar da, o kazıyı yapanlar ve böyle bir olay yaşadığını söyleyenler de burada alkışladılar ya bize. Onlarla da konuştuk bu konuyu. Onlar bunu yaptıklarında enkazdan artık çıkarma noktasına geldiğinde sağlık personelinin onu çıkartması gerekiyor.
Yeah. He's saying we talked to the Austrian teams that corroborated this as well. He's saying we talked to the Austrian team that corroborated this as well, that they are there for identifying victims. They're there for using like their own industrial equipment. But when the moment comes to actually pull someone out of the wreckage, they have to send in a different team. They have to send in a different team of first responders. like medics.
gerekiyormuş. Dolayısıyla o müdahale biçimi, yani işte bir yerinde bir kırık var mı, boynu, vücudu sağlam mı vesaire, bunu dikkatli bir şekilde yapmaları gerektiği.
Yeah, he's saying that like medics and a entirely different team, medics and an entirely different team has to do the actual pulling people out of the wreckage because they need to make sure that their necks are stable. They need to make sure that the search and rescue team and the medics that are pulling people out are two different teams that are working in coordination with one
için
another.
Böyle şeylerin yaşandığını söylediler. Bunu da paylaşayım. Yani böyle şeyler yaşanıyor. Evet, ama enkaza müdahale eden ekipler arasında uzmanlığa göre
yeah, they're saying like there is a effort from different teams on purpose, and it's deliberate and it's by design, and it is being conducted this way specifically because different teams have different specialties. That's it.
İşte orada başka, hatta enkaz biçimine göre de bunların değiştiğini ve sağlık personeli özellikle işte içeriden birisi çıkarıldığında yaralıysa
They're basically trying to maximize they're trying to minimize the casualties because people can literally fucking die while you're pulling them out of the wreckage. You know what I mean? Once you stabilize the rubble as best as you can, they bring in another team to pull people out. They're min-maxing in gamer terms. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Yeah. Abi gün geçtikçe daha iyi ve daha hızlı çeviri yapıyorsun ve helal öksüz. İlk 88 saati komple tek videoda derledim. Yabancılar için çok açıklayıcı olacaktır. Ülkedeki durumu anlatmak açısından please watch that. Ne bu?
Bu şartlara uyum.
Daha önce ilk söylenen sözler ve büyük deprem felaketinin ilk 88 saatinde medyada yansıyanlar.
Bunun kontrolü iyi yapılmamıştır. Buradaki zemin etütleri iyi yapılmamıştır.
Motherfucker, bro. This is Erdogan in 2003 talking about how there wasn't adequate engineering and adequate regulations that could have protected the lives of citizens back in 2003. That's what he's saying.
Yapılmamıştır. Buradaki zemin etütleri iyi yapılmamıştır ve gerek malzemeden çalma diyebiliriz.
Yani her birimiz kendi üzerimize düşeni yapınca zaten deprem öldürmez.
If we all, in 2019 in Silivri, they're saying, if we all do our due diligence and what we're supposed to do, the earthquake is not supposed to kill people.
Deprem öldürmez arkadaşlar. Bu kadar net.
The earthquake doesn't kill people.
Olanlar hep oldu. Evet başkanım. Bunlar kader planının içerisinde olan şeyler.
Okay, in 2023, he's talking to, in Kahramanmaraş, he's talking to a victim saying, what happens, that's Erdogan saying, what happens, happened. You know?
Evet başkanım. Bunlar
this is a part of fate. He says literally to a victim. Is this fake? Wait, really? Or it's fate? Oh, okay. He said it is what it is basically, and that it's fate.
kader planının içerisinde olan şeyler.
It's all a part of God's plan.
Biz tekrar kayıplarımıza Allah'tan rahmet diliyoruz.
He says we are we already saw this video. He says like, you know, rest in peace to all that died. But hey, listen, Turkey is an industrial nation.
Ama üretim tarafında
hamdolsun artık hiçbir afette vatandaşlarımızın nerede bu devlet diyen feryadını duymuyoruz.
Nasıl devletiz ya? Biz nasıl bir devletiz ya?
Olsun artık hiçbir afette vatandaşlarımızın nerede bu devlet diyen feryadını duymuyoruz.
He says, yeah, evet doğru söylüyor ama duymuyor abi. Doğru söylüyor, duymuyor. Millet bağırdığı zaman duymuyor, duymak istemiyor. Hatta duyacağı zaman da ondan sonra hapse atarız diyor. O yüzden yani hani dinlemiyor yani. Dinlemezsen duymazsın. Teknik olarak doğru gerçekten yani söylediği şey. He says, We are no longer, ironic, he says, we are no longer hearing the cries from the people on the ground. Where is our government? And he's saying that as like, you know, people aren't actually asking for that because we've already helped them out. But in reality, no, he literally isn't hearing them because he refuses to, and then claims that he's going to fucking prosecute people who are saying it. So there is that.
Artık hiçbir afette vatandaşlarımızın nerede bu devlet diyen feryadını duymuyoruz.
Nasıl devletiz ya? Biz nasıl bir devletiz ya? Olamaz böyle bir şey. Benim devletim büyük bir devlet.
This is a guy literally saying it to one of his administrators. Where is the government? What kind of fucking government are we that you're not listening to us as he's on his fucking phone?
Ben kardeşimden ses duydum. Abla ne olursun beni kurtar dedi ve hiç kimse
You
gelmiyor
heard,
asla.
we watched this already. She says like, my sister is like begging me to save her. The government is not here to help us. And she switches over.
Altını çiziyoruz. Ekipler bunu başından beri söylüyordu.
She can't even fucking believe it.
Ekipler Kahramanmaraş'ı karış karış.
Otobüsü çıkaracağız. Fakat yol tıkanmış durumda. Sebebi de Spor Bakanı'nın burada oluşturduğu konvoy.
Bizim yardımı en çok aldığımız, yardımı en çok koordine edebildiğimiz yer Twitter'da. Twitter.
Yeah, is Oğuzhan Uğur, the YouTuber, saying like the best place for our coordination, the best place for us to coordinate these relief efforts, these recovery efforts, logistically speaking, is Twitter. This is when the original Twitter censorship happened.
Kısıtlaması geldiği anda biz %70 aşağı çöktük.
Sabah bir gün gelip benden kapımdan oy isteyeceksin. Bu cenazeyi nasıl sorgu?
He's saying you're gonna come to my door and ask me for a fucking vote when all is said and done. Look at this funeral behind me.
Kim ne diyecek bu cenaze hakkında sana?
Who's gonna speak to you about the funeral behind me?
Allah sizden hesap sorar bir gün inşallah.
Hopefully one day Allah will ask you for hesap sorar nasıl söyleyeyim lan? He's saying, you know, one day God will punish you basically. Well, God will ask for judgment.
Olumsuzluklar çok az aslında. Ama onlar tabii çok can sıkıcı olduğu için fazlaymış gibi geliyor bize ama
we already saw this. He's saying, we already saw this. He's basically saying, you know, actually, there's a lot of positives here, but you know, the negatives are outweighing it because the negatives are really negative.
Aslında olumlu taraflarımız daha fazla.
Yeah, we have more positives than there are negatives, but like, you know, actually the negatives are outweighing the positives seemingly because the negatives are too you know, too bad.
Bir ülkeyi cehalet yönetemez.
Professor Dr. Celal Şengör says a government a nation cannot be led through idiocy.
Yönetilse işte karşımızda bu.
And this is what happens when you let a nation be led by stupidity, idiocy and a lack of education.
Maraş'ta bu çalışmaları takip eden İmamoğlu, eski AKP Kahramanmaraş Milletvekili Nursel Reyhanlıoğlu'nun hedefi oldu.
Ne geziyorsun Türkiye'yi? Sen İstanbul'una bakmış mısın?
Kahramanmaraş Milletvekili Nursel Reyhanlıoğlu'nun hedefi oldu.
Ne geziyorsun?
Wait, is this the one? Is this the same lady who was screaming or no? So this is a minister for AKP. No, it's not the same woman. This is a gördük ya hani televizyonda bağırıyordu, o değil mi? She's a former minister, an ex minister of the leadership AKP party, and she's screaming.
Reyhanlıoğlu'nun hedefi oldu.
Ne geziyorsun Türkiye'yi? Sen İstanbul'una bakmış mısın? Gelmeyin, defolun bu.
She's saying, why are you coming here? Wait, what? No, yanlış anladım zannettim lan. Kadın ne diyor? Gelmeyin buraya diyor. Sen İstanbul'da kal. Niye buraya geldin mi diyor? O kadar abi, bir dakika, bu translation değil. Yani bu benim sıkıntım, anlamıyorum değil. O kadar manyak şeyler söylüyorlar ki bazen gerçekten kafam almıyor abi. Yani bu ne? Okay, this is a former minister like a former deputy of the leadership party, screeching about one of the opposition leaders coming to the site and saying, "Why are you here? Why don't you stay in Istanbul? Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here." Okay?
Sen İstanbul'una bakmışsın.
Sen İstanbul'una bak. Just go take care of Istanbul.
Gelmeyin, defolun buradayım.
Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here.
Herkese yardım etmeye çalışıyor.
And the guy says he's trying to help. That's why he's here. And she says,
Çok yapma burada. Sen normalsin. Defol. İngiliz uçağı. Defol.
She says, no, he's here to put on a show. Get the fuck out of here. You are a servant of the British. You're a servant of the West. Oha. Oğlum bunu kurtaramazsın ki. Bunu kurtaramazsın. Öncesi bu video. Kurtaramazsın abi. So this is what provoked her. This is what provoked her, a former person in the party, to scream at this dude from the opposition.
Başkanım hatırladınız mı? Belli yüzünden. Vallahi hatırlıyor musun bir ara Selam Öztürk bizi yanınıza getirmişti.
Sarılan İmamoğlu İBB Bakanı, bu kadının abisi o evlerden birinin müteahhiti. Kadının kocası da Maraş'ın Tapu Kadastro Müdürü çıktı zaten. Oh, the woman is screaming, the fucking hog. The lady screaming at him not only is a part of the party, AKP, but also her husband, I guess, adamın karısı çocuğu enkaz altında, hala kadın adama bağırıyor.
Şimdi şu anda enkaz altında.
Kız kardeşim burada vefat etti, ben gömdüm onu. Ellerimle gömdüm. Annem babamı çıkarttım.
Efendim?
Kimse yoktu, ben de çocukla geldim buraya.
Burada oturuyorum.
Bugüne kadar hiç kimse yoktu. Hiç kimse yoktu.
He's saying no one has been here. Like he's listening to the victims. He's saying like until today there was no one here to help us.
Kendim çıkarttım annemi babamı.
He said I took matters into my own hands and I pulled my mom and my dad out of the wreckage myself.
Şu anda şov yapıyor eşim şu anda enkaz altında.
Rahat. And then she comes in and says, "Stop doing a show. Stop turning this into a show." Starts popping off.
Yapan sensin.
Normal değil, normal değil.
Şov yapan sensin.
And then the guy goes, "You're the one making a fucking show out of this." Okay?
Şov yapan sensin eşim şu an enkazda. Çocuğumu dün.
Ama bunun beyin sıkıntısı var yani bunun. Gerçekten bu kadının yani sıkıntılı. Normal değil yani. Değil mi? Yapmayın abi, normal demeyin abi, böyle olamaz yani. Yapmayın etmeyin. Bu kadar manyak mı lan bu insanlar? Vallahi kafayı yemiş yani. Objective evil abicim. Kapasite yok yani. Evet. Okay. So the lady who popped off, İBB Başkanı Ekrem İmamoğlu'na deprem bölgesinde İngiliz uşağı diyen eski AKP Kahramanmaraş milletvekili. She's a former minister of the party, okay, of AKP, screaming at one of the opposition leaders, a very popular figure actually in opposition. And her brother Fatih Kocabaş, Mekansal Planlama Genel Müdürlüğü Harita ve Emlak Dairesi Başkanı. So her brother, the woman who's screaming, her brother is like literally responsible for some of the deaths. Okay? Her brother played a role. Her brother played a role in the regulations of the buildings that were being built as a contractor. Like, her brother literally was supposed to regulate the buildings. Öte yandan eski AKP Kahramanmaraş Milletvekili Nursel Reyhanoğlu'nun sosyal medyanın hesabında açıklamalarda bulundu. Reyhanoğlu kendisini İmamoğlu bir grup insanla enkaz bölgesine geldi. Wait, how do you do the auto translate? Minister değil abi, member of parliament. Yeah, well, I mean, ailecek AKP'nin ayakta tuttuğu varlıklar ondan bir taraflarını yiyor. Dedi sağ tıkla. Oh, translate to English. Okay, this will work. On the other hand, former AKP Kahramanmaraş Deputy Nursel Reyhanlıoğlu made statements on his social media account. Reyhanlıoğlu defended himself with the words, İmamoğlu came to the wreckage area with a group of people. I was waiting for my relatives to be removed from the wreckage. They immediately handed a microphone to the person who was not from that region, whom they brought with them, and that person began to lie, as they always do, because there's no state here, there is no work. Wait, that's not a direct translation, I don't think. Hold on. How do I reverse the translation? She's saying it was a paid... No. This is broken. She's saying... She's saying that they were... O şahıs burada devlet yok çalışma... Oh, okay. Yeah. The translation was broken. She says... this guy who started complaining is not actually from here, and he started complaining and lying, claiming that there is no government here, there is no work here. He started lying like he always lies, like they always do. Claiming that the dude is a crisis actor. Abi Pelosi'yi verin, bunu alın, nasıl... Ha siktir, sizde kalsın oğlum, hiç istemem. Bir kere Pelosi'nin tombul yani. Okey. Acımayız. Severiz. Pelosi dünya ahiret bacımız. Bunu translate etmeyin Amerikalılara. Ağzınızı sıçarım ha. Sakın translate etmeyin. Amcıklar. Anyway. So yeah, typical hog behavior. Typical insane behavior from the supporters of the leadership. She pulls up to them as he's talking to some of the victims, claiming that they're not real victims and they're crisis actors, and starts going bananas mode and just starts screaming at them, saying, you are a... Look.
AKP Kahramanmaraş Milletvekili Nursel Reyhanlıoğlu'nun hedefi oldu.
Ne geziyorsun Türkiye'yi?
She says, stay the fuck in Istanbul. Why the fuck are you here? You're here to do a show. You're here to do fake news. Meanwhile, her brother is like directly responsible for the deaths. In a just world, her and her brother would both be under the prison, okay? But under the Erdogan regime, these are the people in positions of power, okay? And the people that are going to prison are the people that actually criticize this objective evil, okay? Incredible.
Herkese yardım etmeye çalışıyor.
Because we're trying to help people.
Sen normalsin. Defol. İngiliz uçağı. Defol.
İngiliz uçağı. Allah belanı versin. Hayvan. İnsan değil ki bu. Hayvan abi. Hayvan bile değil abi. Hayvan bile anlar yani yardım etmeye çalışanı. Yuh. Tipe bak, kocası nasıl sikiyor bunu. İngiliz uşağı mı kaldı? Amerikan uşağı dese bari. Evet, sanki İngiliz uşağı varmış gibi, o da komik tabii. Biz de Amerikan uşağıyız abi, biliyorsun. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. Like, what a psycho. Arama kurtarma köpekleri can kurtarıyor abi. Keşke bunun yerine 4 tane köpek olsaydı, faydası dokunurdu. Evet, aynen doğru diyorsun. It's insane. Sen Rus uşağısın, yerini bil. Aynen doğru diyorsunuz be kardeş. Yakaladınız beni. Rus uşağıyım, Rus. Vallahi doğru. The biggest problem is she actually believes what she says. I mean, there is something very weird about like looking at Turkish hogs and hearing their version of the same shit that our hogs say here. You know what I mean? Like, it's rampant corruption. It's like death and destruction and annihilation all around them, and their lack of ability to like comprehend their own contributions to the violence. You know what I mean? While simultaneously literally, as they are in the process of like doing relief and recovery, these motherfuckers are still like, you know, popping off. They're still popping off at like anyone and everyone that is like, you know, there to help. They will deny reality in front of their eyes, dude. I don't know what to say about it. And they probably think they're fucking free thinkers too, you know? Great stuff. Incredible shit, dude. Wild to see. Anyway, CNN is speaking to Turkish people that are still desperately searching for loved ones.
In Turkey's hard-hit Hatay, one of the youngest of thousands of lives saved. But for too many, it was too late. In the town of Kirkhan, they mourn one of the many who've not made it out alive. With the death toll rising by the hour, this is a race against time. How many are buried under the wreckage of this massive quake zone? No one really knows. Estimates in the tens of thousands. Here in Adana, search and rescue crews work tirelessly around the clock, digging through what used to be a 14-story residential building where families lay asleep when the monstrous earthquake hit.
Kadının Wikipedia'sına bak lütfen. Gönderin abi. What is her Wikipedia? The former lady's Wikipedia. Before we get back to this. Binanın temeli, Purple Big C says, bina temeliyle beraber kalkmamış. Binanın temeli yok. Kiralık katil bu adamlar. Oha. Bro, look at this. The building has no fucking foundation.
Arkadaşlar, depremin gücü burada daha net ortada.
Yo, that's not supposed to happen, dude. What the fuck? Like, no matter how powerful an earthquake is, like, that's not supposed to happen. Ne yapmışlar lan? Adam resmen temel koymamışlar mı? Ne yapmışlar yani? Zeminde sıvışlama deniyor buna.
Binada çizik yok, cam kırılmamış. Bina temeliyle birlikte kalkmış.
The fucking building is untouched. As in, like, what did they do? Did they just like not put anything underneath it? Minecraft'ta ev yaparken bile 2 blok alta giriyoruz. Bunlar onu da yapmamış. So they just didn't put they didn't like adequately put a foundation in or something? Like it looks like the building is fine. The building is fine overall. So what happened? Was this was like one of those instances where like they're like, okay, either we make sure the building is fine and don't put a foundation in, or we put a foundation in, but then the building will fucking be destroyed in the instance of an earthquake. And it's like they decided to go against it. Like, is that... I'm a glass half full kind of guy. It's more that the building was built really well.
Abi inanamıyorum. Şuraya bakar mısın? Herif bu var ya fay mı geçmiş başkan buradan? Vallahi. Bu var ya. Görünüşe göre. Temelle beraber kalkmış abi. Arkadaşlar.
The foundation is lifted up. What the fuck? Wait, I don't get it. What the fuck? What just happened? What happened here? Kahramanmaraş'ta doğmuştur. Gazi Üniversitesi Eczacılık Fakültesi bitirmiştir. Adalet ve Kalkınma Partisi Kahramanmaraş İl Kadın Kolları Yönetim Kurulu üyeliği, başkan görevi. TBMM 25-26. dönem Kahramanmaraş milletvekilidir. Evli ve 2 çocuk annesidir. Tam başka bir bok yok ki kadının zaten Wikipedia'sında. Ne istiyorsunuz benden? You guys were like, bro, you gotta look at her Wikipedia. You gotta look at her Wikipedia. Okay, we looked at the Wikipedia. There's nothing here. The only thing that remains is the top of the hour ad break, which comes and goes at the top of the hour. There's nothing here except the top of the hour ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You know? Building had no piles for foundation and a raft footing instead. Yıkılan binanın müteahhidi. Hatay'la yerde bile olan Güçlü Bahçe City'nin müteahhidi Servet Altaş. Her yer yıkıldı, benim binam mı mesele? Bana binayı soramazsınız. Oh my god. No, he did not say this, bro. This guy, Servet Altaş, who is the contractor of Güçlü Bahçe City, which was destroyed in Hatay, said, did he actually say this? In the aftermath of the calamities that he contributed to directly, okay? Which is a new city or a new apartment complex. He said, everywhere was destroyed, not just my building. Why are you asking me about my building? Don't ask me about my building. He said, everyone else got destroyed too. Why are you coming to me? Don't ask me about my building. This is the building that the YouTuber, remember, Charmcal, the YouTuber that was helping his mother move in, who said his his mother was like asking for help, begging for help, screaming inside of the rubble as he was able to basically get out. Whose mom we now know has passed away. That's the building contractor. What do you do with this guy? He's a murderer. He's a murderer, and he should be treated as a murderer. In a just world, he would be treated like the murderer he is. This is a new building. All I'm saying is, and someone also pointed this out in the chat, the Chinese government would directly execute these guys. Capital punishment, straight up. Literally. That's what they would do. Straight up. Remember in China when there was a guy who was like selling bad baby formula? Done. Done. Executed by the state immediately. I'm no fan of capital punishment, but goddamn, dude. I mean, these guys get no punishment whatsoever. No accountability whatsoever. Holy shit.
Survivors have gathered at the site of the rescue mission. There's shelter and hot meals. And in the bitter cold, they huddle around these fires, everyone with a story of the horror they've survived. The shock, the trauma, the pain visible on every face. Parents doing what they can to try and make their little ones forget. Many here are anxiously awaiting news of their loved ones and friends buried under what's left of their homes.
Get down. They're asking us to get down, and we believe this is because they're scanning the building, the wreckage.
This is a very, very careful and delicate operation that's going on to try and see if they can locate any survivors, because so far they haven't been able to. No survivors yet, only lifeless bodies pulled. It's been 3 days. Why can't they get my son out? This father wails. As night falls, the rest of the family wait desperately for any news of 25-year-old Sert. They've been out here for 3 long nights.
It's so bad because all is night. We are thinking my family, my relate things. My cousin's my cousin's dead. He's crying so much. He's wonder her.
Aleykümselam arkadaşlar.
Dad, we saw him earlier. He was crying. He was crying.
Yes,
earlier.
we are all is crying. That's why I don't know how to say. All is we should.
Askoloğlu, thank you for the raid. Aleykümselam gelenlere. Biz burada devam ediyoruz İngilizce coverage'ımıza.
And that is all they and countless others can do right now. Cumana Karachi, CNN, Adana, Turkey.
Yalnız bir şey söyleyeceğim. Amerikan medyası ciddi Amerikan ve Batı medyası Türk medyasından daha iyi Türkiye'yi cover ederken. Yani açıkça söyleyeyim. Bunun tabii ki de nedenleri belli. %100 yani. Bu böyle bir şey yok yani. Bu kadar açık adamları gösteriyorlar. Devlet burada değil diyorlar. Açık söylüyorlar yani. Türk medyasında göremiyorsun bunu. İnanılmaz. Sadece Haskoloğlu, Careyn, Elrain, kendine müzisyen. Bu adamlar sadece gösteriyorlar yani. Hükümet medyasının göstermediği şeyi sadece Twitch'te görüyorsun. Böyle bir şey olur mu ya? Nasıl bir durum bu yani? İnanılmaz bir durum. Bunlar Allah'tan bu arada kapatmıyorlar Twitch'i. Neden kapatmıyorlar bilmiyorum ama helal olsun. İyi ki kapatmıyorlar amına koyayım. Oğuzhan. Evet, Oğuzhan'ı unutma. YouTube'da da var. YouTube'da da gazeteciler iyi iş yapıyorlar, evet. Fikir verme. Yok abi, biz bir şey yapmıyoruz. Biz oyun oynuyoruz burada, tamam mı? Devlet gelip buraya bakarsa biz oyun oynuyoruz. Bizim yaptığımız bir şey yok arkadaşlar. Çok seviyoruz biz Erdoğan'a. Oyun oynuyoruz sadece. Hiç alakamız yok yani deprem mevrem. Çok iyi durumlar. Devlet çok iyi şey yapıyor. Ben geleceğim. Ne olur izin verin, ben bir kelliğim için gelip saç ektirmem lazım zaten. Beni hapse atmayın gelirsem lütfen. Ondan para topluyorum aslında. Depremle alakası yok. Gelip de saç ektirirsem hapse atmasınlar diye. I'm saying it's shocking that one, Western media coverage on this has been significantly better than Turkish media coverage on it, because Turkish media is like beholden to the interests of the government, right? So they do not show the inadequacies, do not show the lack of resources on the ground. And then also on top of that, I joked and I said that, you know, I'm only raising money so I can go back to Turkey without being arrested for when I inevitably get a hair transplant surgery. Okay? That's what I'm just fucking around.
Hello, welcome to BBC World News. More than 16,000 people are now known to have died after Monday's earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. And aid agencies are concerned there may be
I am a servant of the British after all. İngiliz uşağıyız.
a second wave of deaths. There has been criticism of the Turkish government's response, but President Erdogan says it wasn't possible to be prepared for disasters on this scale.
Amerika'da böyle olsa olay ne yaparlardı? Burada hani 99'da nasıl anasını siktilerse devletin, nasıl devlet Allah belanızı versin, hiçbir bok yapmadınız diye. Amerika'da da böyle söylerler açık açık. Amerika'da bir şey değişmiyor ki. If the American government is inadequate in crisis response and crisis management, which it often is, yes, the American media will criticize it. It's not as bad, but ultimately, because in America we all assume that the government is always like working or whatever, or that we assume that the media is private and not beholden to the interests of the government. Ultimately, people don't realize that they're being fucked over. You know what I mean? En azından istifa ediyorlar. Yok etmiyorlar. Burada da etmiyor orospu çocukları ya. Valla. Gerçekten burada da etmiyorlar.
Our Middle East correspondent Anna Foster, who was among the first journalists to reach the epicenter zone, sent this report from the Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş.
The devastating power of the earth.
Arkadaşlar Trump çok adam öldürdü Covid'den. Hatırlayın. Hiçbir bok olmadı yani. Öyle istifa olmadı ama sadece ya biz çok adam öldürdük abi Covid'le. İnanılmaz adam öldürdük Covid'le. Kimse istifa etmedi yani. Medya devamlı cover etti. Ne oldu? Hiçbir bok olmadı.
Seen from the air. Swathes of this city lie in ruins. Buildings, homes, lives.
I'm trying to describe to the Turks that, like, in America, the media actually does cover like the government's inadequacies, but ultimately nothing really changes. Like, because they were like, well, some Turks in the chat were like, well, at least like people, you know, are forced into retirement, right? Or they resign, right? And I'm like, no. You know where they resign? Japan. They either resign in disgrace or like straight up fucking, you know, seppuku themselves, okay? Meanwhile, in Turkey, these motherfuckers get elevated to higher positions of power the more they fuck up.
Many cities, the search now isn't for survivors. It's only for the dead.
Yeah, Sudoku themselves.
When the rubble shows a sign, the digger stops.
Harakiri diyorum, evet.
Behind this blanket, an arm reveals a body. Slowly, carefully, it's uncovered. And then, the moment of realization. A father lost. The goodbye is painful and public. And here in Maraş, ambulances are now hearses.
They've spent the whole day here searching for bodies, and the light is starting to fade now, but the rescuers say that they will come.
Bunlar Türk medyasına gösterilmiyor. Yeah. Stop. That image that you just saw is incredibly heartbreaking. And the Turks in the chat are saying they never show this on Turkish media. They never show that on Turkish media. They literally are only showing like positive recovery efforts. They only show like, oh, look, you know, they're on the site. They put the cameras, they train the cameras on like a little baby coming out of the wreckage, which is important. You know what I mean? That is important to show as well. but they only show the miracles, okay? And never the horrifying atrocities that have taken place. And that's deliberate. That's by design. They're only showing miracle recoveries, okay? Never this. Even though we know, if you look at the fucking numbers, the miracle recoveries are not the norm. This is the norm. I mean, 17,000 plus as an undercounting, underreported number.
Come back tomorrow, and the next day they will return to sites like this for as long as it takes to return loved ones to their relatives. They're rare now, but there are still moments of hope. A little girl, healthy and alive after 3 days buried. The rescuers celebrate. She says her siblings are down there too. Today, President Erdogan came to visit those who've lost everything. But there's growing anger that help is coming too slowly, and there isn't enough of it. He says it's impossible to prepare for disasters on this scale.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. That's so sick. I love when the elected representatives come over to the fucking scene of the crimes that they've committed and go, oh, fuck, man, there's just nothing else we could have done. You know? Just absolutely nothing. Our hands are tied, you know? Fuck. It's just really fucked up how, you know, it's fate. It's fate, actually. Adam kader diyor şaka gibi. Evet, aynen. Kader abi, kader. Yapacak bir şey yok. Allah cezasını verecek bir gün inşallah.
Bazı yerlerde
We had some problems in some places
Ve buna inanıyorlar amına koyayım. Oğlum, bu adamlar kafayı yemiş. Yapacak bir şey yok. Bu adamlar bizde de var abi. Amerika'da da var böyle manyağı. Amerika'da da var böyle manyağı. Devlet götünü sikiyor. Ondan sonra dönüyor diyor ki biraz daha sik lütfen. Çok hoşuma gidiyor diyorlar. Aynen bizde de var abi. Bizde de var. Her yerde var böyle manyaklar. Emin olun, yapmayın etmeyin abi. Bu kadar var. Var. People don't understand. They think like this is exclusive. This kind of idiocy. And this like lack of awareness of how hard the people are getting fucked, and their consistent admiration for those who are doing the fucking is you know, unique to Turkey. It's not. It's not. The only difference between here in America and Turkey is that people are still more active politically. They don't check out, you know, which of course happens on both sides. That's why you have the popular support that Erdogan has been able to consistently cultivate. In America, we check out. A lot of people just don't vote because they've checked out after years and years and years of government incompetence. Of course, it's never to this degree. Do not misunderstand me. This is like rampant corruption. I mean, this is a totally different level of corruption. America is very corrupt too, but at least they like offer a margin, a crumb, just some amenities, you know what I mean, in comparison to Turkey. Now, Turkey's better in other areas. I mean, we don't have healthcare. We don't have fucking free healthcare. You know what I mean? Turkey doesn't have any money because it's literally lining up the pockets of these fucking assholes. And yet they still at least like offer free healthcare to a certain degree. You know what I mean? I know it's bad, but remember that shit. Vergilerle bedava değil ki. Oğlum tamam, zaten her yerde vergilerle. Ne anlatıyorsun? Evet. Biz hem vergi veriyoruz hem bir de üstüne para veriyoruz amına koyayım. Hiçbir şey olmuyor. Oğlum arkadaşlar, böyle biz çok bekliyoruz diye laf ediyorsunuz. Emin ol. Emin ol, bilmiyorsun. Tamam, bizim burada hastaneler otel gibi ama anlamıyorsunuz abi. $60.000 amına koyayım normal surgery. Yapmayın etmeyin. MRI çekmek istiyorsun. Beklemesi yine hayvan gibi uzun süre bekliyorsun. Ondan sonra bir de üstüne üstlük 30 bin dolar veriyorsun MRI'ya. Ne yapacaksın? Burada da bekliyorsun abi. Hem bekliyorsun hem 30 bin dolar veriyorsun üstüne. Yapmayın. Etmeyin. Burada çocuk doğurduğun zaman, Amerikan hastanesinde çocuk doğurduğun zaman en az 200 bin dolar. Var mı cebinde 200 bin dolar çocuk doğurmak için amına koyayım? Öyle durumda gideceksin köyde doğuracaksın yani şeyin içine. Veterinerle. Atma lan mı? Atma lan mı? Bana bak atma lan diyor hayvan. İnanamıyorum. I'm telling the Turkish people that like our healthcare system is fundamentally fucking broken and how expensive it is to have a child. Okay? And I said it's like around $200,000. Okay, I was wrong. It says it's $18,000 on average. Including pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum care. But that is wait, what? There is no way. Where is it 18,000? Are they talking about after insurance? There's no shot. There's no fucking, am I crazy? This is not correct. The average cost of pre-postnatal care was $12,000 according to the Guttmacher Institute in 2010. Hasan liberal ark. Ne liberal arkı lan? Hemen 2010'da 12 bin dolar. O yalan zaten şu anda da. How much does childbirth cost? Okay, this estimate says 32,000 and this is 5 years old. Interactive map showing the cost of childbirth worldwide. Where is the map? What the fuck? Well, no interactive map for you. The college is closed. Kendin de şaşırdın amına koyayım, çocuk yapacaksın şimdi. Yok lan, saçmalamayın. 200k TL demek istedim de çıkışın içinden. Yok no. I overestimated. I was wrong. I mean, it's still insanely expensive. I don't know where I got that number from. Wasn't there like a fucking bill? Wasn't there a bill recently, like a hospital bill that was going around where it's like $1,000 just to see your son? Like just to touch your son and shit? I've seen incredible bills. Hospital bills. TR'de olsa öyle olay çocuk çıkmaz. It's 20k after insurance. Is 200k billed to insurance? I mean, that's what I was saying, but these estimations are saying even with insurance. Ha! This is what I mean. Look at this. Stella Apo Osei Tuam and her husband did everything by the book. They went to a hospital covered by insurance, saw an obstetrician in their plan, but when their 3 sons, triplets, were born prematurely, the bill started rolling in. The hospital charged her family $877,000 total. Hospitals charged $32,000 for an uncomplicated vaginal birth and newborn care. That's in 2013. And $51,000 for a standard cesarean section. C-section. Arkadaşlar söylüyorum size. İnanılmaz şeyler var. Dad says hospital charge $39 to hold newborn baby. Yeah. Skin to skin after C-section, $31,000. Total charges was $13,280. And the insurance covered most of it, so they ended up paying $1,600. Anyway. Ondan sonra bir de şey yok. Kindergarten her şeyi cebinden ödüyorsun. Bir de onlar var. Yeah. Anyway, there are insane numbers out there depending on situations. Samanlığa fırlatırım, o parayı vermem, o ne AQ. Abi karını mı atacaksın samanlığa? Bebekleri çıkarttıktan sonra ödemek zorundasın zaten. Parayı ödemezsen ne yapıyorlar? Çocuğu geri mi sokuyorlar? Turkish people are so funny. They're learning how insanely expensive it is to give birth in America. And they're like, so what do they do if you don't pay? Do they shove the baby back? One person in the chat literally just said, yeah, so what are you supposed to do? I would just throw them in the fucking fireplace, you know? Fuck it. That's too much. Just suck it back in, dude. Öğrenciye indirim var mı dedi. Ya, ne indirimi oğlum? Yok öyle bir şey. Neyse hiç anlamıyorsunuz oğlum. Emin olun gerçekten anlamıyorsunuz. Çok kötü durum burada.
Like airports in the beginning, we had problems on the roads, but it's better today and it will be even better tomorrow.
Bodies now fill this sports hall. More are arriving all the time. Among them, Eunice's fiancé. They were just weeks away from getting married.
I was planning to dress her with a wedding dress, but now I'll dress her with a funeral shroud. I'm like the walking dead. I'm a living dead. I lost my feelings, I lost my feelings.
Each of these bundles marks a future cut short. A family separated. Every hour, the death toll rises. And even now, it's impossible to know how many lives this quake has claimed. Anna Foster, BBC News, Maraş.
Well, we can talk live to Anna now. Anna, the grief in your report is almost unbearable to watch. Just tell us what's happening there where you are now in Gaziantep, that major city.
Yeah, this is just a couple of hours away from Maraş. We travelled here in the very early hours of this morning. And really the scenes, when you see them, they almost, because they all look the same, these collapsed buildings, these piles of rubble.
Turks in the chat saying not a single fucking channel in Turkish media has shown any of these images. İlk göz görüyorum bunları. They're saying, the Turks in the chat saying, this is the first time I'm seeing images like this. They do not show any of this. Why? Because they're working in unison with the government. Okay? Türkler, Amerika'da da biz böyle yapıyoruz. Biz savaşa gidiyoruz ya hani, dünyanın amına koyuyoruz ya ordularımızla. Böyle göstermiyoruz ordunun yaptığı şeyleri burada Amerika'da. Aynen bu şekilde. O yüzden yani anlayın, bizim de özel medya Amerikan devletiyle beraber çalışıyor. I'm telling the Turkish people in the chat that like our government does this as well. It's called manufacturing consent, and they do it in an identical capacity for all of our conquests overseas, and they never show the negative consequences of our military actions overseas and only show like victories every now and then.
Rubble and the dust that you can maybe see in the air as well. It's just replicated in so many cities and so many towns.
Hayır, Erdoğan iyi değil amına koyayım. Salak salak konuşmayın. Bizde de kötü durumlar. Her yerde durumlar kötü. Sizde ekstra kötü. Niye anlamıyorsunuz bunu ya? Allah Allah. Kafayı yiyeceğim ha. Hala Erdoğan'a kafam karıştı. Erdoğan'a vereyim o zaman oy. Manyak mısınız oğlum? Abi o meme. Ortalık çok karışık abi. RT'ye basacağız mecbur. Salaklar ya. Meme. Memenizi sikeyim sizin.
Southern Turkey. And as you say as well, those images of absolute grief and anguish, you know, sounds beyond words when people are waiting on the edge of sites like this, and when they finally find the bodies of their loved ones and they have to identify them, even though they know that they're trapped in there, just that moment is awful to watch. It is a terrible thing for people to have to experience, and it is happening on such a huge scale across this part of southern Turkey. We talk about the death toll, don't we, and the fact that it's rising by thousands every day. And because when you have buildings like this, huge buildings like this, whole apartment blocks, you have no idea how many people were in there. But in the main, they were full because this happened at night when people were asleep in their beds. And that's why so many people have been killed, and that is why the death toll continues to rise, and why it will continue to rise in the coming days even further.
And Anna, you can see the way that the heavy machinery behind you is just chewing through the huge chunks of concrete. Is there a difference in how rescuers approach buildings depending on how they collapsed, whether they went down in one or go over sideways, depending how, you know, how that might sort of influence the outcome of whether people survive in there?
You're right, you're absolutely right, and that really does change the way they do things. So in buildings like this, where you can see that it's just quite clearly toppled floor onto floor onto floor, everything down into the foundation, they search it like this. They get big diggers and earth-moving machinery, and essentially they just sweep that rubble, and when they see, it sounds so awful to describe, but when they see maybe an arm or a hand or some clothing or something that looks like it might be a body, then they will stop and they will remove that body with as much dignity as they can. With the buildings that don't look quite like that, the ones that have fallen sideways maybe, where it gives you those spaces, they do that in a much more painstaking, much more careful way. They listen to what's going on inside. Sometimes they will ask people around to be quiet if they think they can hear voices, because of course those buildings, they offer a chance for life, they offer a chance for survival in those voids, but they also are incredibly unstable as well, and something like this will well bring the rest of the building down. So you do see those two very different approaches happening at the moment, depending on whether they are looking for survivors or, in cases of buildings like this, whether they are just looking for bodies.
Okay, Anna, and thanks so much. Anna Foster, Middle East correspondent now in Gaziantep.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has defended his government's response to the catastrophic earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Erdogan says it was almost impossible to prepare for the disaster, considering its scale. The death toll from...
Yeah, that's his take. He's like, dude, it's too big. The earthquake was too big, dude. Famously, earthquakes never happen in Turkey, nor does it happen worldwide. So, like, who could have fucking known such a horrible thing could have happened? It's like, bro, you did. You fucking said it. He literally said it back in like 99. In 2003, he literally said, oh, this is the fault of the government. The government should have prepared better for this. Now that he's been the government for the past fucking multiple decades, he's like, oh, who could have prepared for such a thing? It's crazy, madness. Nobody could have foreseen this happening, you know?
The quake has now reached more than 15,000. International rescue teams have joined forces with local emergency crews in the worst affected areas, but hope of finding more survivors is fading fast.
Ulan Türkler 31'i global yaptınız yani. Hayvanlığınızın sınırı yok, yemin ederim ha. İnanamıyorum yani. Amerikalılar burada 31 yazıp duruyor devamlı chatte. Yuh yani, yuh. Ayılığın sınırı yok yani gerçekten.
And in many places like Turkey's Hatay province, residents say they've seen little outside help.
For days, these residents have spent the night here. camped amongst the ruins of homes in Hatay
The worst
province.
part of this catastrophe is
One
that
of the
now
hardest
31
hit
is a
by
global
Monday's
concept
quakes.
that Americans understand now.
They say they can still hear voices coming from under the rubble, but have been left without any help to save their loved ones. Rescue teams, equipment and emergency support is now starting to arrive here, but many fear it's come too late.
Bana diyorsunuz rezil etmeyin, siz rezil
And their
ediyorsunuz amına koyayım.
frustrations are now turning to anger. We have 30 dead in there. Is our state really incapable? Are they so incapable? I have no words. 30 bodies have been lying here until the morning. Turkey's president is acutely aware of the fingers now being pointed at him and his government's response to the disaster. And while visiting some of the worst affected areas on Wednesday, he did admit that they had encountered some problems. Certainly there have been shortfalls. As the conditions have become clear, it is impossible to prepare to face a disaster like this. The opposition leader sees things differently, though, blaming the president for the destruction. There is only one person responsible for this catastrophe, and that is Erdogan. For 20 years, he has failed to prepare the country for earthquakes. International emergency and rescue teams are now up and running, with crews from more than 24 countries taking part in the rescue mission. And despite fears that the window to find more survivors is closing, there is still hope that more people may be found alive. With moments like this, providing emergency teams with all the motivation they need to carry on the search for signs of life.
Let's bring in our correspondent Terry Schultz here. She's at an aid center in Adana. That's one of the worst affected regions in southern Turkey. Terry, what's the situation there right now?
Good morning, Terry. We are currently in a suburb of Adana, Çukurova, and it, in fact, is not one of the areas hardest hit by the quake, but we spent time here yesterday at collapsed buildings, and I just spoke with the mayor who said 400 people in his community have been lost. And as you can see behind me, there are some 400 tents and 1,200 people here. But as we have seen throughout the country, people seem to be in relatively good spirits, and most of all, they are so welcoming. And I just want to share with you some new friends I made immediately upon arrival here. This is Irene. She's 8 years old. And Mirkan, come here. And when I came up with my TV makeup on my face, they said, "Can we have some lipstick?" And so, Irene, you asked me to give you lipstick, didn't you? And look at her. And Mirkan, she's only 3. Her lipstick has gone a bit awry, but all of us know exactly how that goes. Thank you, girls. And as you can see, of course, we do have their parents' permission. Oh, my gosh, highlight of my day, definitely. So, sorry for the noise behind us. There are trucks arriving here with aid. And as I said, I just spoke with the mayor of Çukurova, who said that they have enough food and enough water for the moment, but no one knows how the situation will continue to develop. Oh, my girls are still here. Terry?
Yes, many people, Terry, in the affected regions there are angry that help hasn't arrived sooner. What are you hearing from those you're talking to there?
Yes, of course, we see those reactions. I read them. I keep track of them on other media. And I did ask the mayor about this. I said, are you receiving aid from the national government? What has President Erdogan delivered to you? And he said that they are mostly getting local donations. There are piles of clothes around. We saw some bread delivered. And again, this is not an area that is facing the absolute worst devastation. The buildings around us right now are still standing and not visibly damaged. but he said they will need aid in the days to come. In addition to the 1,200 people living in these tents, he said there are thousands sleeping in the streets, burning what they can find to stay warm, and there's no telling how long this situation will go on. We've been feeling, we've been hearing about the aftershocks continuing, and so people are very concerned that while they may feel okay today on a sunny day with no aftershocks, no one has any idea how long they are going to need to continue supporting people who can't go back to their homes.
Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has declared a 3-month state of emergency. Is that something that's likely to help people on the ground there, Terry?
Well, I think that will be their hope if the situation continues. The mayor did not talk to me about what kind of national programs they might be needing. But of course, you've heard our other reporters talk about this across southern Turkey. Again, here where I am right now, people seem to have enough of everything. In fact, as I've been reporting, they keep trying to give us juice. I've got a cup of tea here on the ground. Someone just came by and asked Adrian if he wants some soup. So they seem to be okay for now. But no one knows how long that will last. And again, throughout the rest of this region, people are in much, much worse condition. And here, the people standing around me say time and again, thank you for coming. Thank you for your help. Please keep us in your thoughts. We are going to need more international assistance.
Speaking of international assistance, Terry, are you seeing some international relief workers in that region? Are you seeing Turkish relief workers in the form of the army, for example?
Well, here at the aid center, there's no army, but all the tents that you see behind me, they have AFAD on them. This is the Turkish National Relief Organization, so they have set up the tents. The workers here are from that organization, so clearly they do have support from the national organizations at the moment. We do not see any international aid workers nor anyone speaking English here in this camp, which is not so surprising. Perhaps the aid is best needed elsewhere, and particularly in the search and rescue operations. Again, yesterday we saw the Bulgarian Red Cross on the scene with the sniffer dogs, and they were moving on to other areas where there were still people believed to be buried. And I can just say that it bolsters everyone's spirits when, as we heard this morning, people are still being pulled alive from the rubble in other parts of southern Turkey. So rescue operations will not cease.
Terry, thank you very much for now. Our correspondent Terry Schultz there in southern Turkey.
Arkadaşlar yeter, iyice hayvanladınız ha. Hemen bir baktım yani. İyi ki bir söyledim yani 31'i. Evet, kafayı yediniz, yeter. Timeout'a koyacağım ha eğer devam ederseniz böyle. Azdınız yani.
The United Nations is hoping to resume aid deliveries to Syria, broken off by the earthquakes. Rescue efforts in Syria are being complicated by the 12-year civil war. The affected area is divided between government-controlled territory and a rebel-held enclave where millions rely on humanitarian aid delivered through Turkey. A DW team is in the region, including one colleague who lost his own house. This exclusive report comes from the town of Harem.
Digging through the rubble in the Syrian town of Harem. Just one of hundreds in the region that have been flattened by the quake. Rescuers often just using their bare hands or the most basic of tools. Rafat is one of the locals frustrated by the lack of proper digging machinery. That's compounded by exhaustion after working 2 days without sleep. We need help from other countries. We're getting some equipment, but we have people under the rubble and we're trying to pull them out. We have mallets, but what good are mallets? What we really need is heavy equipment to rescue people. They've been under the rubble for 48 hours, and we need heavy equipment to get them out. Some bulldozers have arrived, but they're not nearly enough given the widespread scale of destruction. And hopes of finding more survivors are diminishing by the hour. While the able-bodied assist with rescue efforts, others are left to ponder what's next for them.
We don't have any clothes or any possessions anymore. We were in the streets in the rain, without socks or anything. We don't have anyone to stay with. My siblings died in Aleppo.
Rafat and the other helpers in Harem will continue to hammer away until their mission is complete. And after that, they'll have another massive task, rebuilding their village.
In southeast Turkey, there are moments of hope. Survivors found a...
This one is specifically and directly talking about the infrastructure, the inadequacies in regulation to build earthquake-proof infrastructure and buildings specifically.
The destruction, how well buildings protected residents played a significant role in lives saved and lost. Before this, Turkey was aware of the risks. The edge of the Anatolian plate runs through the country, and it's at these boundaries where one of the Earth's tectonic plates meets another that friction can build up and be released as an earthquake. Now, this is a broad overview of the earthquakes Turkey has experienced over the last 120 years. You can see they're frequent, although there are long periods between quakes with a high magnitude seen at the top of this graph, events often connected with a greater loss of life, shown here by a larger circle. And it's this knowledge, this opportunity to prepare, which has made some angry about the performance of construction in the region where thousands of buildings collapsed.
Earthquakes are actually a part of our lives, our history. So we live in a first-degree earthquake zone as a country. However, we turn this into a natural disaster with an unsensible, opportunistic, or greedy manner, I mean.
We'll come back to Turkey in a moment, but broadly, when a building is being designed, one main concern is whether the structure can withstand the weight bearing straight down. At an earthquake, though, it shakes a building in all directions, and if horizontal forces aren't considered, they can tear joints apart. Now, this is a model of a Turkish housing block during an earthquake. Anything red implies that part of the building crushed, anything blue is a fracture. Engineers have lots of ways to tackle this, from rubber shock absorbers and expensive dampers, such as those used in the Torre Mayor skyscraper in Mexico City, to allowing parts of the building to crumple, just like a modern car during a crash, absorbing energy to try and protect life. What's notable about the images from Turkey, however, is that some buildings appear to have completely collapsed, with floors stacking on top of each other, what's known as pancaking. This is the worst-case scenario when it comes to earthquake performance. Now, after the 1999 quake in northwest Turkey, which killed more than 17,000 people, investigations found many construction faults, including the use of corrosive beach sand in concrete. Turkey reacted by updating building regulations several times, most recently in 2018. Regulations now considered consistent with the best US or Japanese code. There will still be significant numbers of older buildings not covered by...
Except it wasn't. The problem is, it was supposed to, but it wasn't. And the reason why it wasn't was because the same people that are supposed to be regulating and making sure that the buildings are up to standard and up to code were friends and lining up the pockets of the same people that were developing the buildings to begin with, that were stealing resources. The developers, who are friends to the government, and the government, who don't give a fuck, were hand in hand. Which is why it's murder. That's the reason why it's murder.
By these, which you might expect to still perform poorly. But look at this image of the Turkish town of Izlahiye, particularly this white building over here. Google Street View shows it was still being constructed in 2020, the weight of the floors suspended above a large empty shop space. Now, that is a difficult design to survive an earthquake. And despite the regulations, recent satellite image appear to show that it completely collapsed. The same is true for several recently constructed buildings on this street.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, advertisements have circulated appearing to show buildings...
Altına bir mikros koyduğun zaman götüne giriyor işte bina direkt olarak. Bunu bilene they, like we said, we talked about this already, but like time and time again, this was a part of like a lot of Turkish construction because they wanted to cut columns and put a fucking market underneath the building to make more money from commercial real estate. And That's exactly what happened. And the worst part of it is, like, the residents knew. The residents knew at the time because it had happened time and time again. It even happened when there was no earthquake. Sometimes buildings would collapse when there's no fucking earthquake. When they did this kind of thing. So the residents would, like, sue the government, or not sue the government, sue the developer, try to fucking change it. Nothing. What can you say other than this is just, like, this is malicious negligence. It's corruption. It's deliberate. It is by design. They killed people.
Claiming to comply with regulations, buildings which collapsed. It's these kind of examples that some suggest show codes weren't tightly enforced. But engineers warn that until investigations are complete, not every collapse is a clear sign of design failure.
There are two massive earthquakes that have happened in fairly rapid succession. And so we see images, for example, of buildings that have survived the first earthquake and are standing and then are collapsed by the second earthquake event. But, you know, you can't design it for two such large events when it's already been weakened and damaged.
Here's the other question. No one trusts the government. So who's going to trust that now the adequate inspectors are going to go in? Now the right inspectors are going to go in and look and find blame. How are you going to trust the judges to deliver justice? How are you going to trust the prosecutors to open up investigations? How are you going to trust the people making the assessment? You can't. If the people can't even trust the recovery teams that the government has put forward, how do you expect them to trust the investigations that will be conducted in the aftermath? You can't. Part of the reason why I didn't donate funds to Afad and instead donated funds to Ahbab and Akut, two non-governmental organizations, is for this reason. People trust Haluk Levent, a fucking musician, more than they trust the government. That's the situation on the ground. So how do you rebuild? How do you rebuild that trust? Will there ever be justice served?
Critics, however, point to Turkey's numerous construction amnesties, most recently in 2018, which allowed illegal buildings to be given a certificate of approval if they paid a fee. Arrests followed Turkey's 1999 earthquake. Investigations will have to determine whether things could have been better this time around.
President Zelensky is in Europe addressing the British Parliament and the European Union and renewing.
All right. We're going to move on to some American and international news, including the spy balloon. I don't really care about the Zelensky aid stuff. But I do care about the Chinese balloon, baby. America is haunted by the specter of the Chinese Communist Party's balloon.
A lot of questions about that balloon. Joining us now is NBC's Dan DeLuz. Dan, what more can you tell us about what we're learning about
I'll continue with more updates if more updates happen on the ground in Turkey.
Interesting new details now being shared by the Biden administration about this program. One really interesting detail is we knew that there were U-2 spy planes that flew over the balloon to try to collect information about it. And what they found through high-resolution photographs is that this balloon had the ability to eavesdrop. It had signals intelligence capability. And that is one detail that's now emerged. They're confirming that on the record now. Also, that this was a program directed by the Chinese military. So it was an explicit military program, according to the Biden administration, and also that the manufacturer of the balloons is basically a company in the defense industry in China. So very much part of the military defense complex in China. And also, officials are indicating they're going to be sharing more information about the program, more details, when I think there's some challenge in declassifying some of the intelligence about the program. The other thing is there are still major questions, though, that have not been answered, which is who knew what when, and why was it that the military and the intelligence agencies, it really took them literally years to figure out that these vehicles flying into the airspace were indeed Chinese balloons.
Wait, that's it? There's got to be more, right? There's got to be more on the fucking balloon. Because as far as I understand, the recovery efforts are happening. And pieces of the Chinese balloon are now being set for analysis
here. The U.S. Navy has now
here.
found parts of that Chinese spy balloon off the East Coast, and now the Pentagon is revealing how it tracked it across the country. A U.S. Navy team recovering pieces of the balloon off the coast of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We have learned tonight an unmanned underwater vehicle is now examining the wreckage for explosives. U.S. authorities suspect there could have been explosives as a way for the balloon to self-destruct. Here's our Chief Global Affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, again tonight.
There's two questions I have. Okay, two questions. One, if this is somehow a unique surveillance capability, why did the Pentagon say it wasn't? Okay, which they haven't said it has any kind of like unique additional surveillance capabilities that they couldn't use, where they couldn't use like any sort of conventional means. But also, why the fuck didn't they pop it? That is the main question I have. The second question I have is, what the fuck is China sending balloons that are very clearly visible over the U.S. airspace? Why are they doing that? Because it's funny. I mean, people don't do that because it's funny. Chinese satellites shines ominous green lasers over Hawaii Islands. On January 28th, a mysterious satellite was caught on camera by the telescope on Hawaii's tallest peak as it captured an ominous green laser over Hawaii Islands. Chinese officials are now reporting it was an atmospheric monitoring satellite that studies air pollution. Update: the green laser lights were recorded shooting down from the sky over Hawaii were not from the NASA Atlas satellite, but instead came from Chinese officials. NASA claimed it wasn't their satellite. To test our response, that's a dumb reason. There has to be a different reason. To test our response is stupid. Especially because, yeah, we're going to blow it up. I don't know why the fuck they haven't blown... My question is, if this was unique, why the fuck didn't they blow it up sooner? Because they knew that it was entering the U.S. airspace. One of the things I did see was that, like, the initial classified balloon report wasn't flagged as urgent, drawing criticism. Now people are mad
Bit by tattered bit, salvage teams have pulled the remnants of the Chinese high-altitude balloon out of the Atlantic Ocean, learning its secrets now just a matter of time. The first recovered parts already at Quantico for FBI analysis. CNN has reviewed parts of an Air Force report from last April that showed the trajectory of one high-altitude balloon that flew around the world in 2019 during the Trump administration. According to the report, called People's Republic of China High-Altitude Balloons, the balloon was launched and controlled by China as it drifted near Hawaii and over southern Florida at 65,000 feet. But it's unclear when the U.S. first became aware of the 2019 balloon or its intent. A House Armed Services Committee hearing on the threat China poses to U.S. national security focused on this balloon.
Make no mistake, that balloon was intentionally launched as a calculated show of force. We have to stop being naive about the threat we face from China.
The commander of Northern Command in NORAD, General Glenn Van Herk, acknowledged there was an awareness gap that allowed 3 balloons to overfly parts of the United States during the Trump administration. China's initial apology for this latest incident they claimed was a weather balloon has turned into indignation. China says the balloon debris doesn't belong to the U.S. and they want it back.
What I can say is that this airship belongs to China.
That's so funny, dude. I love that. Okay, that's pretty cool. They're like, it's a weather balloon, but it's our weather balloon, you fucking assholes. How dare you? Give my balloon back. I'm not kidding, dude. This is, God, this is so awesome. Straight up the funniest fucking type of discourse that we could be having. Didn't they not pop because they were worried that debris would land on civilians? Yeah, but okay. It doesn't matter because they could have popped it over other areas. They could have popped it over Alaska, where there are no fucking civilians. It's not like the balloon's trajectory directly was like, oh shit, we are on top of America. It didn't like materialize on top of Montana. You know what I mean? It materialized, or not even. NORAD was tracking it all the way from fucking China. Also, if they blew it up over Montana, like, I am still absolutely going to ride by my sentiment, my statement. I fucking believe that if they popped it over Montana, the likelihood that it would hit a person is low. The likelihood that they would hit a cow is high. Okay? They were worried of what? Hitting cattle? Is that what they were fucking worried about? They should be worrying about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And obviously there are ways to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Ways like subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Montanans get mad when you say they have a small population. I will never hear them because Montana does not have access to the internet. So how would they hear what I have to say and get mad at me? Yeah, I'm sure they would get mad if they could fucking have access to the internet, you know? Mocha Drip, thank you for the 5 gifted. Bomji, thank you for the 10 gifted, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I don't know why I'm turning into Andrew Tate. All right. Tesla, thank you for the 31 gifted. Here's the free minute ad break now. Do you think in your career you have made fun of every U.S. state? Yeah. The House briefing Thursday morning was tense, the sources said, with several Republicans railing against the administration, including GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who said that the Pentagon made the president, whom she noted she doesn't like, look weak by their actions. What the fuck's going on? Oh, my brother is here. I was like, what the fuck? This motherfucker. Like, who's moving trash cans around and shit outside? I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Turns out my brother's here. Murat! Sup X Chuck, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. All right. 65,000 feet is a long way to fall. There's no definitive way to ensure it wouldn't fall on someone or someone's property. They don't want to deal with the legal implications when they can shoot it down over the water. Anything the military considers sensitive tech isn't on the surface, as China could use a satellite to see top secret stuff. Yeah. That's why I'm saying if it was like legitimately a unique way to spy on American citizens or sensitive sites, I believe they would have shot it without any consideration of what they're shooting it over. Do you get what I'm saying? Also, the Pentagon itself, sub Chuck, thank you for another 5. Get the subs. So, what the fuck is this? Oh, we're going to talk about piece of shit Matt Walsh in a second. Actually, you know what? I'm done with this fucking balloon saga. Okay, we're done. We're moving on from the stupid ass balloon. Former Twitter executives are admitting to mistakes in blocking the Hunter Biden story.
Washington, where former Twitter executives were pressed during a combative congressional hearing, and they admitted there were mistakes in blocking a New York Post story about the president's son, Hunter Biden, just before the 2020 election. However, they deny that they were pressured to do so. Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge has more for us now. Catherine, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. This was the first major public hearing for the Republican-led House Oversight Committee to focus on President Biden and his family. With new hands on subpoena power, we're likely to see more demands for records soon.
With limited information, Twitter made a mistake.
Former Twitter executives told Congress the social media platform was wrong to suppress the New York Post reporting on Hunter Biden's laptop ahead of the 2020 election.
In hindsight, Twitter should have reinstated the Post account immediately.
Witnesses testified they wanted to avoid a repeat of the 2016 presidential race.
It's pretty clear you won't admit that the Russians have engaged in cyber attacks against
when Russian intelligence was blamed for hacking and sharing emails from then-candidate Hillary Clinton and the Democratic National Committee.
Twitter noticed activity related to the laptop that, at first glance, bore a lot of similarities to the 2016 Russian hack and leak operation. Our judgment was colored by the experience of 2016.
The former Twitter executives included James Baker, who was the FBI's top lawyer under then-director James Comey. He denied Twitter's decisions were dictated by the Bureau.
Sitting here today, I don't recall speaking to the FBI at all about the Hunter Biden matter.
Or the Biden campaign.
Did anyone from the Biden campaign or the Democratic National Committee direct Twitter to remove or take action against the New York Post story?
No.
Mr. Baker?
For chatters, like, I mean, I've joked around a lot about, like, the Hunter Biden penis and stuff. That part is totally valid. Like, combating revenge porn on the platform is totally valid. It is, however, not valid to stop the dissemination of a New York Post story because they thought that, it was, like, hacked material. Especially if the outlet itself redacted it. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's fair. Bulamadın mı? Allah Allah. I don't know where it is. En son gate'i açtım.
Same question to you, please.
Not to my knowledge, no.
After the hearing, Chairman Comer told CBS News his investigators are pivoting to the Biden family's finances. For the first time, the Republican-controlled committee has officially requested records and communications from Hunter Biden, James, the president's brother, and their business manager.
Once you've demonstrated a sincere effort to obtain this information.
Were they right to want to avoid another Comey situation? I don't think it's up to Twitter to judge that, to make that assessment. I don't think it should be up to Twitter to make that assessment. Onun cebinde olabilir, evet. Good job. Especially when it's like fucking, about stopping the dissemination of a news story. Nah, that's fucked up. I know it's a private company, guys. We're not talking about like whether it's constitutionally allowed or not. Jesus Christ. I think it's not adequate. It's not appropriate. It's not moral. Okay?
And they refuse to comply, then you can take it to the next step, which would be a subpoena.
And the chairman did not rule out subpoenas as early as April. CBS News reached out to the parties and lawyers for Hunter Biden for comment, and there was no immediate response. Dana.
All right, Kath.
Yeah, I just don't think it's appropriate to do that.
I just want to start off.
There were really funny moments, though, because, like, the Twitter shit also found out that, like, their content moderation was inherently right-wing and favored right-wing requests all the fucking time. For example, wait, no, Byron Donalds did not ask for the cock photo.
Tweets were actually flagged and taken down at the behest of the Biden team.
I wouldn't agree with the characterization of it as being at the behest of them. These tweets were reported, and Twitter independently evaluated them under its rules.
But the email is very clear. More to review from Biden team. The response 3 hours later at the bottom, hold this up real quick so we can see. The request at the bottom, it says,
bro, that's revenge porn, my dude. What the fuck? Bro, he posted this himself. He literally posted this himself. He said, no, I want to see cock. I want to see cock and balls. These are all revenge porn, dude.
these. What does handled these mean?
My understanding is that these tweets contained non-consensual nude photos of Hunter Biden, and they were removed by the company under...
Hold on, real quick, Mr. Roth. How could you know so much about the content of these tweets? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these are just web addresses. I don't know what's in these tweets. You have these things committed to memory that you know the content, but you don't know...
What? Wait, he thinks this is an argument?
Who you talk to at the Biden team?
What's he trying to say? He's trying to say you're gay? Lol. Congressman Byron Donalds' answer is, do you know Hunter Biden's cock links by heart? Gay. Lol. The fuck? So he's criticizing him for being well prepared for his hearing? Bro, he literally fucking printed out. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, how is this art? Well done. More of this. He's like, they're mad. They're actually mad. There's not enough Hunter Biden cock and balls.
Right here at the top here, this isn't even my line of questioning, but I'd like to submit to the record a Washington Post article now warning about Hunter Biden laptop disinformation, the guy who leaked it. Here's the deal. Before I even get into my questions, I think that the story here with the Washington Post reporting is that what they're saying right here, when the New York Post first reported in October 2020 that it had obtained contents of a laptop computer allegedly owned by Joe Biden's son Hunter, there was an immediate roadblock faced by other news outlets that hoped to corroborate reporting, as many did. The newspaper wasn't sharing what it obtained. New York Post had this alleged information and was trying to publish it without any corroboration, without any backup information. They were trying to publish it to Twitter. Twitter did not let them, and now they were upset. I believe that political operatives who sought to inject explosive disinformation with the Washington Post.
Psycho Charmant. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. 100 big ones, boys.
Couldn't get away with it. And now they're livid. And they want the ability to do it again. They want the ability to inject this again.
For the record, I don't agree with AOC. Like, I do think that it's explosive material, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. I don't think Twitter should be able to censor that kind of information just because it's like not favorable information. I across the board don't agree with this. This information shouldn't be censored. It's not disinformation. And honestly, no, not really. Like, it's just there's a degree to it. You know what I mean? Wait, hold on. I'm getting messages. Well, actually, I'm getting a message from AOC and also my manager as well. About the misinformation is a driving factor in using manipulation to mass groups of people. No, I don't. No. This is, it's unrelated. The AOC message is completely unrelated to this subject matter. Anyway, the news media regularly fucking, the news media is going to cover shit sometimes that is not inadequately or adequately verified, okay? That's fine. Like, it's going to happen. That's a standard that they need to hold on to. That's a standard that they need to abide by. I don't think a second party social media platform is supposed to make that, especially it's like if it's a nationally published broadcaster. If it's like a random website that's talking about like Alex Jones style conspiracies, like it makes sense. But if it's the New York Post, then like that actually meets the standard of a newspaper. You might not like it. You might think it's reactionary. You might think like they have a right-wing seasoning on it. And I agree with you on all of that. Okay. But I don't agree that like just because something is right-wing and is certainly, cutting propaganda or whatever means that it should be taken out like that. If they posted the revenge porn, that's different. But they didn't post the revenge porn. No, the New York Post was not posting the revenge porn. They were just posting the Hunter Biden story that wasn't like perfectly verified, but there was truth to what they were covering. And I think that the bigger story always was inevitably going to be and should have been that that dissemination of that information was like stopped by Twitter altogether. For the record, a lot of you are defending Twitter right now when Twitter itself very quickly said, we were wrong to do this and stopped it. Okay? I just want you to understand. And for those of you who say, but using stolen data though, I don't know where Chelsea is, but if Chelsea Manning was in the chat, I'm certain that she would have a thing or two to say about that. That is not a standard that you want ever by Twitter. It is not a standard that you want Twitter to ever apply. Okay? Sorry. That's crazy. New York Post equals Chelsea Manning? No, but the standard that you are talking about is one that I know for a fact Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning would not agree with. It's not a good standard. Okay? That is a bad precedent to allow to continue. If anything, I don't care if it's like right-wing psychopaths pushing for this argument, pushing for this narrative. I don't care who's pushing for it. Ultimately, it's good to make sure that social media platforms are still publishing information, even if it's stolen information. If it's revenge porn, that's fine. I'm not a psycho. Okay? I'm not a crazy person. Revenge porn should not be disseminated. Of course not. You know my standard on this. You know my opinion on this. Okay? But if it's, you know, shit that maybe came from hacked material or whatever, that is a horrible standard. If that was the case, you wouldn't have gotten any of the WikiLeaks stories. You wouldn't have gotten any of the fucking Snowden stories. Like, a lot of that is stolen information. That's crazy. That's material. That is something that the public needs to know about. I don't want the fucking government turning a blind eye to that kind of thing. I don't want the government to turn a blind eye to that sort of thing and allow social media platforms to regulate that, especially when we know that, like, they'll utilize it in the future. Come on. Don't be silly. In this particular instance, maybe it would be more convincing to people if we understood what the actual story of the content was. It seems like we all think that it was just salacious lewds. Was the story more than that? Business dealings? Oh, that doesn't even matter. If it's anything beyond the salacious nudes, regardless of whether or not they're like, not substantial, should not be stopped. Because the standard that they were utilizing was inappropriate, which is why they apologized for it, by the way. I need you to understand that. So you're defending a platform that recognizes that what they did was wrong. Okay? I don't care if it's nothing. If it's nothing or if it's something, it doesn't matter. Even if it's nothing. As long as it's not just revenge porn that they're posting, then it is totally, totally valid and totally reasonable for New York Post to publish the story, and it's totally unreasonable for Twitter to ban the publishing of the story. I don't think the hacking in and of itself is a problem, but the nature of the content, specifically using salacious personal photos for the purpose of an October surprise and fomenting of bullshit conspiracy, seems bad, especially if it's in service of fascism. Doesn't matter. I'm 100%. I still don't agree with what they did. And I don't think neither does Twitter, to be fair. Especially because the story was bullshit. It wasn't like actually fucking anything serious. And what should have happened is allow the New York Post to publish the story and then rip it to shreds. And I think most journalists agree with me on this too. You can't blame Twitter for the New York Post ruined their own story. They tried to give it to many news channels and they turned it down because it couldn't be verified. Twitter isn't the one who holds the biggest part in this. They just did what they thought was best. Yeah, and what they thought was best was wrong. And Fox News didn't even cover it because they thought it was fake looking. And that's fine. But New York Post as an institution, no matter how right-wing, no matter how salacious, no matter how fascist it is, still definitely is a cut above the average fucking newspaper or the average psychopathic like blog. You know what I mean? It's not Project Veritas. Do you see what I'm saying? And if you were to ask me, like, do we ban Project Veritas? I'd say yes, but only because they have consistently and maliciously shown that they are willing to misinform. Do you get it? New York Post, on the other hand, is like covering a litany of different news. It's like Fox News. Okay? Fox News has a specific journalism site on top of their commentary. Now, everybody watches Fox News for commentary, but if they didn't have the journalism side, you could make a better argument as to why they should be banned for malicious disinformation campaigns. And I would say the same thing for New York Post. I think it's a tough call because the New York Post, as a journalist, is outlet with some sort of factual basis. Is overall a tough call, but I see what you're saying. This seems like just over the line that they shouldn't have removed it. Yeah, I think that New York Post has at least a standard of journalism, no matter what their opinions are, no matter what their fucking slant is. And we all know what their slant is, right? Like we know they're right wing as fuck. But ultimately, they have beats, they have regular reporting. Like I think that they are held to a different standard as a valid machine of journalism, even if they are ideologically consistent with like fascist propaganda or whatever, and therefore should be allowed to publish the story, no matter how salacious and silly it is. And ultimately, it should have been eviscerated in the marketplace of ideas, I guess. But Project Veritas, on the other hand, for example, regularly does misinformation deliberately. You know that they do misinformation. That's their whole purpose. So I hold them to an entirely different standard that I would hold New York Post to. Anyway, speaking of Project Veritas, turns out they're fucking imploding regardless. They have taken out James O'Keefe. You know? So hacked emails of public officials should be public as long as that person is running for office. Hacked emails of public officials should be public as long as that person is running for office. I think that as long as the personal information is redacted, if someone were to hack information of public officials that pertain to matters that the public should know about, and that information is released, then yeah, I want to see that shit. I'm a fan of WikiLeaks overall. I think I don't like Julian Assange as a person, but I think what he did was valid, and I don't think he should be unjustifiably prosecuted by the government. That is absolutely clear, I hope, for everyone involved here, everyone who is listening to me. The problem with Julian Assange was that I don't think he released any information on the Republican side. Maybe he even had information on the Republican side and refused to release it. Maybe because of his own personal opinions against Hillary Clinton. Some of his anger towards Hillary Clinton is justifiable. I would have liked to see the Republican side of the matters too. I don't give a fuck if the Russian government may or may not have hacked the DNC. Because ultimately, the real issue there, okay, the real issue there isn't the Russian government hacked American servers or whatever, okay? The real issue there is that our broadcasters are colluding with Democratic Party operatives in a fucking heated primary. Like, that's the real issue. Don't get suckered into focusing on how this information was acquired. I know exactly how it was acquired. I don't give a shit. You see what I'm saying? Resmen görmezden geliyorsun ya at da ya söyle saplamayak. Abicim daha ne gösteriyorsun? Gördük biz bunu zaten. Here, we saw this already.
Bak şimdi. Ay. Şimdi hızlanır. Aynen. Şu an tam hızlandı.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, does that make sense? I think that Twitter taking down Hunter Biden's cock is super valid, and Republicans are psychotic, monstrous freaks for making that a talking point. I'm not debate lording, but if this is your opinion, why were you freaking out when Twitter was functioning with a skeleton crew and the risk of leaks and hacks were raised? You were very concerned about country leaders' DMs leaking. Not just country leaders' DMs, but like people talk to one another on Twitter DMs all the fucking time. There are sources that journalists are talking to that foreign governments would want access to. What the fuck are you talking about? It's everything. And also, when someone is like hacking, when someone hacks information, obviously that's your own. You should have adequate cybersecurity measures in place so that doesn't happen. But when hacked material is out there, okay, as long as it's heavily redacted to ensure that there's no private information involved in it, the media should be able to cover it. Yes. Do you not understand the difference between like literal fucking private information being disseminated with ease as a consequence of like Twitter having no fucking protections whatsoever? Do you not get that? My fear is when a hacking like that happens by some third party or whatever, and they release everything. Now, I think that also there is certainly a standard that is not universal here. Like, so if a video was stolen from your house and tampered with, Twitter should allow its distribution on their platform. Like, that's why I've literally told you, yes, obviously, if it's fucking like Hunter Biden's cock, that's not, allowed. That's insane. You're mistake. You're trying to desperately come up with like a hypothetical scenario. One, I'm not a public official, okay, making deals or whatever that is in the material interest of the public to know, okay? And two, you're just the only thing that I would be worried about if a video was stolen from my house and tampered with or whatever is like me being doxxed or some shit. Do you understand? And a great example of this, for example, is when people use like Ring camera footage or footage that they have of crimes taking place. The news media regularly publishes footage where crimes are occurring, because at that point it meets the standard of knowledge that the public should know about. Okay? This is turning into like the Ben Shapiro AI bot conundrum. It's like, oh, what if the only way to save the planet from nuclear holocaust is by saying the N-word? But this time you're like trying to find a hypothetical situation where like it basically is something that I would be against. There's always two considerations here: personal privacy, okay, and things that the public should know. It's a delicate and often complicated equation. Do you understand? No one needs to see Hunter Biden's penis, even though it's a very nice one. Okay? But it is valid if this information, whether it was hacked or Hunter Biden foolishly left it with a blind laptop repairman who's like a QAnon freak. I don't know. Doesn't matter. If it made its way to the New York Post and they redacted all of the private information, it's valid to cover it.
So they've dragged a social media platform here in Congress. They're weaponizing the use of this committee so that they can do it again. A whole hearing about a 24-hour hiccup in a right-wing political operation. That is why we are here right now. And it's just...
Hasan, the news is totally cool to pass your news around on your old hard drive. What? What's your thoughts on news companies passing around news to verify? Wait, what? No, I don't think it's cool to pass around your nudes on your old hard drive. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Just don't post it. Why did you just make this up? Do you feel the need to just fucking make shit up? I don't understand. That's not what I said. I don't think that's appropriate. No.
An abuse of public resources, an abuse of public time. We could be talking about...
I don't know how you deal with sensitive material of that sort, especially when it's not coming from like a whistleblower. So bro, why you get mad at chatters? What do you mean, why do I get mad at chatters? Because they put words in my mouth when I'm trying to make a fucking point about like a thing that we're covering right now. And the guy is literally like, well, I like the argument you crafted, but let me actually completely sidestep that argument and make up a new one where it actually benefits my side of the argument. That's why I'm getting mad. What do you mean? The person is like being silly and foolish.
About healthcare, we could be talking about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights, but instead we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story. I mean, this is an embarrassment, but I'll go into it. Ms. Navarrete, let's talk about something real. I'd like to show you a tweet posted by former President Trump about my colleagues and I on July 14, 2019. It says in part, quote, Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came? Then come back and show us how it's done. These places need your help badly. You can't leave fast enough. I'm sure that Nancy Pelosi would be very happy as quickly to work out free travel arrangements. A day or two after that, Donald Trump publicly incited, violence at a rally, targeting 4 congresswomen, including myself, saying, go back to where you came from. Ms. Navaroli, as I understand it, you were the most senior member of Twitter's content moderation team, or a senior member of Twitter's content moderation team when this was posted. As part of your responsibilities, did you review this tweet?
Yes, it was my team's responsibility to review these tweets.
And what did you conclude?
My team, Ray, made the recommendation that for the first time, we find Donald Trump in violation of Twitter's policies and use the public interest interstitial.
For the first time?
Yes.
And at the time, Twitter's policy included a specific example when it came to banned abuse against immigrants, as they specifically included the phrase, go back to your country or go back to where you came from, correct?
Yes, that was specifically included in the content moderation guidance as an example.
You brought this up to the Vice President of Trust and Safety, Del Harvey, correct?
Yeah, the funniest part about this story always is going to be that like right-wing guys literally get better treatment because they are regularly in violation of Twitter's terms of service and its own personal moderation, and yet they get away with it. Meanwhile, they're fucking crying that like they're not getting better treatment. It's like, bro, the fact that you are allowed to keep posting the insane shit that you're posting, it means that you're already getting special treatment, but then they cry all the time and are successfully able to change the conversation away, shift the conversation away from that. So I think AOC is doing a great job here by focusing on that contradiction because it is a real one, and I do think that it's a silly one because the standard is very different for right-wing people.
I did, yes.
And she overrode your assessment, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And something interesting happened after she overrode your assessment. A day or two later, Twitter seemed to have changed their policies, didn't they?
Yes, that trope, go back to where you came from, was removed from the...
Stop licking her ass. Dude, you are such a fucking revolutionary Marxist, dude. You're so good, dude. Yeah. When AOC makes a point that I disagree with and I criticize her, that's one thing. When AOC makes a point that I agree with, which I do think is a real issue that rarely ever gets noticed by the public in general, you go, oh, dude, you're sucking up to her, dude. You fucking idiot. Just go. Just leave. Just leave for a week. Take a shower. Conduct yourself in a better manner. Maybe you will become a little bit smarter eventually.
The content moderation guidance as an example.
So Twitter changed their own policy after the president violated it in order to potentially accommodate his tweet?
Yes.
Thank you. So much for bias against right wing on Twitter. Additionally, Ms. Navaroli, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok?
I have heard of it from the news.
This one's
yes.
good. This one's good too. give it to him.
Mr. Roth, are you familiar with this account?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you aware from August 11th?
By the way, I want to give a quick shout out. To FaZe Clan, who just tweeted about the Turkey-Syria Earthquakes Fund. I just retweeted them. And also on top of that, I believe they donated $10,000 as well. Shout out to the FaZe Clan. We're fucking staying phased up, boys. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking so goddamn phased up. You know it. You know it, baby. Also, Steve Jablonski, thank you for the 8,000. Fire in chat. Love from Romania. Thank you for the 7,290. We read a lot of these already. Brebo 236. Thank you for the 5,000. Which ones are new? That's it. I'm phasing the fuck up, baby. Let's go. Twitch donated $2K. Yeah, that's old. We already covered that.
To August 16th, That account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children.
Yes, I am aware of that and other claims from the account.
And are you aware that this lie was then circulated by other prominent far-right influencers?
Steve Jablonski wrote score for the Transformer movies? Wait, really? Wait, really? Straight up? This guy, is he a HasanAbi head? Oh, fuck, he follows me. I guess he is a HasanAbi head. Let's go. Chat's not... Listen, bro, he's really good friends with Ethan and Hila. Oh, that makes sense. Chat's not bringing up his dirty laundry when they say he wrote score for the Transformers movies, man. It's me. I'm caught. Nice bathroom. You better fucking stop with this bullshit, okay? What you're doing is fraud, motherfucker. You're the one... It was you who said, "Oh, I was just about to donate too," wasn't it? One of my moderators, as I was donating another 20 grand, literally was like, I think it was nice bathroom. Okay? Literally was like, "Oh shit, I was just about to donate 20 grand too. What the fuck? Well, that's crazy." Anyway.
Yes.
And are you other...
Let's get back to this.
Dr. Roth, are you familiar with this account?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you aware that from August 11th to August 16th, that account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children?
Yes, I am aware of that and other claims from the account.
And are you aware that this lie was then circulated by other prominent far-right influencers?
Yes.
And are you aware that all these claims, which I have reiterated were false, culminated in a real-life harassment and ultimately a bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, I am aware.
And this account is still on that platform today, isn't it?
Regrettably, yes, it is.
Despite inspiring a bomb threat due to the right-wing incitement of violence against trans Americans.
How'd that happen?
Because they cannot
How'd that happen?
let go of this obsession with fixating violence and inciting violence against trans and LGBT people, in addition to immigrants, in addition to women of color. This is a party that cannot pick on anyone their own size. And they are trying to co-opt an entire social media platform and use the power of this committee and of Congress in order to pursue.
Lamau baseless bomb threat? Dude, how about I fucking find your house and send you a bomb threat? Do you think that would be considered baseless? Get the fuck out of here. It's literally illegal. Shut the fuck up, bitch. God, it's just like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid when chatters behave this way. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why it's illegal. You know that, right? You dumb bitch. Oh, it doesn't matter though, because, you know, the targets here are children, a children's hospital, and it's like ostensibly or tangentially related to trans issues. So guess what? It's fine to do a bomb threat. Like, what's fucking wrong with you, dude? Think about your goddamn brain. Stop saying delete the VOD. Everyone understands what I'm talking about contextually. You wouldn't appreciate it if someone fucking bomb threatened you, okay? Clearly, it is illegal. It is violence.
Pursue a political agenda. I yield back.
Fresh off his...
That's insane. Yeah, remember when that chatter asked you why you yelled at chat? Exactly. He just said, baseless bomb threat to a children's hospital. Anyway, that is actually a really, really good take from AOC. Shouts out to AOC for that one. It's true. It's valid. It's ridiculous. Important message for AOC. Oh, I can't see because she fucking... God damn it. She blocked me. defamation. Ugh, these guys are such massive goobers, dude. No, I didn't get blocked by AOC. Ben Shapiro talked about you in Hogwarts Legacy for the first 7 minutes of his stream today. I added onto the playlist, FYI. You were right. He is a LSF Andy now. There is 0% chance that this motherfucker talked about me.
The woke left goes after Hogwarts Legacy for the supposed transphobia of Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling. Matt Walsh humiliates a Democratic legislator over child gender views on places like Metacritic. However, some fans and gamers are boycotting the game in protest of J.K. Rowling because, of course, she has said that men are men and women are women. Some popular game review sites like Kotaku, Polygon, and Eurogamer have not yet reviewed Hogwarts Legacy despite the review embargo lifting on Monday. Others have denounced J.K. Rowling's comments and voiced support for transgender people in their reviews. Jesse Earl, one trans YouTuber and writer, tweeted in December that unlike consuming previously owned Harry Potter books or films, purchasing Hogwarts Legacy while Rowling is, quote, using her ongoing platform to target and also justify her continued targeting of trans people is hateful to trans people. Rowling responded, accusing her of pure think.
Why are you, a deeply religious man, all of a sudden advocating for witchcraft, which is inherently satanic? He's like, witchcraft is fine as long as it's a transphobic person that's advocating for said witchcraft. If it triggers trans people, then I'm on board with it. What's up with this, Ben? Why are you pro witchcraft, motherfucker? This is some heretical bullshit, dude. What the hell? You're an idiot. Satanism is religious, you twat. Wait, what? You think Ben Shapiro considers Satanism to be a real religion? He doesn't even think Islam is a real religion, dog. You fucking crazy? He can't say shit. His side was boycotting M&Ms. Yeah.
Some streamers on Amazon-owned Twitch platforms, including Will Overguard and Nicotine, have publicly voiced opposition to the game. And the idea here is that we have to make sure that no one engages in a game because the creator of the game does not agree with you on a very radical point of view. All of this, despite the fact, by the way, that apparently there is a transgender character in the game. I'm not kidding you. Apparently, Hogwarts Legacy actually does have a transgender character named Serona Ryan, is according to Forbes. That, by the way, would be the middle managers at Warner Brothers deciding that in order to avoid the flack, they're simply going to give in to the woke left. But Serona...
give in to the woke left. I know it's a religion. Shut up, chatters.
A cavern in Hogsmeade Village, an NPC that the player can speak to. Serona doesn't outright say she is a trans woman, but she implies it through her dialogue when she talks about her old classmates and says, took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Now, is that going to buy off the woke left? Of course it's not going to buy off the woke left. Of course not. They're still angry. And one of the people who is, I think, most hilariously involved in this controversy now is Hasan Piker. He used to be associated with the Young Turks, and now he is...
Stop! Get my fucking name out of your goddamn mouth, Ben. Do not go there. No!
A gamer who declares himself a socialist while buying himself mansions. Really good socialist, Hasan Piker. He's doing some good stuff this week, by the way. He actually donated a bunch of money to victims.
He literally did the same thing. It's like socialism means no mansion. The fuck? Dude, anyone who considers themselves a social democrat or a leftist on the internet, if you are repeating what fucking Ben Shapiro is saying as a... Sorry, the Hammer and Sickle Twitter folks that love farming drama so they can get some get like 8 new people to listen to their fucking Substack. Okay? You're doing the same shit he's doing because it is right-wing propaganda to claim that socialism is a fucking poverty cult. Okay? It is about your relations to the means of production. It is not about, oh, this person is rich and I kind of don't like him. So I guess fuck that guy. Anyway, we got to get Ben off LSF for real, man. It's been his bread and butter for the past 10 days. I know. He's like literally watching LSF like fucking Dick Serto. He's using LSF talking points
of the Turkish earthquake. And then he also did some stupid stuff, which is sort of what he normally does. He announced that he is not going to play Hogwarts Legacy. And the reason he's not going to play Hogwarts Legacy is not because he is in principled fashion.
Fucking god damn it, dude.
And angry that J.K. Rowling is such a transphobe. He's not going to do it because he says he's a coward. Which, okay, I mean, points for honesty.
This is how I literally got fucking ass blasted by everyone involved in this argument. Me saying, I don't want to fucking play this game because it's not worth the headache, even though originally I wanted to do a fundraiser around it because I understand the space and I understand how popular this game was going to be. So I knew that it was inevitable that the boycott efforts were not going to work, means that I have a difference in opinion, okay, with some of the louder trans voices in the space who wanted to boycott it, okay? That is a difference in opinion. Now, of course, what was going to happen inevitably happened. People focused their attention on me and got mad at me because I was speaking as a cis ally over trans voices, which doesn't matter. Yes, I was. I was speaking over trans people as a cis ally, not as a cis ally, but as someone who understands the space better than you. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's just the truth. I understand the streaming space better than you do. Most of the people that are chirping on Twitter don't understand it, and that's fine because you have better shit to do. You don't understand the streaming space. You don't understand the gaming space as well, and that's fine. That's why a lot of people made valuable criticism that fell on deaf ears, like, why don't you play a different game and raise money? That's not about fucking, playing any game. The point was to take the narrative and shift it into a direction that was positive because it was inevitable that it was going to be successful. But it doesn't matter. We have a difference in agreement on how to protest in that regard, okay? And everyone got very upset, and that's okay. That's not going to change my convictions. It's not going to change my mentality. I'm not going to be like a why I left the left type motherfucker, okay? Because I have a backbone. And anyone that says that this is a grift is hilarious, especially if you're trans and you're like, this guy's doing allyship points for a grift. Are you stupid? Do you not know how much more successful it is to just be transphobic? Matt Walsh exists. Ben Shapiro exists. These are multi-million-dollar platforms that almost entirely disseminate anti-trans propaganda. Please, for the love of God, if you're a trans person, you know this better than anyone else. Check yourself before you fucking tweet dumb shit like that. And it's fine. I understand why you're mad because everyone is against you. I understand why you're mad because legislation is against you. But trust me, there is no clout to be had by defending trans people, just like there's no clout to be had by defending marginalized communities. There's no clout to be had by being a fucking socialist. Your life is bullshit when you do this. It's awful. Hence why I don't do it for the clout. I do it because I believe in it, okay? Jesus Christ. We're not that far removed from Steven motherfucking Crowder getting a $50 million deal and casting it aside, and everybody forgot about it. They're like, you're doing it for the clout. Yeah, dude, it's so clouded. It's so sick. I love having internal arguments, intra-community arguments on a daily basis over minor disagreements, dude. It is the best. I love looking like a fucking fool to the right wing as one of the most prominent voices on the fucking left every goddamn day as they laugh at us and go, lol, look at how fucking stupid you are. You made your bed. Now you have to sleep in it. This is what happens when you cultivate a woke audience. That's literally what everyone fucking says all the goddamn time. No one does this shit because it's really exciting and is a good way to make money. There are infinitely better ways to make money. I saw some ex-fans saying that you were inciting hatred against trans people. Yeah, I know. Because people are fucking unhinged and emotions go high. Emotions are, emotions inflame people and make them say things that they might not even fucking believe 3 seconds after they press send tweet. Okay?
Here, Hasan.
Only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows how much leftist motherfuckers love the chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp. Yeah, it comes from a place of powerlessness, which I'm right on. I stand by that. Okay? Straight up, chirp. And that's precisely why so many fucking people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for charities or whatever, they're not doing it.
Okay, it's kind of an amazing thing to go on your own show and then just admit that you're a coward and that you won't say the thing.
So, like, this is so stupid. This is me having a conversation with my audience about how leftists should conduct themselves. This is not something that you should turn into fucking agitated propaganda by saying you're a fucking coward. It's like, if anything, it's the opposite of being a coward. Right-wingers, if they had any fucking comprehension, would look to this and go, you know what? He's actually cleaning house, quote unquote, by staying true to his opinions and literally fucking mentioning that the reason why I'm not doing this, even though I had a good strategy, in my opinion, and I still stand by that, to protest or to turn the fucking, turn the conversation towards J.K. Rowling being transphobic in a positive manner to a broader audience as a media personality who understands the space better than you. I'm sorry, that's just the fucking truth, guys. Holy shit. Okay? And standing true to my opinion and openly stating it and openly using this as an opportunity to be like, this was wrong. Let's not do this again next time. Okay? Let's not do this again next time. Ben turns around and fucking says he's a coward. If I'm cowardly, I would just say, oh my God, I'm such a good ally. I'm such a good ally. That's why I'm not playing the fucking game, because I literally believe that like consumer side decentralized boycotts are totally valid and totally effective. And I care about your point of view and I care about your opinions. That's not the case. I've built a community that is trans positive, that also is a safe space for trans people, not to this degree that you expect from your fucking furry Discord group, of course, because there's still an educational component here. But on top of that, I think that this is an adequate way to fucking market and to bring more awareness. I don't need to play this game. I don't play video games in general, okay? I do cultural commentary over certain video games, this game being one of them, of course. But that is precisely why I wanted to do what I was doing, okay? If I was a coward, I would have just said, you guys are so right. I have no convictions. I have no opinions on consumer boycotting. I have no opinion on like decentralized activism of this magnitude, of this sort, that was demonstrably going to fail, but I, still think that it's okay. That's not what I did. I openly stated what I was angry about, and I got fucked for it. And people screamed about how transphobic I was. And I understand why people got mad and upset, okay? I get it. I totally understand it. I'm not even mad at all the trans people that were upset at me saying I'm transphobic, fake allyship, whatever. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me, okay? My goal is not to have a larger trans audience. My goal is to have a large audience of fucking normies who are not transphobic, okay? That inevitably leads to one of the largest trans audiences on the fucking internet. 13% of this goddamn community is fucking trans, okay? Because this is a space for entertainment and education. And my overarching goal always is to get normies to not be transphobic. If you're a trans person, you're already not transphobic. You've already gone through that 4chan groiper phase and you're no longer transphobic. You recognize that you're trans, okay? So it's not for you. I agree with you. Pretty sure the trans people don't want to be patronized. I mean, some do. Because it's not a monolith. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, if you know anything about trans communities online, you know the one fundamental rule is that like no two trans people can agree on the same thing ever. And if you disagree on anything, even in a minor capacity, it's all-out warfare, okay? Other than the fact that Matt Walsh is a piece of shit and, does not deserve a platform, nor I'm not going to say anything else. Okay. And other things like that. But like, that's the point. And it's stupid. It's like really, really fucking, it's really, really silly to like constantly reinforce the narrative. But it does make me very upset when fucking Ben Shapiro uses as an opportunity to cut propaganda to be like, look, this fucking woke idiot made his own bed and now he has to sleep in it. It's like, yeah, bitch, I know. That's why I'm not a fucking grifter, okay? Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying all the fucking time. Yeah, it's the truth. It is very annoying. And yes, I wouldn't have to deal with any of this shit if I was a right-wing commentator, okay? But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I was a right-wing commentator. That's the difference. Anyway. It's okay, though. It's like a lot of times when this shit, a lot of times when this stuff gets taken out of context is when it leaves the intended audience. That conversation is supposed to be between me and some trans members in my community that were upset, okay? That's it. That's it. But like, that's more so about a difference in opinion amongst people who universally agree on most values. Most important one being that like trans people should be left alone and should not be eviscerated by way of legislation or through stochastic terror. Okay. But of course, that conversation leaves the intended audience and turns into fucking propaganda. That conversation leaves the intended audience. Holy fucking shit, man. Give it a rest. Okay. Suck my dick. Fuck you, idiot. In other words, I was a coward? No, that is the opposite. If I'm a fucking coward, I just say, a coward says things that they do not believe. You are not brave for playing a fucking wizard game that was intended for children. That's not bravery. Please get it out of your fucking head that it's super brave to play the fucking child's wizard game, bro. What the fuck? You're not brave for like, oh, I triggered the trans people. They have no power, okay? If they had any fucking power, they wouldn't be yelling at me. They'd be trying to like boycott the entire fucking platform or they would be taking down the video game. But they have no systemic power. That's why they're fucking yelling at me. That was what I was saying. Your anger is understandable and justified. You're just misdirecting it at whoever will listen to you. And that comes from a place of powerlessness. Understandable feelings of frustration, though, as a consequence of insane amounts of legislation being written in every fucking state by way of the state legislature that sidesteps democracy anyway, to fucking write you out of existence. Oh, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many times I describe this complex situation, people just literally see shapes and colors and don't listen to what I am saying. Okay? Oh.
Because you're so afraid of your own fan base. I mean, he literally said
I'm not afraid of my own fan base. If I was afraid of my own fan base, I would have just fucking literally said, oh my God, you guys are so right. You guys are so fucking right. I'm not playing this game because I think it's an act of solidarity, but I don't agree with that. And I can't shut the fuck up. The entire reason why everyone on the left on trans Twitter says I'm a transphobe and everyone on the right is saying I'm a fucking coward is literally because I'm the exact opposite, where if I don't agree with something, I just say it. I can't stop myself from fucking saying it, whether it be America deserving 9/11 or this, okay? That's the point.
The only reason he's not playing is because people who quote, quote, chirp, chirp, chirp are basically bullying him into not playing the game. Later, he tried to walk this one back. He went on Twitter, he said,
No, I didn't! No, I didn't!
People who want to boycott the game aren't wrong to hate J.K. Rowling. She's awful. except it's fruitless.
That's true. That's been my position since day one. Oh my God, he's clip chipping LSF fucking posts. He's watching LSF and he's clip chipping shit. I'm gonna lose my mind.
No matter how much trans folks want to push for it. It's like trying to boycott Disney. Most people have no idea and don't care about J.K. Rowling at all, and they just want to go to Hogwarts. Okay, well, I mean, you may be...
I never walked back anything. Oh my God, he is becoming the most annoying type of fucking debate lord. Ben Shapiro has figured out the trick to get me to stop fucking watching his shit altogether. This is it.
Correct about the failure of the boycotts, but they've already won. By getting people like Hasan not to play the game, by bullying him, they've achieved their goal.
By the way, hey, to all the radlibs on Twitter that said these exact same words, you and Ben Shapiro are in agreement, because I saw this take a lot too from trans posters on Twitter who were like, it seems like our bullying is working because, like, you're not playing it. I'm like, no, you're not understanding the point. He is incapable of understanding the point because he's a fucking reactionary piece of shit who's also a transphobe. You should be able to at least have a fraction of charitability to be like, well, this guy doesn't have to be fucking non-transphobic. This guy probably would make more money being a fucking transphobe. He must be genuinely against transphobia. So I'm going to be a little bit more charitable when I say he has a difference in opinion in what kind of tactics we could be utilizing in this circumstance. Ooh.
Now, again, there is a massive gap that has now been exposed between the market, which hates wokeness, and the people who actually push the cultural window to the left. There is this huge gap because Hogwarts Legacy is dominating Twitch right now. According to Kotaku, the open world Harry Potter RPG is now the most popular game on the live streaming platform. So the market loves Hogwarts Legacy. And yet, all of the commentators and the gamers and all of the people who are on the internet, the people like Hasan Piker, they're openly saying that it's not wrong to boycott it, that in fact, they themselves are not going to play the game out of pure fear of their own audiences. So
no, I'm not afraid of my audience. I don't care. I've made that very clear multiple times. If I was afraid of my audience, then I would not have said any of those things I said, which has inevitably ended up with, you can say, yes, you are all you want, you fucking idiot. Why is it that so many people refuse to comprehend the most basic thing here? If I was afraid of my audience, you think I don't know how to act around their desires? People always fucking say, Hasan, he says whatever the most popular left-wing thing is. You think I don't know what the most popular leftist thing to say in that circumstance, what the expected thing to say is, to be a good ally, quote unquote? Shut the fuck up. I would say that instead. I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I think it's the right thing to do. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month, and you can also get gifted a sub. They're just clipping you, dude. That's why they're acting like they don't get it. I know. Anyway, 1 sandwich, please. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Kinda Orange, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Yes, I do this to lift my spirits. Yes, Ben Shapiro loves your Piker. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Did that come to you in a moment's notice, or do you plan it in advance? No, it comes to me in a moment's notice, baby. When opportunity is hot, I strike, okay? Whew, and it does make me feel a lot better, to be honest. It's just like, it feels so good when I hit that segue. Oh, fuck, it feels good. Bro, honestly, souring your rant, you actually described how afraid you are of what people would say. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. If I was afraid of what people would say, I would literally fucking say the right thing. If I am, oh my God, you have to be deliberately obtuse. You cannot be this stupid. There is no way human beings are this fucking stupid. The irony is, I said I don't want the fucking headache, but because I can't shut the fuck up, I still said it. That it was like a bullshit piece of feckless and completely ridiculous boycott moment, okay? I still said it. That's the point. Streamer says he's pro-trans but is afraid of his trans audience. Curious? I'm not. Ism-ish, thank you for the 5 gifted. Photo Metal 17, thank you for the 5 gifted. Socialist Thug Jane, thank you for the 5 gifted. And the Jin, thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay? I don't know why people do not understand what I am saying. I think the point is you weren't proposing playing the game just for your own benefit and to do a fundraiser. I really like the idea of creating a huge PRL for J.K. Rowling, and it would have gotten huge media coverage while fundraising a huge bag of money for trans causes. Shame that it didn't happen. You understand concepts like earned media that regular chatters and worthless Twitter slacktivists don't. Exactly. Exactly. The problem is, because this space is just bullshit for a lot of people, I've thought about this a lot. What we do is just like seen as like silliness, right? And there is truth to that. What we do is silly. It might still be valuable to a lot of people who change their minds over the course of me fucking endlessly yelling at them and doing ad break segues and shit like that. But like from the outside, it's just like, oh, this silly bitch who's in a fucking mansion is like telling me, a trans person, what to do and what not to do. What do you know? Well, I know a few things. I didn't get to this position, okay, because I don't know anything. I got to the position I'm in because I at least have some understanding of fucking media and the space that I'm in, where I'm one of the top fucking performers. Like, God damn it, dude. And this is very much in my realm. That's it. Just show these brain dead chatters what you said yesterday. Stop trans. We need to find a meaningful way to stop trans legislation from passing at state legislatures. Right now, trans existence is being fucking erased. These psychopathic fascist dickheads are literally making it illegal to be trans in public with their anti-drag laws. They're making it illegal to give HRT to trans people. It is fucking disgusting. It's despicable. It's one of the most significant ongoing human rights violations that is happening in the United States of America. I've talked about it a lot. Jake, you're not afraid of us? You hate us? Okay, shut up. Stop making these jokes, please. Stop. Because people do legitimately think that. Anyway. It a lot. J.K. Rowling isn't even transphobic for real. She just wants the definition of what it means to be a woman to be diminished. She's pro-women, not anti-trans. No, man, that's propaganda. She absolutely is anti-trans. Trans women are women. No, she 100% wants to fucking kill trans people, okay? Make no fucking mistake. Don't be ridiculous. Have you explained what J.K. Rowling has done financially as in anti-trans bills in detail, the LGB movement, and a whole litany of other TERF and TERF-adjacent movements in the UK. But the way to combat that is not by, like, monitoring people's consumption, especially if your monitoring of people's consumption is not followed up by, like, tangible counter movements. You know what I mean? If you just say, Harry Potter's written by a transphobe, so you're transphobic for watching it, and then leave it at that, you're not actually advancing something. For me, this is more about unsuccessful and successful protest movements and how people end up hyper-focusing or lasering in on certain things that otherwise are counterproductive. Anyway. Oh, if all you said was, I'm not playing the game, the end, 10,000 chatters every day would ask why. I know, but I could, you know, if there was, here's the thing, man. If I was cowardly, I would have just said, I'm not playing the game because of solidarity with trans people. That's it. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Not saying that other people that are doing that are cowardly, by the way, because some people probably do think that that is the best way to show solidarity. Okay? I personally, on the other hand, don't believe that that is an adequate way to protest, and I can't fucking for the life of me shut the fuck up about it, okay? That's it. That's literally it. I can't, and I won't, but that's partially why you appreciate what I do. Let's be real. Even when it sometimes pisses you off because you can't for the life of you understand where I'm coming from, okay? How do you protest it? My goal originally is paired up with my assessment, okay? I knew that this was going to be the fucking Bangbusters release. I knew that it was going to be probably one of the highest, like, most popular games this year, if not definitely the most popular game. It broke records on pre-release, like before it was even out. The game's not even fully out yet, and it's already breaking records on Twitch. I knew that that was going to fucking happen. So instead of trying to do a disorganized movement that basically fell on its fucking face, yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out. So obviously that will be number one. But the point is, instead of yelling at people and like coming across and like turning this into propaganda, because I knew that it was going to turn into propaganda, like the trans people are so crazy, like look at them yelling at everyone, bullying people, okay, shit like that. I thought that the best thing to do in this circumstance was instead to play the game and get a bunch of the top streamers who were going to play the game anyway to raise funds and to make people aware of J.K. Rowling's transphobia. People thought that that was silly because we were putting money in J.K. Rowling's pocket. J.K. Rowling is not making she's not making a noticeable amount of money off this game. Okay? She's a fucking billionaire. And the IP itself is already removed almost entirely from transphobia. J.K. Rowling isn't like, oh man, can't wait for the fucking Harry Potter game to come out so I can, take all those funds and fund another movement, like fund another anti-trans piece of legislation. Like, that's silly. She already has more money than God. And on top of that, nobody keeps the same energy for all of the other avenues that Harry Potter touches. The only reason why we're just like hyper focusing on this game is because J.K. Rowling can't shut the fuck up. And that's really fucking annoying, on top of her being like a psychotic transphobe. There are plenty of psychotic transphobes that own shit, okay? J.K. Rowling, on top of that, is like impossible to shut the fuck up. She loves flexing it. Anyway, I can't shut the fuck up either, but at least my heart is in the right place. You participated in Twitch boycotts that you knew were feckless, so it's understandable you had enough of this unorganized style of boycotting. Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. That too. I can't like constantly make people feel good about themselves, even when I see something that they're doing that is a piece of activism that is going to be unsuccessful. I don't like that. And if I did that, it would have 100% saved me so much heartache. Okay? Anyway, so my criticisms of this are not about like J.K. Rowling. They're not even about transphobia. They're not about trans people. They're about successful and unsuccessful forms of protest. But given the nature of the internet and given the danger that trans people face on a daily basis, emotions were high. And of course, people did not interpret it as that. And they interpret it as another white cis ally who's shitting all over trans people because he wants to play a baby game so bad. I don't give a fuck about the baby game. I give a fuck about a successful version of a protest, because this was demonstrably a failure. And I hope that we can learn our lessons from this and then potentially do better next time. Obviously, me as a cis person will never be able to get across to a lot of trans people in this regard, because you automatically shut me out and you say, you're cis, you're just speaking over us, you don't care about trans people. While that's not true, I mean, I am cis and I am speaking over trans people, that is true. I'm not speaking over trans people as a cis person, but you could play literally another game. This is why you are K-pop girl in my chat as a 32-month subscriber and not fucking a Twitch streamer. Okay? Playing any other game and raising money is great and fine. You are missing the point. Please, please I've described this so many fucking times, man. It's not about playing any other game and raising money for causes. And I'm also going to be helping Juniper establish her own Celeste gameplay on Twitch. That's starting on Monday, okay? It's not about that. People have also, Juniper herself even has made fun of me by fucking subtly throwing shade my way by being like, oh, it's capable. People are capable of raising money by not playing Hogwarts. It's not about that. The point is to play it and be a part of that discourse in a positive way, because the other way is just only going to lead to people being like, oh, fuck, you're the trans people again, going crazy. The game in and of itself is newsworthy. Do you understand? I did stream on Twitch, though. Honestly, I gave up. Okay, well, don't give up, okay? But, like, I didn't, and I think I know a thing or two about how this fucking space works. Can we please at least admit that? It's sad. I get why people don't understand how stream metas work. I get why people don't understand how the attention economy works, okay? But please, if you don't believe anything I'm saying, just, there are things that I am demonstrably fucking good at, and that is understanding the attention economy and how to message certain things.
So much for the idea that capitalism rules all, or that capitalism always wins. It does win when it comes to money making, right? This game will continue to make money, but it doesn't win when it comes to the culture. I want to talk a little bit more about that in just a second. It's pretty amazing stuff. Speaking of woke companies, now your wireless company probably is spending money on a bunch of causes.
What the fuck? Oh my God, he's so... Wait, is this over? Is the story over? That's it? He just like...
Twitter for you. And two, be a veteran, not for you. And two, protect against downside liabilities for the company. This is the entire HR department.
That's it? That's all he talked about? Hunter Biden? Okay, he goes into Hunter Biden. That's it. That's all he said? Okay, got it. I'm glad. Even at your most frustrated while being met with no charitable, you'll still be able to be empathetic, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Okay, so whenever people say, yeah, thank you. Whenever people say like, oh, play a different game. It's like, dude, we've done charities. Michael in this chat has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for trans charities by watching like fucking, out of shape dudes drink breast milk and shit. Okay. Like there are many different ways of doing that. Over $300,000. I've helped out in those initiatives. Oh, this community's helped out in those initiatives. We've done this. Okay? That's not the point. The point is to change the public discourse that I knew was going to turn into, look at these trans losers who are fucking trying to do this like dumb boycott and being really mean to everyone. To trans people have found a very cool way to redirect the attention over to J.K. Rowling being a transphobic person by using her IP against her to raise millions of dollars of funds for Trans Lifeline, Trevor Project, and numerous other trans charities. That was the point. It doesn't matter, though. For some people, if you don't automatically agree with their opinion, they won't listen to anything you have to say, though. Yeah. Anyway, you don't owe me anything. Trans chatters, you don't owe me shit, okay? Go ahead. If you want to fucking farm cloud, if you want to clip chimp this, I said trans losers, you can fucking use that. That's a great opportunity. You can be like, dude, look at him. He's like very clearly a bad guy. He hates trans people. You're not doing anything. You're just like, you're just not coming into a community where you could probably enjoy yourself without fear that like someone's going to try to fucking hunt you down and constantly debate your existence. And instead, you're just living a lifetime of isolation, or at least like going back to your Discord server, I guess. That's the only place. The most wild part is that without seeing chat, you would think you're shadowboxing a strawman. No, I'm not. No. Man, not everyone who criticizes you is doing it for recognition or for clout. No, I know. I think there are... I understand the validity of people getting fucking upset. I understand why people are mad. I already recognize that. I'm a cis guy who is like... speaking over trans voices. That's automatically the headline for a lot of people. They're going to be misdirected. Okay? A lot of people are going to be angry. A lot of people are going to be angry. For example, I'm critical that you won't call my mom back. She's been real sad lately. Okay. Detornment, meaning rerouting, hijacking, and French, is a technique developed by the 1950s Letterist International and was later adapted by the Situationist International that was defined in the SI's inaugural 1958 journal as the integration of present or past artistic productions into a superior construction of a milieu. In this sense, there can be no situationist painting or music, but only a situationist use of those means. In the more elementary sense, determinment within the old cultural spheres is a method of propaganda, a method in which reveals the wearing out and loss of importance of those spheres. It has been defined elsewhere as a turning expressions of the capitalist system and its media culture against itself, as when slogans and logos are turned against their advertisers or the political status quo. Determinant was prominently used to set up subversive political pranks, an influential tactic called situationist prank that was reprised by the punk movement in the late 1970s and inspired the culture jamming movement in the 1980s. Its opposite is recuperation, in which radical ideas or social image of people who are viewed negatively are twisted, commodified, and absorbed in a more socially acceptable context. Anyway. I think people understand your turn it around idea, and I personally agree, and I think it could have been good, but at the same time, yeah, she's a billionaire, but continuously partaking in her IP is going to keep on validating her and her turfness. Well, if we already established that, like, there is no way to overcome that by just simply saying, don't play this game, don't consume the IP, because of how, like, important it is for so many fucking people. Not me, by the way. I mean, I read the books, I liked it. You know, but like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. I don't give a shit. Okay? But for many people who have nothing in their lives, consumption, especially cultural consumption, is like very important to them. Okay? It's already a standalone thing. There are children on this planet that love the Harry Potter IP that have no fucking clue who J.K. Rowling is. Use the scary Terry argument. Why should we listen to JK saying my platform means people are transphobic when it comes to defeating our impact? Yeah, I think it's defeatist. You already had haters already bitching at you for raising funds for Turkey. Raising funds for trans causes would only fuel unhinged haters, even more especially because this is intense culture. Worse shit to the right. What? What? Oh, Maurice. Oh, what's up, dude? Fucking scared me. Normans will never even hear about this drama. Like, they're so far attached from this. They just like Harry Potter. Exactly. I know. Anyway. And to the people now who are saying, Hasan, you should play the game now anyway, it's over. The drops are probably going to be over. The discourse is already over. XQC already played it. Most content creators at the top have already played it and finished the game. It's done. It's too late. The ship has sailed. You know what I mean? It's super late. We spent the entire time arguing amongst ourselves, amongst allies, on what the fuck to do while everyone already played the game. And not a single one of you motherfuckers yelled at them because you know you have no power there. Because ultimately you kind of recognize how silly it is and also recognize that most people don't care. Most people do not care about, trying to create a trans acceptable space, which personally, I obviously do care about that, but I don't think those are the boundaries to create a trans accepting sphere. Can we still do a fundraiser later, even though it won't be as effective? Of course. Yes, we will do, in time, we will do another fucking fundraiser. Of course we will. For a trans charity. Yeah, man, let's just ignore. Okay, dude. I'm gonna respond to this as charitably as possible. Okay? Yeah, man, let's just ignore the people asking for support and tell them how they should do a better good call. Yes. As a person who at least has a better understanding of how media works than you and the overwhelming majority of people who demonstrably pushed for a failed boycott, yes, I'm not coming at this conversation as like a cis person speaking over everyone because I know best. I'm coming at this conversation as a person who does know better. Okay? Because even the most meaningful criticisms towards me were like, why doesn't he play a different game? Why doesn't he play a different game by trans creators? And I really appreciate that kind of feedback. I do, but I don't agree with it. Anyway, we'll never... Is this what you are calling ignoring it? 3 days of discourse during a natural disaster? Yeah, I can't ignore anything. You know me. I can't shut the fuck up like I already, mentioned. Oh, you're talking about the chatter. Support the death of Harry Potter doesn't save anyone. Harry Potter didn't invent race, realism, and fantasy, in the fantasy genre, or race essentialism. At this point, you wouldn't grab any Normans, go into the the Hogwarts Legacy category to see the new game. It would be purely drama Andes trying to farm you for reactions. Yeah. Anyway. But have you considered that my counter is that you're speaking over trans voices and that therefore you're a piece of shit is a much more marketable position to accrue likes on Twitter? Because yes, that is true. And that's why a lot of people did it. Some people did it because they just saw other people doing it. Some people did it because they genuinely were upset. Some people did it because they've been hurt by other cis content creators before who have devalued them. And some people did it, a lot of people did it, because they like getting Twitter clout. It makes them feel like they're appreciated. Some people did it for self-promo so they could sell their OnlyFans or their Substacks. And some people did it specifically because that kind of validation from other trans people makes you feel good. You're like, oh, that's a sense of community. It's an understandable desire. It's not weird. The funniest thing was seeing Swerfs and TERFs, by the way, also pile in on the drama. I saw this fucking TERF who literally 3 tweets below were like saying, trans women are not women and rapists or whatever, literally calling me a rapist and saying I'm a brothel goer. That was kind of funny. It was a weird mixture of like unironic people who like hate one another, but they were united in their overarching hatred for me in that very moment. It's like, bro, what? But it doesn't matter. Usually swerfs, sex work exclusionary radical feminists are too stupid. So they have no way of comprehending anything. They're just literally acting out on like whatever they see, and are hysterical, by the way. Yes, sex work exclusionary radical feminists are fucking hysterical. TERFs too. Literal different kinds of brain disease. Anyway. You saying you don't want a headache and managing to make every side mad during the charity stream on top of it is so funny to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. Saw this one person being like, you support him, you're an enemy of women and don't have any revolutionary thought. Yeah. Except me. I have all the revolutionary thoughts because I'm tweeting instead of, you know, doing exactly what Hasan is doing, but just less successful and on Twitter. That's the funniest part about Twitter discourse versus streamer drama. Like, everybody loves shitting on streamers, and to be fair, we are pathetic and we do usually deserve it. But it's pretty funny because, like, it's always other pathetic people who also are just less successful in probably an identical medium. Like, you tweet because you want to move on from Twitter to, like, a medium that is at least, like, a medium that will make you money, like to generate revenue. Your goal is that. Let's be real. You're posting. You love shit posting. We all do. Okay? So you look to, like, streamers and you go, that guy's doing the same shit I'm doing. Why the fuck can't I do it? I have better ideas than he does. Not realizing the intricacies of what goes into it, which, by the way, still doesn't make it as difficult of a job as fucking roofers or whatever, obviously. But it literally is. It's just like, you're just constantly, endlessly chirping about how pathetic streamers are because you're also fucking pathetic, but you just don't make money off of that. That's it. And that's precisely why you want to turn that into something that is a money-making operation. You want to either make a Substack or you want to make a podcast. And no one fucking listens to your podcast, so you get more mad and hope that, like, maybe if I fucking put this streamer down again, you know, I'll have that same crumb of attention, and then maybe I'll have some return customers on my podcast. It's not going to happen. I promise you. It could happen. You just have to change your tactics and make something that is entertaining, unique, interesting. Okay? Charlie and XQ debated about the Dhar situation. Peace, bro. You look good, man. Look tight. What? Charlie and XQ debated on the Dhar situation? What the fuck?
I expect myself to throw them under the bus when shit gets bad. I think it's called business. They're called business relationships.
But like, when you say it this way, do you realize, like, the more...
As a guy who works in a mine, I feel like a loser because you're killing it money-wise, so I don't know. I feel like a dumbass at times. What the fuck do you mean, dude? You're doing something that's, like, actually important, okay? I ain't doing shit, brother. Darmon debate. What is the problem? Then why the fuck is he still working for the Cringer guy? Argument. The dark side. What does that even mean?
You say things like this, the more it seems like you are legitimately having the same thought process as the people who end up using, like, sweatshops, slave labor, that kind of thing.
I'm just trying to cook you.
Oh, this is awesome. What the fuck? This was an hour conversation. It was fucking hilarious. Charlie said, XQ sounded like a sweatshop owner. Dude, I love this. This is my favorite genre. XQC debating people and taking it very seriously by like taking notes and shit is like some of my favorite genre, okay? But before we get to that, which is a wonderful conversation to approach, friend of the show, Jason Schreier, who I appreciate, who I think is a very good journalist, wrote a Bloomberg feature on Hogwarts Legacy being one of the biggest video games of this year, but for some fans and even people who made it, it's been difficult to reconcile enjoyment of the Harry Potter world with author J.K. Rowling's views on transgender people. Jason follows by saying, Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020 rattled a number of people working on Hogwarts Legacy. Some looked for new jobs, others stayed and tried to grapple with their ethical questions, and the company responded by making one NPC transgender, according to 4 people familiar. Although Rowling was not involved with the creation of the game, her creative agency, the Blair Partnership, played a big role. She still owns Harry Potter and benefits financially and culturally from sales, leaving some fans facing ethical dilemmas. Hogwarts Legacy is already breaking records on Twitch and topping pre-order charts. It's going to sell gangbusters. Ironic he said gangbusters, a word I like to use when describing situations like this as well, which I did earlier. But thanks to Rowling's incendiary comments over the past few years, this isn't an ordinary blockbuster launch. Full story. Fuck. Still transphobic, woke bait. Yes, dude, I am literally an enemy, okay? Yeah. I have no interest. If you think I'm transphobic, then yeah, okay, I'm just another transphobic content creator. Like, I don't care if you think that. Honestly, I don't. There are plenty of trans people in this community that know that that is not the case. You can just fucking cry about it all you want. I'm a foe, dude. Why is there more hate speech from your chat than on Twitter? No. Those are manifestations of Twitter in the chat. How do I bypass this paywall again, guys? Carefully? Okay, thanks. I don't know how to do the fucking 12. Can someone just link it to me? Wait, hold on. Not working. That 12-foot ladder shit never works for me either. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, no one is linking it to me. Fuck it. People calling you out for nothing as your villain origin story as an Akatsuki member. Yeah. Not going to stop. People are going to... I did turn JavaScript off on uBlock origin, look. Wait, what? I turned it on and it worked. What the fuck? That's weird. That was weird. How the fuck did that work? Okay. Harry Potter fans have been waiting more than a decade for a video game worthy of the blockbuster entertainment franchise dedicated following. They dreamed of we already covered all that. Pre-orders are busting. They're bussing. Rowling, this is good because this also like will give you an accurate history of J.K. Rowling's like slight transphobia that turned into very overt, very obvious transphobia. Like, because no one becomes a gender critical person or a TERF overnight. They just like kind of dip their toes in the water. Like they have those ideas, they have those opinions, but they just like market test it a little bit. You know what I mean? They limit test it. They're like, ooh, let me put my tippy toes in the water. Just like talk about how like I think it's a little weird. We talk about how like, I just care about the ethics of like female sports. I just think about like what it means to be a woman and how we should well define it, you know, that kind of thing, right? Of course, gender essentialism is the normative position. You are absolutely correct. This is something I talk about all the time, which is precisely why so many people are transphobic, because it literally is just the learned behavior, right? Especially in Western culture. It is a part of our existence. Like, that's just what we're taught. And it's something very personal to us, especially when nothing else is. You know what I mean? You have cultural signifiers, what kind of content you consume, what kind of food you eat. You know, is it good? Is it bad? And then you have gender. It's like one of the things that is very rigidly defined from birth. Okay? Boys wear blue, girls wear pink. Now, has that always been the case historically? Of course not. Of course not. That has changed throughout time. But now, in the space that we exist in, that's how it is. We learn that from a very early age, and that is precisely why so many people hold on to an idea that is outdated, especially even like the entry point into that idea of gender being socially constructed, like the clothes we wear on our backs. You know what I mean? Like how we present ourselves. The expectations are all a consequence of social construction. Yes, pink used to be a boy's color not that long ago. All right. So Rowling began to promulgate views that were widely perceived as transphobic in 2018, liking a post on Twitter that said trans women are men in dresses, and following certain commentators who described transgender women as men. Then, in the summer of 2020, I remember this vividly because everyone started saying it back then, and I was like, wait, is that the case for real? What's going on? And following certain commentators, then in the summer of 2020, Rowling wrote a 3,700-word essay on sex and gender issues. The moment that you do that, it's over. The brain rot has completely set in, okay? You've lost your fucking mind. She wrote a manifesto. Ah! Woo! Let's go! Hoo! Bitch. Fucking dumbass. Bloodsucker. I just did a murder on camera. All right. Saying she refused to bow down to a movement that I believe is doing demonstrable harm to women. In the months that followed, Rowling spoke out against Scottish legislation that would make it easier for people to change their gender on their birth certificate. Fans like Max Grosshandler, 25, whose sister is transgender, didn't know how to feel. It was a world-crushing experience for me, he said. I was just shocked and appalled. Whereas previous Harry Potter games were mostly mediocre movie tie-ins, Hogwarts Legacy is the first to be treated like a big-budget video game with high-end graphics and an original story. The technology has significantly evolved since the last Harry Potter console game came out in 2011. Early reviews have been glowing and certainly are the best for any Harry Potter game yet. For Grosshandler and tens of thousands of other fans on the Harry Potter game subreddit group he runs, it's the first real opportunity to immerse themselves in a detailed recreation of Hogwarts Castle. He's choking back his reservations and plans on buying and playing the game. Others are struggling to resist the temptation. Patrick, who asked to be identified only by his name, said he's a gay man who adored Harry Potter and saw the game as a childhood fantasy that he would love to play. But after what he perceived as a betrayal from the author, he is ambivalent. I'm leaning towards not spending any more money on products connected to J.K. Rowling anymore, he said in an email, and I don't feel superior because of it. Quite the opposite, it all feels very sad. What has she done to her own creation? I personally think statements like this actually give a false sense of hope to people who think boycotting and trying to create decentralized boycott movements like this, a false sense of hope. I'll admit. They're like, look, it's working. No, it's not. A representative for Rowling declined to comment. A spokesperson for Warner Bros. Said it has been a high priority. Murat! Murat! Murat! Kapıyı kapat! Close the door! Motherfuckers using power tools in the background, bro. Like, come on, dog. I always tell him to close the door. He loves leaving the fucking door open when he's using power tools, dude. He loves that shit. He loves it. I don't care if it works, it's on principle. Okay, well, like, literally reevaluate your principles then. What the fuck? It's such a bad take, because then what's the point of boycotting anything? Have you ever heard me say anything of the similar sort towards boycotting, divesting, and putting sanctions on the state of Israel? No. I'm a supporter of said movement. Why am I a supporter of that? Because it has tangible goals associated with it. If your tangible goal is literally just to state that, we just want no one to watch Harry Potter, you're never going to be able to achieve that tangible goal. I'm going to lose my mind. You can probably hear him again. Holy fuck. I'm going to go yell at him. Second. Insane. Poor Murat. No, poor me. Okay. So Warner Brothers Games and Avalanche Software teams up. It's an important release for Warner Bros. And console makers Microsoft Core, Sony Group Core, which are relying on big games this year to goose spending after a thin release calendar in 2022. Development of Hogwarts Legacy first started in 2017 when Warner Bros. Acquired the Salt Lake City-based Avalanche Software, previous game studio, and been a part of Walt Disney, Disney Infinity, Toy Story, Cars. Those games I don't even know existed. From the start, the game's production was riddled with challenges according to people who worked there. Avalanche dealt with growing pains as it tried to pivot from mostly licensed kid games to a big-budget open-world role-playing game that was meant to appeal to adults. Departments that were used to operating in silos suddenly had to work closely together. Newcomers to the company, which was founded in 1995 and still the same owner, and many employees who have worked there for decades, found an entrenched culture that could be difficult to penetrate. Rowling's comments about transgender people also rattled some developers of Hogwarts Legacy. There's some HasanAbi heads that also worked on this game, by the way. You know? Oh my god, this guy keeps asking me about Fethullah Gülen. Sikeceğim ha. Fethullah Gülen'i de sikeyim, seni de sikeyim yani. Okay. Others pushed for the company to make a statement or otherwise acknowledge the controversy. Instead, Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment President David Haddad said during an all-employee Hands meeting that Rowling was entitled to express her personal opinion. Shocking. Shocked to find out that the Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment president was like, yeah, no, she's allowed as a billionaire to be as transphobic as she wants to. Look at me, man. Look at me. My, oh my, incredibly shocked at that reality. The author wasn't involved in the game's development, but she still owns the Harry Potter license and will benefit from the sales. We already know that. Creative agency Blair Partnership is, playing a role in the development of the game. We already know that. Eventually, Avalanche management decided that Hogwarts Legacy needed to be more inclusive and responded to the controversy in one key way. After Rowling's comments in the summer of 2020, the studio decided to add transgender character to Hogwarts Legacy. According to 4 people familiar with the discussions, one of the game's non-playable characters, a bartender named Sinona Ryan, was now a trans woman. Sirona Ryan, not even Sinona. Sir Ryan, Anyway, it's a subtle nod to J.K. Rowling and the type of naming conventions she engages in. Another feature, the character creator allows players to mix and match voices, body types, and choice of dormitory. We wanted to make a game that felt welcoming and inviting to everyone, said Troy Leavitt, formerly a designer and a producer on Hogwarts Legacy. It was a way to extend the invitation a little wider so that more fans could see themselves represented in the wizarding world, he said in an email. Leavitt has faced controversy of his own. He resigned from Avalanche in 2021 after social media users discovered that he had made videos in support of Gamergate, a loose community of gamers who battle vehemently against journalists and developers for voicing their progressive views. Leave It maintains that the movement was primarily about ethics and journalism. Oh, God, he's still an ethics and journalism guy? At this day and age, I thought he would at least be like apologetic and be like, yeah, I was younger and stupid. That's insane. And said he believes the video game press has been ideologically captured. Oh, Jesus. Finally, you come across it finally. It doesn't matter. He left the company. What are you talking about? He was outed and left the company. It's pretty funny to think about this, though. Like, my man is still in the halcyon days of fucking being a groped up shouty. A representative for the Blair Partnership said in a statement that the agency was proud of the work Warner Bros. Games and Avalanche have done on this groundbreaking game and the part we have played in the development of it. And by the way, in some respects, it is groundbreaking. Doesn't matter if you get mad at it. Doesn't matter if you think that like, you know, acknowledging that makes you transphobic or whatever. It truly is. It is video game IP, or sorry, it is well-established IP that had a blockbuster success in the movie theaters. It is in the same vein as Spider-Man. Okay? It is. It is a collaborative effort between video game studios and movie studios, which is literally still a newer front in general. Okay? Okay, but how is that groundbreaking? It's industry defining, which means if they continue, they could potentially make even more big budget Hollywood productions turn into like successful mainstream video games. I think a lot of people forget that like this is still not like there is still no adequate method for this. There is still not adequate. There's still no like perfect method to take all these like big budget movies and then translate them to big budget video game productions. I want to make one other point, by the way. Even if this game had like insanely anti-trans narratives, that would make me want to play it more. Not because I myself am like secretly transphobic or whatever, contrary to popular opinion of Twitter users, but because I do cultural commentary. So I would see it in the exact same vein as playing the single player missions of Call of Duty. Like, this is right up my fucking alley. We look at stuff that we criticize on a daily basis. I would go so far as say I probably watch more Fox News than I watch CNN. You know what I mean? And the reason for why I do that is because I like to look at what kind of propaganda that they're creating and you know, make jokes about it. It is a totally valid thing to do. Twitter can use this as an opportunity to clip and ship and go fucking crazy, but I don't care. This is literally what I do. Also, I would be the absolute worst secret conservative on the planet. Why the fuck would I have garnered the attention of perhaps the most annoying group of fucking liberals and leftists in order to secretly be racist or secretly be transphobic, when I could just be making infinitely more money with no one chirping at me from my side, I mean, by becoming a right-wing commentator. Anyway. Yeah. Harry Potter is insane. One of the top 5 movie franchises in history. It's the 3rd largest. So, good luck. And that's only after Spider-Man was like, I guess, treated as a separate franchise in the Marvel Cinematic Universe too. You will become right-wing in 10 years, bro? Yeah, I know. They've been saying that for the past 10 years. I just become more left-wing for some reason. Plenty of things have been said of that sort. People say, I'll become more right-wing eventually, or I will, I will fall out of favor. I'll drop off. I know. It just hasn't happened yet, but it will one day. I'm sure. Avalanche's efforts at inclusivity in Hogwarts Legacy don't go far enough for some fans. Are fans boycotting Hogwarts Legacy? Jesse Earl, a transgender woman, writer, and YouTuber who has spoken out against Rowling, called for a boycott of the game. It says, we as a culture are going to continue to hold on to what she is making and allow her to have this presence in our society, Earl said in an interview. I think Jesse Earl is a wonderful person, okay? I think she's great. I hope everyone understands this. I can have a disagreement with someone over the most successful way to use the media momentum surrounding a product created by a trans person, okay? This does not make me transphobic. This does not make her wrong, okay? I just, I hope everyone understands that. All right? People should at least consider your opinion on how to hijack the algo to change the discourse. Someone who gets 40K viewers every day talking leftist politics on a gaming platform knows what they're talking about. Exactly. This is like literally right up my alley, which is why I'm so fucking personally annoyed, because everyone just keeps undermining like what I have accomplished and what I want to do with more momentum. Anyway. Earl, who grew up enamored of the series and even named her cat after a character from the book, said that renouncing Harry Potter has been painful. Like Jesse Earl has more of a personal association with Harry Potter than I fucking do. I don't give a shit about it that much. You know what I mean? I feel like this happened with another game recently. You are correct. Cyberpunk. That's right. We have forgotten all about it because Cyberpunk was unplayable, and the criticisms went away quickly when it was, again, unplayable. But yes, I had this exact same argument with outspoken trans members in my community about how Cyberpunk was transphobic, and I had pretty much the exact same conversation, that I should boycott Cyberpunk, that I should not play Cyberpunk, that Cyberpunk is a transphobic game, ultimately, okay? It wasn't. It literally wasn't. And a lot of people were very, very upset at me at the time. And guess what? Probably some of those people are in here right now that forgot that they said it was transphobic and are in here still. And I did play it, exactly. I did. Why was it transphobic? It wasn't. It wasn't. There was a couple things in it where, are you gaslighting us? Wait, you think Cyberpunk is transphobic was not a conversation that we had? Huh, let's take a look. Let's look. Is Cyberpunk 2077 transphobic? 3 years ago, 42K views. I don't think so.
To their internal beliefs. While I am sure the game will be very well made and beautiful, I am also sure it will miss. I'm also sure it will miss on important themes of gender, transhumanism, etc. The only thing it may get right is the criticism of media and corporations, but that is really no leap considering who their target audience seems to be. Examples of egregious behavior. Cyberpunk Twitter account makes that don't assume they're...
But this isn't even the one I was thinking of. This is just the first one that came up. 0% prediction accuracy. What? What do you mean? You're telling me I have 100% prediction accuracy because I literally was fucking correct. I've always been correct. One thing you have to remember is I was right and I was correct. And that's it. Okay. I was right. I was correct. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm correct about that too. And I'm correct when I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Don't say Ukraine. I was not correct on that one. Please shut the fuck up about a prediction I made that was not correct. When I'm in the process of talking about how correct I am, do not remind people that I was incorrect that one time. Nobody ever lets me live that down. It's very annoying. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, this discourse pops up all the time. Anyway. Yeah.
Got released during E3. Cyberpunk 2077 Studio CD Projekt Red.
I've seen a shift in what people are saying. Maybe it's just people in my friend circle, but saying now that HP is anti-Semitic because of a lot of a plot involves goblins. So now it's anti-Semitism along transphobia. I still agree with you that boycotting a game is dumb and doesn't accomplish anything productive. But if people feel morally unsettled and then shouldn't play it, but that's true of any consumer item. I mean, I will never in a million years be like, you definitely have to consume it because trans people are telling you not to. I don't give a shit. I also don't think that anyone has, other than like the permanently online brain broken weird fucking Gamergate neck-bearded losers, are actually turning around and being like, I can't wait to buy this game now because it pisses off trans people. Like, that shit is so... No one cares. This is just a culture war blip, okay? It is a culture war blip on pretty much no normal person's radar. Okay, I'll tell you a story. Okay, I will tell you a story. I was shocked, like a laser zapping me in the brain, and shivers went down my spine last night. Why? I'm on the basketball court. One of my favorite things to do is just like kind of dive into the lives of Normans when I go there, because there's a lot of fucking 9-to-5ers out there trying to blow steam. There's a lot of normal people that are playing basketball on the pickup courts. Everyone's the same. You're judged by how well you can ball, okay? One of my favorite things in that situation is to sometimes hear whatever fucking people are talking about, okay? Not eavesdropping, not being creepy. I just want to get a better assessment of what's going on. I also like to communicate with these people as well. It's like, I feel it, like I see it as like, you know, it's a weird way to look at it, but almost like market research. And one of the dudes that I was playing ball with, some fucking Indiana dude, okay? They were talking about like what films they've been watching. One of the guys said to the other, two just like the most normal looking white guys, they looked identical to one another from fucking Indiana. One of the dudes was asking the other one, have you watched any films lately? And the guy said, yeah, I watched a documentary actually. It was pretty good. And I was like, ooh, I wonder what documentary you watched. I'm like eavesdropping a little bit. I'm being creepy. Okay? Okay? Because I thought like maybe these guys are like wannabe actors or something. Who knows? Okay? And he talked about the Tinder swindler, dude. So as far as like normal people, and like being up to date with like cultural relevancy or an understanding of like what's popping right now, we are so far removed from the motherfucking Normans, dude, okay? That's literally such an old documentary at this point that like you probably forgot about it, okay? It's like a year old, but it feels like it was ages ago. Why? Because we are at the forefront of like information processing, where it's just like being fucking hit and just pumped into our fucking brains every goddamn second. But Normans are out there being like, yeah, I watched a new documentary that was sick. It's like about a guy who like scammed a bunch of women on Tinder. It's fucking fire, actually. Okay? So that's where motherfuckers are when they're not extremely online. Do you understand? That's where people are. So if you were to fucking pull someone aside at Universal Studios and go, you know, you know, J.K. Rowling's a fucking TERF and hates trans people, they'd be like, what language are you speaking to me right now? Like, please get away from me unless you are trying to cast a new spell that I did not know about, that wasn't in the books or something. Explain to me what the spell is, or move away. Okay? That's the point. We always think that, like, the things that we're talking about right now are super culturally relevant. They're, like, so important. Everyone's thinking about these things and making assessments off of that. They're making deliberate choices to be like, I want to be transphobic. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't want to make a safe space for trans people by purchasing this fucking piece of content. Like, dude, it's not even remotely relevant. Even on the other side, when people say, it's the Barbara Streisand effect. They just Streisand affected Harry Potter. I'm like, dude, no. Look at this. You can't Streisand affect the Bible. You can't Streisand affect Adolf Hitler. Okay? These are things that are like permanently fucking a part of our existence and consciousness. Okay? There is no such thing. Stop it. Stop over analyzing and overvaluing your place in the consciousness. You are nothing but a blip on the fucking radar. You can't, in any meaningful way, change the direction of IP that is this popular. Okay? You can't Streisand affect it and get more people to go out and purchase it. And you can't do the opposite. It's just the moment that you think that, you are unfortunately extremely online. I saw this argument on LSF threads. People being like, oh, dude, that's why I think people are just like, more people are buying it. Like, no, there is no one way or the other on this. It is completely outside of your control. Okay? Yeah, it's like when racists try to boycott the NFL. Exactly. You understand? What the fuck? How did you find this? This is unlisted.
Correspondences with that are good characters, well-written characters, and on top of that, there's some negative depictions of trans people as well, of course, as there is of all different marginalized identities. Then, yes, it is, I guess, transphobic. They get your gender through your voice, a known transphobic trope, dude. First of all, from what I understand, they changed that. They fixed it. So what the fuck are you still complaining about? Again, and secondly, even if it was originally a fucking misstep, even if it was originally a fucking problem, okay? Even if it was originally a problem, understand? It's still an oversight problem, okay? It's still a fucking oversight problem where they built two fucking entire different like plot lines. It's like saying it is biased against pansexuals, okay? The game is biased against pansexuals because there's only the main character can be bisexual or pansexual, but the main character is locked into romance options, like with someone like Judy, for example, who only fucks you if you are a girl, or someone like River, who only fucks you if you are a girl, and unfortunately, Pan Am doesn't fuck you if you are a girl. Like, that's...
Is that the same room you're in now? No. Okay, as a community, if something like this happens again in the future, can we agree to immediately support Hasan by critically consuming, exploring problematic content like how we do with COD? This community always will inevitably, understand my perspective on it. It's just you are never going to be able to silence the outside weirdos. That's it. Anyway. That Trump cutout I sold for charity. Making up states for the sake of your basketball story is a new low. Yeah, Indiana does not exist. I can't believe you caught it. Okay, let's finish this. Sorry. My ideal world is that we just stop talking about her, stop talking about the game, stop talking about Harry Potter, Earl said. If you buy the game, I'm not telling you you're a transphobe or an anti-trans bigot, but I would question whether you're an ally. Conflicted feelings have prompted some fans to agree to only buy the game secondhand or... what are we going to do about liberals, man? What are we going to do about libs? Oh, maybe I could just buy it secondhand. It's like, why? Why are you making, like, just buy it. Just fucking buy it. You're a blip in the goddamn radar if you want to buy it that bad. Or pirate it. Like, I don't get it. Others, like 28-year-old Ryan Mills, said they plan to match every dollar they spend on Hogwarts Legacy with a donation to the Trevor Project, a nonprofit organization that offers mental health support to the LGBT youth. Life is short and sucky. I think this game is just going to make me happy, make me feel warm for a while like I did when I was a kid, said Mills. If the early buzz is any indication, the calls for boycotts may not be as effective as Earl and other activists had hoped. I think pre-orders have been particularly strong because it's launching at a time when there has been a vacuum of major releases of big budget games, said Pierce Harding Rolls, a research director at gaming and media analytics firm Ampere Analysis. The budget for Hogwarts Legacy won't have been small, so WBIE has taken significant risk in funding the title, but it looks like that is about to pay off. On Tuesday, Hogwarts Legacy had more than 1.2 million concurrent viewers on the video game site Twitch, breaking the record for most one-day viewers of a single-player game. Hogwarts Legacy is also on pre-order sold 10 million copies when Elden Ring, had sold 13 million copies in the first month after release. So we're talking pre-releases at 10 million. So get ready for a wave. Okay? Get ready for a fucking wave. It's going to grow even further. You'll never see terminally online weirdos telling you to boycott COD because many of those affected don't have the time or resources to be terminally online radlibs. So you won't hear that obnoxious self-obsessed argument that you should just listen to X marginalized group and they feel that they've been harmed by X commodity. Yeah, because like they're not in the fucking first world, dog. That's it. Like, can you imagine some fucking kid in Afghanistan literally being like, dog, you got to stop playing Call of Duty. You are normalizing American imperialists. Every dollar that you spend against this American warfare propaganda, even though you are probably one of the loudest anti-imperialist voices in the United States of America, I am going to decide now that you are unironically promoting imperialist propaganda by playing Call of Duty. That'd be so funny. It's a product. It's a byproduct of being like living in the first world. By the way, that does not delegitimize the harm that trans people are experiencing in society. Please do not misunderstand me. Okay? COD actually employs Oliver North, unironically a war criminal, and literally nobody makes this argument. Exactly. Exactly. Anyway. So I understand a normal person buying HP, but what about big streamers who buy it or take sponsorships? Are they trying to delegitimize trans people being harmed? Dude, you know what my opinion on this matter is. I don't give a fuck. No. That's kind of the main point of contention. That's why everyone's so mad at me for saying that. Like, no, it's so silly. Anyway. Rowling, meanwhile, continues to make incendiary comments. Last week, she posted a tweet about excluding women from women's prisons because they've got penises, which makes Hogwarts Legacy feel markedly different than any other blockbuster video game launch. For some people, it's been hard to discuss without a butt attached. That's the thing. She's like so perfectly conditioned as a billionaire living in Turf Island where like they shoot you if you're not transphobic, okay? And also like she's removed enough from the IP that like it doesn't mire the creation of the product, but still she benefits from it. At this point, it's like J.K. Rowling trying to associate her with product that she's not even making more than the other way around. Does that make sense? Yeah, they don't shoot you, sorry. They stab you. They give you a proper shanking if you're not fucking transphobic, yeah? Bro, she has terminally online brain too. You chatters are bad as her. Yeah, of course. These activists aren't reaching normies IRL, only online. It's the only space they know, and they think it's everything. I don't disagree with the premise of a boycott, but also it's an unwinnable fight. Please do something else. Yeah, that's why it's like, that's why I think my words were like almost more offensive than actually playing the fucking game for a lot of people, because they not only felt betrayed by maybe someone who they perceived as like a cis ally, but also on top of that, I was right. That's it. That's the reason why they were more mad, and there's more discourse around what I said than like fucking XQC playing it. You know what I mean? Because you know you can't do anything about XQC playing it. He's gonna play it, and there's no problem with him playing it too. Let's be real. I don't have an issue with it. Anyway. You also said posting is not praxis, which is the worst thing you can say. I know. Yes. Which is why people did not want to fucking see that as like a criticism launched against extremely online people, but instead a criticism launched against trans people. You know what I mean? Which is like, no, I'm I know the two go hand in hand sometimes, but like I'm talking about people who think that they're doing the right thing by posting. We are going to talk about anti-trans legislation right after this, actually, because Matt Walsh got fucking eviscerated by Tennessee. Okay. Harding Rolls said he doesn't expect Rowling's comments to have much of an impact on the game's commercial performance. Potential customers will likely fall into three camps: people who won't buy the game due to Rowling, people who aren't aware of Rowling's comments, and people who are aware but will buy the game regardless. I'm expecting the last two of those to be a big enough majority to drive the game to strong sales. Reviews of Hogwarts Legacy have mostly been positive, although several have addressed the Rowling controversy. A lengthy blurb in the middle of an otherwise glowing review by IGN noted that as critics, our job is to answer the question of whether or not we find Hogwarts Legacy to be fun to play and why. Whether it's ethical to play is a separate but still very important question. But the reviewer also declared that Hogwarts Legacy is the Harry Potter RPG I've always wanted to play. Oh, Jesus Christ. Some who disagree with Rowling's views... Some who disagree with Rowling's views are attempting to reclaim the Harry Potter franchise for transgender fans. Moon, who grew up loving Harry Potter and asked online only to be identified by his first name, is a moderator for a small Hogwarts Legacy Discord server. He's transgender, and he said he sympathizes with the people who abandoned the franchise or boycotted the game, but he said it's almost impossible to make millions end their relationship with something they like. Instead, Moon figured he could help build a positive community for those who choose to play Hogwarts Legacy, no matter how they identify. Next best thing we can do is spread awareness from the inside, he said. I think we need to find where Moon is, dox him, and fucking send hate his way immediately. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm making a joke. Twitch posted about you? Yeah.
Moment to talk about something else that's very important to us here. Now, the players are playing for $250,000 in charity, and it's really important to the players here, but we also want to take a moment to shout out Hasan. Hasan was supposed to play in the Streamer Bowl, but decided to back out at the last moment to try and continue to support the efforts of helping the recovery in the earthquake aftermaths in Turkey and Syria. He decided to step out. He tweeted about this a little bit ago, saying, "I've made the decision to stay home and continue to fundraise for Turkey instead of attending the Streamer Bowl in Arizona today. Apologies to Austin Eckler and everyone else involved. I hope everyone has fun. I felt bad bad leaving in the middle of this important moment. Obviously, we totally understand, and there is no apology necessary. We fully support what Hasan is doing in his efforts during this horrible tragedy. If you would like to help contribute to those efforts, please search hashtag HasanAbi for Turkey, Syria Earthquakes Fund. That's HasanAbi
such an
for
insane
Syria,
hashtag.
for
We
Turkey,
gotta fix
Syria,
that
Earthquakes
next
Fund.
time.
Turkey, then Syria, folks.
Damn,
We'll be right back. But before we
That's my co-pilot, dude. How the fuck can anyone hate you after this week? What the fuck, dude? Trust me, they will. Dude, you're crazy. Don't worry, people will find a way always. Still don't understand why he has to be such an asshole. I work 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I was trying to have fun playing basketball and talk about my favorite Netflix docuseries. Shut the fuck up. People always find a way to piss off or be pissed off. If being in this community has taught me anything, it is people will find a way to hate you or anyone who likes you. Yeah, like literally. Tell them that your hat costs $500. That should do it. Yeah. I'm sure there's like plenty of fucking shit that my haters will like bring up from like 3 years ago that they clip chimp to make it seem like I'm saying I'm not something I'm not saying. You know what I mean? And be like, remember when he said this? Like that discourse of like the bare budget necessities or whatever the fuck, when I was talking about like, you know, I spend money that is well within my means on things that I think are important to me, that they totally misunderstood as to why I don't do investments and I don't need to. They basically settle on the soft giving takes 50% narrative. I mean, we'll see. That is like one that people have been harping on when that's not what I meant at all. But of course, no one cares about what I actually mean. You literally replied to someone last night telling you to keep your mouth shut by rubbing it in their face that you're a privileged cis white man with more cultural and societal privilege than them. And now you're sitting in the chat telling you that you're an ally. I'm not, dude. If you genuinely don't want to believe that I'm an ally, then who cares? Like, yeah, okay, I'm not an ally. Like, there you go. You got it. Like, it's fine. It's not going to change my mentality. It's not going to change my attitude. You can feel better that you like caught me, okay? I am the secret actual transphobic person that has just been trying to cultivate an audience and educate people on transphobia this whole time so that I can, play on new game plus difficulty. I've always thought the one thing that is too easy to do in society, is be transphobic. So I wanted to make it more difficult for myself personally. You know what I mean? Like that's literally that was my goal all along. Yeah. God damn. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my God, the Goblins Are Jews game by the I Hate Trans People author is so popular. Why can't I play it even as I claim to be an ally? Dude, you have no place to say I've been chirping about this for 3 days. You're nasty and you're reactionary and you really want everyone to have the same Jim Bro Bud Light politics as you and your friends. Yes. If everyone had my Jim Bro Bud Light politics, your life would be much easier. Like can you imagine? First of all, you're right. Like that is literally my goal. You caught me. I do want people to have my politics. That's true. That's not, you didn't arrive at a secret. That's literally my goal. I openly say it all the time. And I think that society would be demonstrably better depending on what marginalized community you come from, but society would certainly be better if people had a better assessment of the intersectionality of privilege and how all of that works. Yeah. You literally replied to someone last night telling you to keep your mouth shut by rubbing in their face. You're a privileged cis white man with more cultural and societal privilege. That's also true. But you know, it is what it is. And now you're sitting here trying to tell the chat you're an ally. You've been coping over the Goblins or Jews game for like 2 days, which you've been coping about it more than me, it seems. So I don't think you have any place to say that. You've been talking shit about a marginalized minority and telling them to be normal in the face of a billionaire transphobe. That's not true. Well, I mean, being normal is definitely one of my fundamental politics for sure. But no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I have a disagreement in how to protest, and I think I'm right. And that disagreement and my opinion on how to protest in this respect does not come from me being a privileged cisgender person, but instead comes from my position as a leftist content creator in a video game platform who is more successful than like most other video game content creators. I'm one of the largest content creators on this platform, is a literal fucking leftist in a space that for many, many years was considered to be a reactionary hellhole. That's it. I definitely understand the space well, I think. I literally just told everyone in a shaming way that they're too online because they're offended. You are extremely online. It's true. And yes, you are too online because you're offended. Yeah. That's true. Do you think even in this community right now of 34,378 people who are watching, okay, which automatically we are all extremely online because I said I was extremely online too. But even in this community, do you think you're coming across as a normal person with like normal opinions, or do you think you're coming across as like an unhinged person who is extremely online? Even in this space, which is literally cultivated, created, and attended by extremely online people. I'm not too online. I'm trans. You're coping so hard because you want to throw the turf $60. I have yet to do so. I don't care about doing so. I might eventually down the line. I don't think that I need to get your permission to do so. I think you misunderstand this like completely. That is what was incredibly, incredibly frustrating. Okay. About this discourse from the likes of Ben Shapiro who say, you're afraid of your audience. Like, no, I'm not. If I was afraid, I would have just said, you know, I'm going to do the thing that everyone wants me to do and shut the fuck up about it. I'm not even in your community. I came here to see if you're still coping, and I barely watch Twitch because I'm a trans student. Okay. Well, I mean, you've been in here enough. You've been in here since 2012. Been around. You are extremely online, though. So whether you come into this community or not regularly does not change that reality. We shouldn't focus on this one chatter, I think. Yeah, you're right. That's a lie. I haven't been here since 2012. I said 2022, didn't I? Did I say 2012? You okay? My bad. I meant 2022. I guess I said the wrong thing. I misspoke. If you make fun of me for misspeaking, you're only proving the point that you are extremely online, just like everyone else. You're a liar, and you do it when it's convenient for you, just like you tell people you're a centrist, then a leftist. Okay. I think you're not very good at understanding jokes, which is okay. But okay, I'm not a liar. I misspoke. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I want to move on, but like I'm also one of you guys gave them a sub, or give her a sub. You're a liar and you do it when it's convenient. Come on, give me more. Boring take, you're just farming views from anyone with 2 brain cells wouldn't talk like this, but keep farming the trolls. Maybe you can afford your second mansion. This guy literally was like, I'm bored of the troll, so I'm going to take matters into my own hands and troll myself. Oh, that's good. You really thinking about turning into a conservative? Always. Literally all the time. You've been trying so hard to justify the way you completely dismiss the only ask a minority community has for you. Not really. It's not that hard to dismiss. If anything, it's very easy to dismiss. The hard part has been to try to get people to understand that I'm coming at this from a charitable position, completely empathetic to the calls and the anger that people feel, even when they direct it towards me. I still get it. I still understand it. It's totally valid to be frustrated. You've been whining and crying about bullying on Twitter for 2 days straight? No. I talk about a lot of issues. You can frame it as whining and crying on everything that I talk about. This in particular is about valuable, I think, good ways to protest versus bad ways to protest, and what the most calculated best way to redirect a otherwise unsuccessful protest would be for future reference. Do you have anything more? Everyone in LA, we saw your private account screenshot. Everyone in LA saw your private account screenshot and can't even stand with the community you profit off of and intentionally farm for views because you came off as an ally. What? Everyone in LA saw your private account screenshot and you can't even stand with the community you profit off of? Dude. Okay, I got to say something. First of all, what? Do you mean like a Discord server or something? Do you mean Louisiana? Or do you just mean Twitter? Are you saying everyone on... What? They mean the not HasanAbi alt account where I was like, I'm so sick and tired of the left and the right. Because I'm always sick and tired of the left. They're fucking bad at protesting and they're fucking whiny losers. Which is true. And we usually self-cannibalize regularly instead of, build solidarity and successful protest movements. You are participating in exactly what I was upset about. And can't even stand with a community you profit off of. If you think that like trans people are a profitable community to profit off of, or defending trans people is a profitable franchise, and you think people are doing it not because they legitimately believe it and believe that like that is a good thing to do and the right thing to do, but instead because like it's a profitable industry, then there is no reason to fucking try to boycott J.K. Rowling. Why isn't everybody already trying to profit off of trans people? That's weird. I must be in the pocket of big trans. You profit off of intentionally farmed for views because you came off as an ally. Just because a boycott doesn't wipe out all profit doesn't mean it's not valuable. Your superiority thinking you can judge what a good and bad protest is for a marginalized minority you're not even a part of. You can be a part of a marginalized minority. You're still thinking that everyone is on your side because you're extremely online within that marginalized minority group. And you can still be a part of a marginalized minority group and have a demonstrably unpopular and unsuccessful protest. That's kind of at the heart of the matter here. That's what we were talking about. You get it? My superiority doesn't come from me being like privileged, cis, het, white. My assessment of the situation is that, well, one, I'm right, because we are now living in we're no longer like in the pre-sale era. We're in the post-sale era. It already has failed. But also on top of that, my assessment of the situation was correct because I understand the space better than a lot of other people do. When people are attacked, 2% of the population, they're never going to be a large effective protest. I agree. I know. This person comes out with a new argument every time. Kind of the point of bigots attacking minorities, kind of the entire point of them choosing us for violence. I do agree with these statements. I know. We are not in disagreement here. This has nothing to do with the original conversation surrounding boycotting Harry Potter as a successful boycott. You have moved the goalpost so fucking far away from the original point of contention. I think you need to understand. I don't disagree with this. I do disagree with, I agree with everything you just said. That's kind of the whole point of why I thought there was a better and more successful way to generate a positive outcome, because I foresaw a negative outcome ahead of time. I was right. He's right that a boycott can be valuable without wiping profit out. It's his only good take. Her name is Steph, so let's not misgender. I'm gonna. Anyway, the point is, when you self-fulfilled the prophecy, you think my conversation played a role in. Okay, we're gonna take a deep breath here. This is good. This is productive. You might not think it, but it is productive. Okay. If you think that me tweeting about this boycott movement being ineffective after it was demonstrably ineffective played a role in the boycott movement being effective or ineffective, you are already proving the point that you are extremely online. And you also totally missed the mark of the point I was making originally. Look at this number. Okay, the overwhelming majority of people that will consume this IP, like 99%, have no fucking clue. Okay? There is no way that I can move the needle in either direction. Whether I went out and said, everyone has to play Harry Potter, you literally have to play it, it's the greatest game of all time, please play it, or whether I said, don't play the game, it's very bad, and you will feel very bad if you play the game, I would have never been able to tangibly move the needle in either direction. You and I are nothing. We are just a blip, okay, in this sea. This is IP that is incredibly successful, and that was kind of my point. That's like one of the main reasons. Your highly online community is the one mobilized in a bunch of actual trans activist mentions right now. She's already a billionaire. Who gives a fuck about the number? Exactly. You're literally proving my point. Tell everyone you're an ally, and then trans people literally just say, don't play the game, and you say it's stupid. Exactly. I don't understand what the disconnect is here. Yes, I do think that it is silly to just like openly try to make this a point of contention when it's already failed. It failed from the start. The moment that this game was slated to be produced, it was already going to be successful. And also, I just want to mention one more thing. I really don't care if you think I'm an ally or not. I don't. I think that much is clear. I regularly joke about how I'm a foe. And there are plenty of people who legitimately think that I'm transphobic, especially after this form of discourse. And that's also fine. It is what it is. But having said that, you can have disagreements with, I think your transphobe joke is funny. Okay. Well, you can have disagreements with a form of protest, okay, and still, I think, advocate for trans causes, which I will continue to do so regardless of what you say or do or what anyone on Twitter says. I'm a blip. You have billions of followers. A bunch of your Bud Light bro simps are now thinking they're also allied community while telling people any ass they have is stupid. No, that's unacceptable. And if someone were to do that, I would call them out and scream at them as well. I would be much less charitable to them than I am to you. Even though your concerns are insane overall, okay, let's be real, and you have tried to disparage me numerous times, I'm being as understanding as I humanly can because I get it. I get why you're mad. I just think your anger is misdirected. You want to make this about a hypersensitivity than an actual critique? That's not true. Then do that instead of being in people's Twitter replies bragging about how your life is already better than ours. Well, the reason why I did that, and I think you saw that already, is because someone tried to be mean. And if someone is going to be ruthless, okay, I'm going to be ruthless back. Like they literally took a moment that was a pile up, and it wasn't even like fucking I'm annoyed at leftists in the right wing in the same magnitude or the same way, because there's plenty of people on the left who also say like my charity efforts are a scam. But I was genuinely feeling very upset, very sad. Not that it matters. And I wanted to do what everyone does on Twitter, which is vent. Okay. And someone took what I was saying in a private account and used that as a counter argument, as though like, that's a valid thing to do. And when they personally attacked me in a weak moment, I responded in kind. That doesn't change the fact that the protest itself is unsuccessful, for the record. Trans people get to be ruthless when you tell them their decision to protest is stupid and encourage your audience to also think it's stupid. I think that my audience probably already thought that, if we're being real. Like, this is not just about trans people either. This is just a form of protest that I otherwise consider to be stupid and have said many, many times over. This just happens to be one that like some trans people wanted to do. But it's not because trans people are advocating for it. It's just an decentralized boycott movements that focus on like, you know, consumption, especially of like a incredibly popular franchise, incredibly popular IP, are always going to be fruitless. But also, I think you've already betrayed the notion that you were trying to present yourself as like a, you know, not extremely online person, because you're talking about a lot of extremely online shit. Like if you were just like, you know, farming the fields in Idaho or whatever the fuck, you would not know a single one of these things. So you are a very online person, which is understandable. We find a lot of support online. This community is one of them. It's actually very supportive of trans people in general, and probably one of the largest spaces that is not like only trans focused, where you will see a lot of other trans people. So just remember that. Then you do that instead of being in people's Twitter replies bragging about how your life is already better than ours. Trans people get to be ruthless when you tell them a decision to protest is stupid. You can be weak. It'd just help you if you wouldn't double down on the bro shit when you're sad. No, I mean, no, that's not fair. I'm human, and I think like when I say your life is going to be awful, first of all, I didn't even know the Kirby avatar person was like non-binary. I didn't intend to say your life is always going to be more miserable than mine because of that. It's because they're extremely fucking online. They're so online that they thought that it was a valid attack to just like fucking take a weak moment and screenshot it like it's a good counter. You know what I mean? Of course. Of course, when you do that, I'm going to be like, well, you know, guess what? I might be sad right now, but my life is always going to be better than yours. And also on top of that, you know, this type of resentful like farming, when you're engaging in this kind of like pile on, only makes me double down further and gives me the motivation to continue. That was the context, if you care about it. I'm a computer science student, literally from Idaho, living in LA. I'm online. A lot less online than you. Yeah, well, you know, this is what I do. This is my bread and butter. This is how I make money. The context that you didn't know they were non-binary actually helps, because you literally look like you were being a transphobe as a joke. No, that's not a joke. I would never... Listen, this has happened one other time, and You know, this is the trans cat boy collector conversation all over again, okay? It's never about someone being trans. It's always about them being extremely fucking online and being petty and resentful, okay? If there's one constant in this entire process, and also, by the way, you would have never thought that if you considered, if you for a moment had like a fraction of charitability about the issues that I talk about and didn't immediately assume that I was some like secret transphobic grifter that is like weirdly enough trying to play transphobia simulator on New Game Plus difficulty when I could just literally be transphobic and make a shitload more money that way. It is infinitely more acceptable, I think, you know, as a trans person, to be transphobic in media or in society in general than to advocate against transphobia. You know that already. You're a trans person. You are literally aware of this. That looks like, what is that? That's what it looks like when you get in front of your chat and then being like, no one at Disneyland knows she's transphobic. Like, it's an excuse. What? That's what it looks like? And you getting in front of your chat and then being like, no one at Disneyland knows she's transphobic, like it's an excuse? What? First of all, it's Universal, not Disneyland. Just remember that. But I think you're misunderstanding the point I was making there. I know this person, they intentionally infight constantly for clout. What, the Kirby JPEG person? Or the other person that's like in my chat right now that I'm responding to? I'm sure that person I'm responding to probably has a fucking Twitter account too that's connected that will like make a lot of, commentary in the aftermath of this. Yeah, you're feeding them, I think. I'm always going to be charitable because my assumption always is going to be that, like, if I talk to people, they will understand where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? My Twitter account is 80 followers and is used for my feelings, not my anger about the ineffectiveness of cis men. Listen, you and I can absolutely disagree on a personal level on whether or not I'm an effective cis ally, but I'm pretty sure the thousands of trans people that have found a home in this community, including those who like literally recognize that they were trans, will probably vehemently disagree with you on that point. I know that like, you assume that like you're in the right, you're trans, I'm cis, that's the end of the argument. But like one of the main things I never fucking allow in this community is that kind of, well, I'm right and you're wrong because I come from that background. I'm so charitable to your takes, but when you go off about trans people telling you not to play a Jewish Goblin transphobe game, one of the things that's sus as fuck. Yeah, if that's your metric for declaring someone as sus, have fun. Look at their vibes. Look at their log history. I haven't, but well, the definition of lames. Why do you hate the Balkans so bad? The definition of lame is literally ableism. You literally scream and call most people babies, then they say anything you can't shut down. What? You just acted like you can't call anyone out on bullshit without it being a big deal by freaking out when someone tells you words you use are offensive, like the word lame. As ableist as fuck, and you don't have to be saying it. Oh my God, you're a Stanford. You are not in this community advocating for the Stanford Code of Conduct. Listen, that is insane, dude. What the fuck? Yo, you are so lame, dog. Holy shit. Come on. Anyway, one of my goals when we're doing like leftist housekeeping, as I like to call it, is to get these kind of attitudes a little bit more grounded. just as an overall, overall way to like try and instill a little bit more solidarity. You know what I mean? This kind of rad lib behavior often isn't tolerated, which is precisely why you got banned originally. I mean, I won't do it now, but I'm just letting you know, you are definitely a regular watcher. You're a bit of a hate watcher. You're definitely holy fuck. Account created 8/21/2019. Let's go. I think what will inevitably happen is you grow older and have more experiences. You will be more empathetic and understanding of like other people's imperfections, which I think is a really important. You're so lame. The only reason that's in the chat is because you were going off on someone who admitted they were mentally handicapped. What? There are other streamers I watch. I only come in here when you're being wild and I'm your age. Oh, that's embarrassing then. Okay, well, then I have nothing more to tell you. Because I'm an old ass man. Like I'm about to be 32. You know what I mean? I'm going to be 32 years old in July. You should definitely not be this much of a rad lib at this age, for sure. About as embarrassing as you streaming 10 hours a day crying about a baby game. Well, at least I'm making money crying about a baby game, if that's the way you want to perceive it. I guess maybe I shouldn't have taken you seriously and continued to do whatever I was doing and ban you so you could just like fester in your anger. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to change your attitude. I also think this is like educational for other people who have similar opinions and perspectives. This will be a learning experience. For the past 3 days, I have spent most of this content. You think anyone coming in for critique is seething? No, but you are. I think you lost the whole like I'm not mad and I'm not seething when you said everything here that you've said. And I was also trying to be as nice as possible. But anyway, yeah, to think that I've been like crying about a fucking baby game for the past 3 days or whatever, and like really want to play this game really badly when I have spent pretty much every hour that I've been live raising money for earthquake relief funds for the past 4 days, like literally nonstop, with some minor exceptions that I've carved out for the discourse. I don't know what to tell you. You're just extremely online. That's it. Spamming a chat isn't seething when there's 30,000 people here. No, you're just justifying your behavior. It's fine. Can't imagine someone taking the conversation the same way you are. What? No, it's mostly coverage, but I think we're done. All right, I'm gonna no longer pay attention to you unless you become more entertaining somehow. Yeah, I love how they abandoned their original premise of their argument. Their following list, they watch so many other streamers, it's crazy. It's Will Neff, me, Anthony Green, and AOC. Yeah, they definitely watch a lot of other streamers. AOC. Yeah, we've moved on from the point of like productive discourse to I'm just seething and I want more attention from you. I want to have a one-on-one conversation with you. Anyway. So when you converted from a transphobe, I guarantee there are countless more examples of this. It's because of you that I'm not transphobic. I was caught up in the alt-right pipeline, and it wasn't until I found your stream that I was able to escape. You effectively dismantled people who I consumed a lot of content, Shapiro, Crowder, Peterson, and they will eventually come around once you turn out to be right. We've been through worse. Sorry all this is getting to you, brother, but focus on All the positive things you've done for people. Chin up, Abi. Oh, this. What is this?
I don't understand what's going on. Isn't Harry Potter just bigger than J.K. Rowling at this point? No. Sorry, buddy. You're supporting a billionaire transphobe. Twitter will be hearing about this. Wait, what? You're using Twitter? What?
Oh, I made the same exact
owned
point.
By a billionaire transphobe? Hasn't he tweeted many times ridiculing the ideas of pronouns and all the other verbiage that trans people would consider?
Okay, what this guy fails to consider is that trans people really love posting on Twitter. But trans people certainly can stop consuming Harry Potter. Okay? And I think that is a misstep. Okay? Because goddamn, they be posting.
Problematic? I don't pay for Twitter. Doesn't matter if you're paying for it. You're still using it. You're still aiding in the population growth and engagement on his website. And he said plenty of times he uses those numbers to justify his purchase. And those are the same numbers that are used for advertisers to bring money to his platform. Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. Well, why are you so fixated on this game? It's funny, because that's actually my question as well. Why are you so fixated on this game? Out of all the revenue streams this woman has, why do you care so much about this one in particular? Explain yourself. When's the last time you stood outside Universal Studios and boycotted ticket sales? You know she gets a percentage out of every Universal ticket sold? How many times you been out there boycotting that?
Damn, this video is fucking, I mean, this is all correct points. Like, literally all correct points. Holy shit. Like, he starts talking about the top of the hour ad break. I'm going to say this is a HasanAbi rebroadcast. You know what I mean? And at the top of the hour, how there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. I might be like, that's crazy. It's like looking in a restream at this point. You know what I mean? He's cooking with gas. Apologies to the electric oven users and the climate conscious. But goddamn, dude. You can also get gifted a sub to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Rice Spicy, thank you for the 5 gift subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour and have an uninterrupted broadcast experience. Use the 3-minute ad break now.
What about Legos? You know how much money she makes every year from toy sales? You're a bad person, and Twitter told me that, so I'm going with it. It just seems so odd to me that out of every avenue she gets money from, you decide to go after this Warner Brothers video game that she's not even involved with. But I think I know why. Because it's easier. You get to get out of bed, pajamas on, go right onto your keyboard.
I mean, it's also so fucking dumb. It's literally, it's correct. I think this person, I don't know anything about their background. I don't know about their perspective, their political perspective, but it's true. It is correct. Hasan's HRT dealer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Boy and Tallgrass, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sorry for Poop Sock, and thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
And type in Harry Potter game bad, therefore I'm a good person. At some point, these movements always get hijacked by disingenuous individuals trying to look like the good guy for some type of purpose or validation. It's much harder work to get off your ass and go down there to Orlando or California and boycott Universal or Legos, or go to Japan and boycott Nintendo, because guess what? She has contracts with them too. The humongous parts of her income y'all just overlook. The ones that could potentially actually make real change, you just overlook because it's easier to attack this game. Now I'm hearing people are bullying innocent streamers just because they're playing.
So the thing that this guy watches and follows you on Twitter, by the way, he's good friends with the RDC and Berlizzi. No, I love this. This is great. Also, like, literally, dude, no notes. I guess with like one exception, and that is that I even take it one step further. J.K. Rowling as a individual is not hated because she fucking funds single-handedly like transphobic activity. That shit is popping regardless, right? Like, there are plenty of special interest groups without J.K. Rowling. It's that she's also fucking annoying about it. Like, she she is on the same platforms that we are all on. She's on Twitter, just like Elon Musk is, by the way, constantly fucking posting in your face. And if you're a trans person, and Twitter is one of the main platforms that you communicate with other trans people, and it's an important place for you to like build a safer space, that understandably triggers the fuck out of you. Okay? That's it. Like that's literally one of the main components of the story too. It's like there are so many billionaire transphobes. Most of the fucking people that own shit are transphobic. Like, of course, everyone is transphobic. This is a thing that we talk about all the time. But like, J.K. Rowling is a particularly annoying, very British type of transphobe that can't shut the fuck up. And also, yeah, she actively diverts a lot of her bigoted writings under the pseudonym. That's the real reason why she diverts her bigoted writings under her pseudonym is not because she wants to like hide that she's transphobic. It's because she doesn't want to tarnish the Rowling name with dog shit material that nobody wants to consume. Because if she put the Rowling name and slapped it on that fucking transphobic material, no one would read it regardless. Just like the Rowling name is on the other fucking movies that flopped, right? But that's it. She has to rest on the laurels of Harry Potter as a franchise, okay? That's it. I was joking about this with a trans journalist like literally 2 days ago. Like, it's just no one cares about that because it sucks, okay? It fucking sucks. No one cares about her transphobic shit. If people cared about her transphobic shit, they would buy the transphobic shit. She vanity scrolls all the time. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Playing this game, you've become exactly what you hate. A monster.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, here's another side of this that I haven't really talked about too much, which is that like I think people that protest this stuff are just like kind of a nuisance. I don't think they're like monsters, or I don't think they're bullies. Like, I don't lend credence to like Asmongold's analysis of the situation. Like, you're a bad person, and like yeah, you're annoying. I'll admit you are fucking annoying. But I get why you are annoying. I get where you're coming from while being annoying. Okay, you're like the person who's like, hey, stop. You know what I mean? Hey, stop doing this thing that everyone is enjoying because it's like bad. You should feel bad about doing it. And that's it. That's like that's my assessment is more so that like you should be allowed to be annoying. It's fine. He's saying that directly after talking about the streamer who's bullied. Like, yeah, it's just I am more so interested in how I'm more so interested in the success of movements. You know what I mean? Like, rather than whether trans people are being bullies or not. You know what I mean?
For the most part, the people getting Hogwarts Legacy, it doesn't mean anything to them except they just like Harry Potter. They're not sharing any views with anyone. Alienating people.
Your chat should have telling me I'm going to die from turf violence in my Twitter DMs. Wait, what? They found your Twitter and are DMing you on Twitter? Okay, just give the information over to my mod team and I will fucking, you're so reckless, it's fucking stupid. Okay, first of all, give that information to my moderation team and we will deal with them. That's number one. Number two, I mean, that's ridiculous. Definitely report them on Twitter. That is absolutely unacceptable. Okay? As far as stop giving them attention, yeah, I know. But like they're desperately trying to get my attention. What do you want? Okay, your chat is so gross. You want to act like you don't make them that way, and the way you attack people you think are annoying and misinterpret on purpose. Okay. Listen to me. That kind of shit is completely unacceptable. You have to also understand that there's a lot of people in this community that are watching because they want to send those sorts of DMs to me and regularly do. And, you know, when you enter the space, there are plenty of banned people who still see your name that can find you and come and harass you, that's literally not something that you should understand is something that I advocate for. Okay? Your chat does what you tell them. Okay, if your implication is that I want chatters in this community to go out and like harass random trans people on the internet, you're kind of delusional. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry, I'm so interested that you're talking to me. It's like, okay, all right, I'm banning you. All right, we're done. Okay, okay. Do not go to this person's Twitter or anything like that. They just want attention. Don't fucking, you're a piece of shit if you go and do this kind of thing. You always actively discourage people from harassing folks you publicly disagree with. I've been on the other end of this before and you handled it well. Yeah. No. Stop. Don't do that. And unfortunately, there are plenty of fucking psychotic Nazis and shit that watch and wait for opportunities like this to go and like harass random people. It's just, you know, why you don't spend 35 minutes on chatters. This is part of the reason why I stopped debating chatters. Like literally. Maybe on ban so they can let the mods know who's harassing them. No, they can DM moderators without being in the chat. Please stop giving psycho chatters attention. You put so much time and effort into these people who are only seeking attention because they know you will respond. Dude, I can't let go of my charitability, okay? I can't let go of my charitability. That's the whole point. If someone is coming at this from the perspective that is like widely shared on Twitter, I'm going to use that as an opportunity to have like a normal and, you know, possibly productive conversation with them. What? There's hella cobwebs in it now. Yeah. Lost debate corner. Crushed me one time on stream, but still defended me from chat. Yeah. Sadly, it is distressing to see an IP intrinsically connected to trauma across Twitch.
With baseless labels, serves no purpose. All it does is continue to divide everyone. I hope someday you can understand that. And in the meantime, I'm gonna be in Hogwarts, bitch. You don't understand what's going on.
Defending my position on the Harry Potter game day 4. Dude, this is literally just, I can't, when I know I'm right, I just will never stop. Okay, I disagree with that. There were big leftist creators who make great videos who were saying you were showing your true colors. I think that was an okay combo for the extremely online to see. I think the extremely online people will not change their perspective after this. This man owns Twitter. On Tuesday, Musk gathered a group of engineers and advisors into a room at Twitter headquarters looking for answers. Why are his engagement numbers tanking? He said. This is ridiculous, he said, according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the meeting. I have more than 100 million followers, and I'm only getting tens of thousands of impressions. One of the company's 2 remaining principal engineers offered a plausible explanation for Musk's declining reach. Just under a year after the Tesla CEO made his surprise offer to buy Twitter for $44 billion, public interest in his antics is waning. Employees showed Musk internal data regarding engagement with his account, along with a Google Trends chart. Last April, they told him Musk was at peak popularity in the search rankings, indicated by a score of 100. Today, He's at a score of 9. Oh my God, they successfully told him he dropped off. You fell off, dog. They told Elon Musk he fell off. Engineers had previously investigated whether Musk's reach had somehow been artificially restricted, but found no evidence that the algorithm was biased against him. Musk did not take the news well. You're fired. You're fired, Musk told the engineer. Platformers withholding the engineer's name in light of the harassment Musk has directed at former Twitter employees. He did not fire the guy. Musk's yes! Yeah! Musk's product feedback, which comes largely from replies to his tweets, often baffles his workers. There's times he's just awake late at night and says all sorts of things that don't make sense, one employee said. And then he'll come to us and be like, this one person says they can't do this one thing on the platform. And then we have to run around chasing some outlier use case for one person. It doesn't make any sense. The San Francisco headquarters, whose landlord has sued Twitter for non-payment of rent, has a melancholy air. When people pass each other in the halls, we're told that the standard greeting is, where are you interviewing and where do you have offers? The 8th floor is still stocked with beds and employees have to reserve them in advance. Most weeknights they are fully booked, another current employee said. Twitter has broken many people, but it broke Elon the most. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good, baby. Okay. CNN plays Harry Potter game. Okay, we're done with Hogwarts Legacy. Let's watch this debate.
Okay, I'm doing nuts. Okay.
It's debate review. Moist critical debates XQC on the Dhar situation. Oh, this is my favorite type of content.
Okay. I'll either give a supporting take or another take.
Pee real quick. I'll be back.
Sometimes it's aligned or something neutral. I watched it, your new video, and maybe it's because of my fundamentals. I genuinely didn't agree with it. Your takes. Is that fair enough or not?
That's totally fine. This is one that I'm a little surprised to hear, though, because I feel like this is just a really basic, not controversial take at all.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I see a big fallacy. Okay, it's like a slippery slope. It's like a slippery slope coming up. Okay, to me, it feels like the argument is like, yo, dude, they work for something that is very successful and makes a lot of money. Therefore, they're entitled to more. Just like, let's say, Amazon is popping off. They're like $1 trillion company, right? Well, technically, the dude could, Bezos could afford to make every employee $150K a year, right? Without affecting much of the company's worth. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, should he? Probably not. That's just my take.
So I can see why you'd want to draw that comparison. It's just in this field that's not really apt. So the actors are being paid, as I understand it, almost exactly what they were being paid when the channel made $0, had 0 subscribers, and they were contractors as opposed to employees, which isn't unusual, especially for that kind of field.
Yeah, but you know how much that is? I don't want to cut you off. I want to make some quick maths there. Did they ever release how much they're making?
Quick maths.
How many hours that they're working on? Because I watched the video and I couldn't take it at face value because I feel like there's a lot loaded in here that isn't being unpacked.
Dude, I love thinking that XQC is just taking this position because he's like an avid Dhar fan. And for no other reason. I don't think that's the case, but I do like thinking that. You know what I mean? He's like, no, I have to defend Dhar. Like, he is my favorite content creator.
Because maybe you know more than I do, so your opinion is more strong about it. Because when I look at it, right, with the info I'm given,
Can you provide context for the uninformed? Yes. Dhar is a massive, internationally successful YouTube content creator who's basically defined an entire genre on its own. Dhar makes like super easy to consume like videos that are very stupid. Okay, like they're incredibly stupid. As someone who crewed at Darman, XQC doesn't even know how bad it is crew side. We've only covered what it's like for the actors and not even crew side. It was literally a YouTube sweatshop for the crew. They only cared about views and zero care about the quality. Yeah. He appeals to those who do not speak native English language. So XQC, you are making a very good point. Hasan's HRT dealer, maybe that's the reason why. He makes videos where it's like, you know, a bully, here's what happens when a bully goes too far, and then the bully's victim turns around and like flexes on them with wads of cash. It's incredibly stupid. Lost half his brain in the divorce. And I mean, that's like that. By the way, the thing that I explained to you is a real video starring SSS Sniper Wolf. So if you want to check that out on your own time, you can do so. Anyway, turns out he, shockingly, is not paying his actors or his crew all too well. Now, this is a common practice for YouTube channels in general. It's common practice for the internet space in general. But it's additionally weird for Darman because, like, one, he has, I guess, cultivated like an overall positive outlook. Like, people perceive him as like a positive person, which I don't know why, but like if you watch his content, it's like kind of odd to think that. But overall positive image, yes. But also because like he makes a lot of money, not just on his YouTube videos that are insanely successful, but also a lot of money on merchandise and a lot of money on, it's like a relatively low budget operation that churns out a fuckload of money because like they're repurposing it on, wait, this is the best clip from Darman.
Oh my gosh.
No, this is not a Darman video. This is a Darman wannabe clip. Anyway, we're not going to cover that. Yeah, he makes a lot of views. He makes a lot of money and generates a lot of views on Facebook as well.
I could not come to the same conclusion as you.
No, so you mean like actual figures? Have they released their salaries?
Yeah.
No. And as far as how much they're working, you can only speculate. But since Darman uses the same actors and contracts them as opposed to puts them on payroll, you can kind of extrapolate that since...
Look, this is some of the videos. Black lady mistreated by her boss. What happens next is shocking. Male boss treats female employees unfair at work. He lives to regret it. Evil boss mistreats his worker. Mean bosses mistreating employees. They live to regret it. And like, look at the views. Like 12 million, 5 million, 11 million, 20 million. And then another 100 million on Facebook.
For example, Colin, who plays Steve in most of the content, I think he's been in roughly like at least, and this is a ballpark, like 40% of his videos in some capacity. That's still a lot of hours. Like that's a decent chunk of hours. And he is not getting paid the standard that an actor working those hours would be paid. And the reason there's a protest is because they understand like they're not entitled to more money, though I think it's only fair given the work they put in, and as it's grown so much, Darman being in his position would want to take care of his actors. The reason they're protesting is because he refuses to even speak with them on their payroll and instead fires them if they bring it up, or dodges them since he's pushed their last 3 meetings and then just completely canceled the 4th. So the reason specifically for the protest isn't even the suboptimal pay, it's the fact that he will not even talk to them about it. And if you bring it up, you get fired.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I agree with that part. The only thing I agree with.
Why won't I debate critical on what we agree? Well, we would just be like sitting across from one another agreeing.
The other meetings, I mean, is shit. It's just trash because it feels like you're kind of baiting and stretching, right? Like you say, oh, a problem exists, let's talk about it, and you delay it while they're still working. So yeah, then I agree with that 100%. As soon as that happened, I said, yeah, that's shit, because you shouldn't be doing that. Right. I just felt like it was hard to have the conclusion, because what is this like LA based?
Yeah, so Dharman Studios is LA based, yeah. So they have 3 sound stages in Burbank, I believe.
Okay. So it felt to me that, LA rent is it's a disaster.
Mhm.
So I was like, okay, well, rent is probably really fucking high, right? And based on the hours, I saw a lot of employees over there. There was a lot, they protesting. A lot of them were over there, right? And I was like, well, if the concern is that they can't pay rent and they're contractors, right? I'm like, with the amount of people that are over there, how much hours could they be realistically be putting in? And I'd be like, well, of course you can't pay rent of the salary of this one YouTube channel's like intermittent appearances. I mean, that's there's not much you can do here. Like,
yeah, so I think I see what's going. I think you're under the impression that what they're looking for is a like full-time job salary to cover everything. As I understand it, that's not really the case. So all of these people, they are contractors. They're not employees. They're not allowed to be employees for Dharman. But so they have other job opportunities, I imagine, other income sources. But the pay that they're receiving from Dharman is not industry standard, and it's not acceptable for the amount of work they're putting in. Like, the amount of hours they're doing with their work for him is not being compensated fairly by Dharman. That's where the issue stems from.
Well, makes sense. I mean, then that thing's point. Say if they're contractors, did they agree to a contract? What happened in between What happened in between this time that they signed for something that they're going to be paid a certain amount for a certain amount of hours, and then what happened to why are they upset now? Is it because the channel's more successful and there's more money to be made, but they're not getting a portion of it that they think it's fair? I mean, in my opinion, the way I feel about it, if I'm coming into a job as a contractor, and they're telling me, hey, you're gonna be paid $20 an hour, and you're working 8 hours a week, flat, right? So that's all I can offer you, right? And I say yes. Well, I have to come to terms with the fact that I'll be paid $20 an hour, 8 hours a week, flat. That's the end of the story, right? And if that's not adequate for me anymore, right? Well, I quit.
Well, so that's the stage they're reaching, but they're not quitting. They're getting fired for trying to negotiate. So as this has scaled up, the productions have scaled up. He's releasing multiple videos a week. Their hours have scaled up, but their contract.
So he hit him with a classic. Well, they paid they signed a contract. Like, suck it up. You know what I mean? Which, you know, you can renegotiate, and you should be able to renegotiate. And if you're not able to renegotiate and you get fired, then I think it's valid to, you know, be upset about that.
And their pay haven't reflected the extra work that's going into it. But instead of being able to talk about it to like negotiate a more fair pay, a better rate for their work, he's just firing them or refusing to talk to them.
Well, I didn't see that. I wish there was like a video explaining that. So, from what I saw, I think this comes from a position where you know more than the video that's on. Because what I'm getting in the video, I don't have enough to make these conclusions. I just don't. Like, even the guy talking.
Wait,
what?
Saying, why? I don't agree
with it at face value.
About so when he says like, we're taking on all of these hours, we're taking on these jobs for Dharman, but we can't afford to even have this like help with our rent. That's not like an alarming thing for you to hear, because I think even just taking it at face value, it's like, you would think for something this successful with this many appearances throughout all of this content that's generating this level of income on the back of their talent that's been there since the start, you would think that they'd be on some kind of good payment system, right? Like, wouldn't you try and draw that conclusion? Like, for example, this is a stupid comparison, but I'm going to go big here. And I think for Dharman, it's kind of fair. Someone like Steve is a star. In the same way that Robert Downey Jr. was a star for Marvel. Would you expect him to be working for the same pay as that continued to scale up as he was at the beginning? Because I think the answer should be no.
Oh, yeah. That was complicated.
He's right, and he should say it. Steve is the Robert Downey Jr. of the Dharma. Dude. Has XC worked in his life? Yes, he has. Yeah, he's actually done more than the average Twitch streamer has, surprisingly. This motherfucker had didn't he have what did he have? I think he had a commercial driver's license, maybe even? No. He was a janitor, and he was forklift certified, yeah.
Complicated. Wait, the what?
Dharman's content has been built off the back of the same actors and actresses at the same rate without ever scaling.
Bro, this dude is Okay, Charlie, you are a communist, okay? You better fucking dial it back a little bit. This motherfucker's moving into my territory saying Dhar Mann's content has been built off the back of his laborers. What the fuck? You have nothing to lose but your chains? What are you saying right now? What kind of fucking, what is this? Bro, chill. Okay, dial it back, Charlie. Calm down, okay?
Scaling up as everything else is scaled up.
You don't see me making fucking penis jokes, like eloquent penis jokes about, I don't know, some other fucking TikTok drama every goddamn day, okay?
Much in the same way that Marvel scaled up from Robert Downey Jr., thus they needed to pay him more as things went on and his hours increased, his workload increased. That's just the way things work as they grow.
Okay, no. That is not, okay, so that is a terrible comparison. Sorry to cook you on this one.
Jess is more humble than you, socialist. Yeah, exactly. Which I know you think is like, I assume you're joking, right? Or maybe you made that like as a serious own. But like, you know, we both know that he is worth a lot more than me.
Because that's what we call, and
it's funny though, because like a lot of people would probably say that. Like they'd be like, dude, Charlie fucking doesn't spend his money like you do, you fucking idiot. And it's like, dude, he has spent like $1 million on fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards, no? Like, no, I'm making that number up, but like, and also he can if he wants to. He is a lot more wealthy than I am. He's been a YouTube legend for a fucking decade. He owns an esports team.
In that.
But they can't do that. They can't because he's shutting it down.
Exactly.
He's firing them.
Well, I mean, they have no leverage. That's how it is. Of course, Robert Downey Jr., if he shows himself to be a better actor, he's more needed. So therefore, he can only get a certain roles per amount of year. So his value, right, it increases. So then he can use the other films as leverage, right, against his current person that wants him to stay and say, yo, dude, if I spend my time over there, I'd be making double money. So I'm worth this much right now, right? If you want to pay that, you can pay that, right? Otherwise, I'm not working here anymore, right? These guys have no leverage, right? He could, Dhar Mann on paper could literally go to Craigslist and get anybody show up for fucking $80, right? And that person will show up and will do the work that these guys are putting in, and will probably get the same amount of results.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally, okay, so XQC is making, dude, this is why, one, capitalism is inherently right-wing, and two, everyone, without even recognizing it, sees it as the default position. Because what XQC is advocating for currently is just that this is low-skill labor. The value of your labor is dependent on how replaceable you are, okay? He probably doesn't even realize that he's saying that, you know what I mean? But it's just like, it is quite literally just the most basic concept that we have internalized without even thinking about it. If you were to turn around and like flip the script on him and be like, you are a contracted laborer for Twitch, you could make an argument to help him understand a little bit better too.
Results with the amount of the quality of acting that is in those videos.
This is why I hate how generous you are with people like AOC. Okay, this is why I'm right and you're wrong. You have to be generous because he is not a bad person overall. Most people are not evil, even if they are unintentionally or intentionally advocating for a style of governance that you have declared to be evil, okay? We are products of our environment.
Yeah, but that's also not
he isn't malicious. He's indoctrinated. Exactly.
Point. Like he could find 15 high school students to do it for free, but does that make it right or fair to the actors? That's more the argument, not so much like can it get done with people that are lesser.
This will be like an exploitator behavior answer. I think that's still fine. If they say they want to do it, and say yeah, then fuck it. It's like if I'm unpacking something in my car. So he said, and some fucking, I don't know, some like adolescent shows up, like 16-year-old dude is like, hey, you need help with that? I'm like, yeah, right? I mean, he agreed to help for free, right? I mean, I don't owe him shit. Even if though I made him lift the fucking...
XQC describing literally how like the entire third world and social democracies exist, okay? He's just like, the mentality that he is describing is unironically one that is such a permanent staple in our lives, whether we recognize it or not, which is just, yeah, you know, it's making the labor aristocracy live a life of ease and comfort.
Diamond worth 20 mil, I have to pay him shit, right? if somebody agrees to do something for a certain rate or something, which is
It's in every capitalist nation, not just social democracy. Yes, you are right.
I mean, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, when I was a kid, I did acting for some college students like 4 times for free. They only like give me fucking like a lunch, something like that. I agreed to that. I was okay with that. I didn't feel scammed. That's kind of how I feel about it. And if I were to go into a contract with certain hours, like if these guys were like let on.
Okay, that's why pay is supposed to scale, right? Like, that's why Steve deserves more of a percentage of the profits that he's generating than like some guy who's just coming in. Now, the base pay should be higher regardless. That can always be elevated depending on what what the product is, depending on what the output is, right? But it's perfectly understandable and reasonable to which is what the argument Charlie was making, improve your pay as the product scales and as you know, your experience in the workforce scales. So comparing that to like, you know, someone just like taking on a free role in a movie or whatever for the memes is not correct, because this is Steve's job and livelihood.
And they would be paid more, and they got scammed. It's a whole different ball game. But if they agree to something, they don't agree. If they got promised something that the employer doesn't, and they don't agree with the pay anymore, well, that's on them.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but at this point, you're making arguments for finding like the lowest possible payment for the same work. Like at this point, you're like almost making a sweatshop argument. Like, why pay for these workers when I can just pay like almost nothing for these workers? It's not like, I mean, the work gets done, but I mean, is a sweatshop a good thing?
Okay, that's not a good thing. The government protects in this country against sweatshops.
No, it doesn't.
The government.
No, it doesn't. No, you would think. One would think that it does.
That goes. It's why the sweatshops exist. Is that they go into other countries where laws are different, and then they zone it out, and then people work under circumstances, under pay, under hours that wouldn't fly in the United States, right? But we are in the United States.
Nope, that's not the case. Nope, nope. Bro, Hyundai had a facility in Alabama where there were 12-year-olds working on the assembly line, okay? 12-year-olds. It's not a joke. 12, 13, and 14-year-olds were working on the assembly line in a Hyundai facility inside of the United States of America in Alabama. What do you mean when? Like 2 months ago, brother. He said when. What, you think I meant like fucking 1876? What? Oh, and then more, a Reuters special report found that child workers were found throughout the Hyundai Kia supply chain in Alabama. Not just one facility, but multiple facilities. At least 4 major suppliers of Hyundai Motor Co. and sister Kia Corp have employed child labor at Alabama factories in recent years. Yep.
In this case, right? So they are protected by certain things, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely protections in place, 100%.
So I just don't feel like, without getting the exact numbers, that I can take these guys' arguments.
The very conversation that XQC is having with Charlie right now would never even exist if there were adequate protections for labor in this country, which is kind of funny, but we've already like given up on that notion. Kids at meatpacking plants as well, of course. Like, this would not even be a point of consideration if we had adequate labor protection in this country. No one would be like literally fucking going, oh man, I really don't. I'm not saying workplace disputes would not happen, but like very clearly the fact that like contracting of this sort for like permanent employees where they're not being adequately compensated is a point of contention, is a point of conversation, is an implication that it's not working, that it doesn't exist.
At face value, without like actually seeing at least some sort of data, and then making conclusions is very bad. I feel like this is like, I don't know. Except for the part where he doesn't show up to meetings, which I think is fucking lame as shit. Okay, I feel like I've done the same by accident or because of lack of professionalism to my editors, where I've like I say, yo, yeah, I'll be around like in a minute, and then I don't talk to them for like a day, a week, sometimes fucking 2 months. I talk to them, these motherfuckers. But bro, that's like lack of professionalism, right? Like it happens sometimes. Like I don't think it's a massive problem. Okay, but I'm not putting myself in the equation. I just feel like, except for that part, which is bad, right? It's bad. It's bad.
Wait, what did I miss? What did he say?
I don't think it's a massive. Bro, that's like lack of professionalism, right? Like it happens sometimes. Like I don't think it's a massive problem. Okay, but I'm not putting myself in the equation. I just feel like, except for that part, which is bad, right? It's bad. It's bad to not show up to your meetings and be baited like that. I fail to see what the problem is.
So
professionalism.
I'll try and like gauge this a little more something like in this wheelhouse. You mentioned editors. Do you have the same editors now as you did when you, let's say, do you have the same editors now as you did last year?
I've had one editor from when the channel was nothing to something, and I hired somebody. I had on top, now I have two, and the new guy has taken the something to something greater because of combined workload and different.
Oh, he said he forgets to pay his editors sometimes for 2 months. Because, okay, to be fair, I'm very bad at responding as well. I like
philosophies, right? So now we have two, but they've been there pretty much for the whole ride. When it was making nothing, to a little bit, to a lot, right?
So the guy that started when you were nothing, is he being paid right now what he was when you were making nothing?
Oh, he's being paid more with a agreed upon adaptive pay of 15%.
Okay, but you see like how that pay has increased, and he's been there from the beginning as it grew. Like you see that.
Yeah, but that's because, okay. So like I said, it's adaptive.
POV, you're an XQC editor and you haven't heard from your boss in months. I love their operation, dude. It's fucking awesome.
Right? Because I want them to be motivated to do more and do better, and to like keep up with like in the industry and how it's going. Like if they work more, they're paid more. I feel like this is a different ball game. These people are contracted to show up for something, and they do it very that, right?
Borger, don't say that. You usually respond in a day or two. 2 months is crazy. Okay, chill, dude. I have a reputation to uphold as one who starves his editors, okay? Morally bankrupt. As a morally bankrupt phony.
Okay, so bad by like our definitions of the acting is cringy, but they are doing exactly what they're paid to and exactly as directed. Steve, Colin.
Which this is funny though, because like Charlie already made the argument and XQC already acknowledged that like, yeah, their pays have scaled. You know what I mean? Like, so you get it. You understand. You already do it.
He is an...
But he also said that like, he also basically said that he is... he also basically said that like he previously agreed upon it. Well, okay, that's the point. Like, you should agree upon it. You know what I mean? You should... Like, the Darman universe hasn't. That's the problem.
An actor outside of Darman. He's been in Better Call Saul. He's had minor roles in bigger things. Like, he is an actor.
Okay.
Like, they are doing the work as they are supposed to do it, the way they're supposed to do it. They're not doing a bad job. It's not like he's docking their pay because their performance is bad. Sorry, I had a burp in my mouth. Like, they are doing exactly what they need to be doing. So this isn't a matter of, like, them being bad at their jobs.
Yeah, exactly. So if the guy, so this guy has Better Call Saul tier jobs and other ones, and then he still works for the Darman cringe guy, right? Then why doesn't he quit that job if his time is more valuable now?
Well, I mean, they're getting fired because they're trying to negotiate. Like, as it grew, they are proud of the work. They were there from the beginning. Colin told the story about how original Darman videos were filmed at his apartment complex in a garage, this and that. And then as it grew, they wanted to stick with it because they felt like part of the team, part of the family. It's reached the point where over the last however long, they've tried to...
Like, one thing I'll mention is my editors, one of them's in the chat right now, weren't as good now, and they're fucking incredible now, right? I think everyone acknowledges that, and everyone recognizes that. My editors weren't as good when we first started working together. Like, my channel wasn't that good. We were just growing together. And I think, like, there is value. There is a lot of value to, like, retention of that sort, even from a capitalist perspective. You know what I mean? Like, and that gets lost in a lot of instances. Like, yeah, I could fucking, you know, the editing is you know, it can be a very artistic job, as I think, like, especially in my field, I need someone who has, like, similar perspectives on the world, you know what I mean, who can, like, cut through the content and find, like, the perfect moments and turn it into, like, readable, turn it into, like, digestible 20-minute bits, you know what I mean? And that's not super easy, but, like, ultimately it's still editing, right? Plenty of people in the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex do it. But I think that the content would suffer if I didn't have such long-term, committed, consistent, and very good editors who, like, keep basically, you know, moving the needle, keep pushing the boundaries, keep making better and better content overall. You know what I mean? I thought the job of your editors was to get you in hot water. No, it's not.
To negotiate better pay because they're putting in so much more work, so many more hours. Obviously, the product is a lot better, but he's not letting them negotiate. Instead of adjusting pay or listening, he's firing them, like, on the spot, just firing them.
Fair enough. Okay, then okay. You know what? Fuck it. I have a different argument that will maybe make you feel like scaling up could be a problem. But scaling down. What happens if Dhar gets canceled or some shit, right? Because he I don't know, he pierced allegedly somebody's car tire with a piece of glass, okay? And then now the channel, okay, makes 2K views a month. Should their pay be scaled down?
That'd be a negotiation between them and the actors. That'd be a communication thing. Yeah, that'd be entirely up to them. But so, for example, let's say you have a colossal fall off. You get canceled. Your fucking nutsack butthole pics leak on Twitter, whatever. You get canceled. Your channel's not making anything anymore. Are you going to stop paying your editor?
Well, the pay's adaptive. So, I mean, if they want to work, they can. But, I mean, they'll be editing hour-long videos for, like, 20 cents an hour on average. So, I mean, they will quit. And they should. Right? They should. They should leave me to dry. Because that's how the world works, right? We agree to something, and it currently works for both of us.
This person, I have a feeling XQC doesn't pay his editors well. You are wrong. The Twitch streamers, at least that I've encountered, are very. you will see editor pay drama at, like, lower scales on Twitch when people are, like, growing and stuff. I myself, as you guys famously know, had a brief stint on that too, but no. It's not. Most Twitch streamers are, you know, they're paying pretty well, including XQC.
So it doesn't work anymore. Well, now they quit because they're not paid anymore. They should throw me under the bus in terms of, like.
That's why it's funny, because he's like, yeah, such a good person, dog. Motherfuckers debate lording pro-slavery. Yeah, he's doing that while simultaneously, like, he's paying his editor as well.
Financially, people that I hire, right? I expect them to throw me under the bus, right? When things get bad and go bad, the same way I expect myself to throw them under the bus when shit gets bad. I think it's called business. It's called business relationships.
But like, when you say it this way, do you realize, like, the more you say things like this, the more it seems like you are legitimately having the same thought process as the people who end up using, like, sweatshops, slave labor, that kind of thing, right? You're looking for the cheapest way of getting the labor.
X's take seems to boil down to him believing their acting is bad enough to be easily replaced. Is super subjective calculation of their value that is also basically him arguing against his own interests, considering his job is also easily replace contracted talent. Yeah. No, exactly. Which is hilarious because like I make this argument all the time and people always make jokes about it because they're like, Twitch streaming is not work. Yeah, you're right, it isn't, which is why we are contracted employees that are paid insanely high, okay? But our output is still, higher than what we're getting paid, obviously. Like, that's just how it works. Twitch makes more money off of us than we do off of, being on fucking Twitch. So, ultimately, though, it is replaceable. It is certainly replaceable labor. It is, which is part of the reason why Twitch knows that and will often, make moves like cutting pay, especially when there is no competition in the streamer platform industry, like on the platform side of the industry.
Labor done in the quickest time possible without caring about like actually doing the work the right way, which is like the core problem, like the core
We're not employees,
issue,
sorry, independent contractors.
Which is what the whole thing was about. Like, you are right. You could find it's fucking 12, 16-year-olds in the Dhar Man's cinematic universe to play these roles, and they do it for free. They do it for exposure. But that's not a good thing. That should never be the case. You should want to, like, pay the actors and the professionals the standard rate to do the work and do the work well. It's not an argument of, can it be done cheaper? It's an argument of, why can't we just do it the right way?
I agree, but if somebody agrees for a certain amount, and they say, wow, I'm worth more money, well, I don't give a fuck. I don't want Leonardo DiCaprio a performance, okay? I don't want a better color performance from the guy in the video, David, whatever the fuck. I want Craig's level acting for Craig's level videos. And if they make a little more money, well, I took the risk initially, right? I'm the one who owns the business. I should own the profits.
There's no obligation for you to pay him more. But to at least hear them out as it's scaled up, like, hey, I'm putting in more.
Damn, dude. Homie is doing the business owner special right now. He said, I took the risk.
Work.
Bro, this could be a Ben Shapiro video.
Putting in more hours for the same pay as it was in the beginning. I would like to at least.
Like I said, the irony of this conversation is I don't think he underpays his editors. That's why it's like pretty funny that he is like taking the role of like the fucking rugged individualist business owner while he simultaneously doesn't even live by the values that he's supposedly espousing. That's what makes it funny overall.
Please talk about a pay raise, hearing them out, and then negotiating from there is how it should work. And it's not, which is a core issue here.
Is that hours only? Because I would have just blocked them. But it makes a lot of sense, though.
You sound like an absolute ruthless warlord out here. Good. My heart is breaking for your editors. You're going to have one bad month and they're not going to be eating for fucking 2 weeks. Good God.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. I was joking about that. But I feel like, of course, when things are good, okay, and I'm happy with how things are going and how the creative, let's say, shift that I see, I don't mind giving a bonus to some of the editors. Bro, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong about this. Yo, they those in chat, they got my videos. He doesn't even fucking talk about pennies anymore. So I'm pretty sure that all my second, third, fourth, all the other channels, he's paying himself, okay? Dude, so I don't think I've paid him for the main channel because he's paying himself with the other channels, okay? And you know what? And that's fair game, okay? That's fair. I haven't paid him, I'm not kidding. I haven't paid him for the main channel in forever. Because he's paying himself with the other channel, right? So what if sometimes he does these new things like making new channels, doing other shit, and he creates value, right? And that's valuable. It's adaptive, right? They can do more, they can be smarter, and I'll give him a bonus or I'll give more, and that's fine, right? But the problem I have with this is that, unfortunately, let's say, right, $100 an hour, right, 10 hours a week, a scam, right? Person would be making, let's say, no, $100. Okay, $100 an hour.
I don't understand.
Right? For these dudes, let's say, okay, but I can only give them 4 hours a week. Okay, so they end up being paying $400 a week, which is in fact 1,600.
Wait, XQC editors make $400 a week? No shot. There's no shot. What? There's no way. There's no fucking way. That's a random number, I think, right? Yeah, I was gonna say there's 0% chance.
They live in LA, right? They can't afford rent, and then
yeah, you hear that, Borger motherfucker? Yeah, there you go, dude. There's motherfuckers out here making $400 a week, dog. Okay, you better fucking you better recognize your position in this goddamn industry. Yeah. Yeah, you know, economies hit all of us hard, okay? You better fucking watch out, dude. Market adjustment.
They're like, yo, bro, we can't afford rent. Well,
400 no shot because it's too low. Yes, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, it's too low.
If they agreed to 4 hours,
fuck?
If they agreed to 100 an hour, 4 hours a week, then what can I do, right? They agreed to the terms and they agreed to the pay and the workload. They do that. They're paid. What's the problem? If you don't enjoy it anymore and don't want to do it anymore, we don't have to.
Well, even in your examples, like you're receptive, well, except for the 2 times you threatened to block them, I guess, you're receptive to...
Guys, but my point was, no, like a lot of top level streamers, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but at least the ones I do know are not paying industry rates. Like, don't be crazy. It's like, if you recall, Cutie Cinderella was upset at me at the time because like she was like, I don't have enough money to like compete with how much you're paying an editor that we were sharing at the time, Will. Like, you know, and it's just... XQC said his editors are balling out, so like I don't believe that. Yeah, no, I don't think... I think his editors are probably balling out for sure.
To hearing them, right? So if that guy came to you, he's like, hey, I was fine with this in the beginning, but you know now, like I really can't afford rent, and I am putting in a lot of.
He said he doesn't pay him editor. His editors pay themselves off his second and third channels. Well, probably a good amount of money. Yeah, they probably make a lot of money. XQC explained that he pays editors around $30 an hour. This rate is very low. Industry standard will be closer. I fucking doubt that his editors get paid $30 an hour. You can put that on there. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot his editors. Second and third channel. Clips channel editor definitely needs a raise. What the fuck is doing? XG kisses Nixie. Kisses Nixie's hand. Dude, what the fuck? People are so ready to jump on him, act like his obvious example isn't an example. People can't understand the way he speaks. Yeah, but don't worry. He's overall, people are very charitable to him, so I don't think anyone will get mad at him.
Could I maybe talk to you about an increase in pay? That is not happening right now with the Dhar main actors. They can't.
HasanAbi Production runs his channel too. Yeah, it turns out HasanAbi Productions is also XQC's editor, apparently.
Get to that step.
Well, at that point, dude's making a lot of money. His time is worth a lot of money, and if I doesn't want to fucking deal with that shit.
If pay is increasing with value provided by the workers through labor, why should owners of a business not have a higher pay since the financial investment clearly provides more value than the workers have yet provided? That's not how value works. There's no value without labor. If you have capital and it's just sitting there without labor, it's just nothing. It just depreciates. You have a depreciating asset. You get it? Oh shit, here we go. Not another fucking theory stream. I mean, that's not even, this is like very low level.
But I agree. I agree though. I didn't agree that they should at least try to talk to them. Okay. But yeah, I don't really know. Like, let's say you work at Amazon and it's good pay. I'm pretty sure Amazon's good pay, isn't it? It's like decent, right? How much is Amazon an hour? Yeah. 15 to 20 bucks an hour. That's pretty good.
Maybe this Moist Critical video will pay for my lunch. I'm 14 years old.
It's not. $17.50.
I'm gonna throw you a little life raft here. I don't think Amazon is the best comparison for this situation. I'm just gonna be honest straight up. So let's dial it back more into like editing and stuff like that.
No, I know that's one of XQC's editors. I know. It's art.
I think that's going to be a lot stronger of a like platform to tackle it on. You have to also keep in mind, these people aren't just doing grunt work. They are the principal actors in his content. Without them, there is no content unless he finds other actors to replace them. But since he's using them, they are the reasons the videos exist. They're not playing some like behind the scenes role. They're a big part of it.
I'm actually quite surprised that Charlie does not immediately go to the replaceable labor. Like the value of labor is not by its output, should not be dictated by its output, but like how replaceable it is, because that it literally is fundamentally anti-capitalist. Like his argument is fundamentally anti-capitalist, and I'm unironically shocked that he doesn't even consider that. That is truly surprising. Especially as a man from Florida in general, because that, like, what he's describing right now is a unique perspective. Straight up. Like, that's precisely why like XQC's take is normal, and I'm not even like shocked that he has it, because everyone usually has that take. He's teetering on the border of what some would call the top of the hour ad break, of course. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That is very good. 410 didn't even make sense. Oh, it didn't make sense because you weren't here for the DJ Academics conversation. I was making everyone thought I was going to say teetering on the edge of socialism, what some would call socialism.
So they should be able to at least communicate.
Moist critical, more like Maoist critical.
Communicate with the person when it's like, hey, I'm putting in all these hours, I'm putting all this work, the pay hasn't changed at all, I'm still on like that very baseline, very underpaid rate that we agreed to in the beginning because, we were both small together, but now we've both grown together. I'd like to at least examine this and see if, since I'm putting in all this extra work and, we're in this good of a spot, maybe we could talk about some kind of better pay system.
Fair enough. In my answer to that, show up and say, no.
So then it's kind of more of like a fundamental disagreement then, because I feel like the answer should be, sure, let's examine it. Let's talk about it together instead of just fire them on the spot because they asked.
Okay. I guess that'll be the only part that I don't agree with the whole thing. It's the fact that these guys have disagreements, and these guys have disagreements, and they won't be addressed. I think that is the only thing that because the rest of it, I have no data, I have no I have no, I guess not story. I guess timeline of things, I know nothing about any of this, and the video doesn't indicate me any of this either. It's like impossible to really understand the concern and take for face value, because I don't like believing in just what is said, right? Straight up. Like the guy says, yo dude, I'm not being paid, and the guy ends up being paid like $200 an hour, right? Like, I'm gonna feel like my take was wrong, and now I'm a dumbass. I have to, unfortunately, it's like guilty until proven innocent. Oh, I'll believe what he says, right? If I'm wrong about it, we'll have another take. Well, not really. I'd like to be given all the info that I need from the get-go, make a take, and be my take is final.
To me, this sounds almost more like you're afraid of looking silly if it turns out new information comes to light.
Of course, because I will not be put in that position.
There's really nothing wrong of being in that position, though, as long as you're, like, willing to change. Like, that's a supernatural thing people go through. Like, for example, Helena Taylor.
Charlie. Nah, I disagree. Charlie, you disagree with yourself right now. Okay? If you were half canceled overnight, the dumbest shit, the damage caused by what was said, you would never be able to recover past the point where you were. It would take you way more time, way more effort, way more strength and willingness to power through. You know for a fact, this is some shit about you, right? Okay, people say this question mark. Okay, what about Johnny Depp then? Do you guys feel like his reputation went back to normal or better with his industry?
By the way, I can't, dude. The Johnny Depp thing is so funny because, like, is he gonna get fucking roles? Because he looks. Don't eat my ass, but he looks kind of gross, bro. Every time I see him, my man looking hurt. I don't know what kind of fucking deal he made with the devil to, like, actually win a defamation suit in the United States of America, because you had to have greased the wheels of, like, Satan himself, because it is not easy to do. Okay, this is a very difficult thing to achieve in the United States of America, and now it feels like he's just. It feels like my man. It feels like my man actually is Jack Sparrow, and he just drowned. He looks like Johnny Depp after he became a drowning victim. You know what I mean? So I don't know what kind of fucking great. I don't know what kind of, like, roles he's gonna get. I don't know what's happening in his life, but I feel like his career, I don't know if it'll recover, and it has nothing to do with the defamation.
And his bosses and with people.
That's a huge leap going from, like, hey, these workers, I hope they can talk to their boss about a higher pay for all the work they've done when they're still not getting good pay, all the way to, like, a Johnny Depp situation. Like, that's a total
Johnny Depp is looking real. What are you talking? Oh, dude, this is my favorite type of person who's, like, followed the suit closely and, like, developed, like, a parasocial relationship with Johnny Depp and now acts like Johnny Depp is, like, living his best life. It's like it's low key my, like, secret consumption. Whenever I see people, like, post about Johnny Depp, I just, I laugh by myself a little bit, where they're just like, they, like, developed a parasocial relationship with Johnny Depp, and now they're like, oh, look at how happy he looks, and they'll post a picture of him, and he just looks hurt. Okay, he just looks so hurt. Like, I mean, do you keep tabs on Johnny? No, but I do keep tabs on, like, Johnny fans. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no, this is 2018, man. You're wrong. This is not what. No, that's not what we're talking about. No. You haven't seen the latest Johnny Depp photos then. No. Like, he looked pretty good at the court case, right? And everyone was like, oh my God, he's so handsome. He's so handsome. And, like, every time I see photos of him in public, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Twink death, as they call it. Yeah, it's always like this. It's a picture, that link. Stop. My captain looks so damn good. Anyway, it's just like unrelated. I don't know what the fuck happened. I actually don't know what the fuck happened. Oh yeah, oh come on. You didn't have to do it to him. I saw this. This is what I was talking about, dude. This is what I was talking about, dude. Oh no. They said my white man is safe. Anyway. Yeah, I know. He's 60.
Stream. Like, what you're doing right now is opining on a situation, not like actively participating. You're not the one that's like slapping the Dhar actors while they're doing their protest or anything. Like, the fear of being proven wrong with later information seems to be like clouding the way you're approaching the problem itself, which is these people are doing more work now than they previously did and still getting suboptimal pay because they couldn't afford to pay them that much at the time. Thus, it didn't matter how much more work they put in, they're still getting the same pay, and anytime they bring it up, they get fired, which is...
It's funny because of how you would react if someone went on like that about you. Bitch, people go on like that about me all the time. It's also funnier to make fun of the people that are like acting like that's not the case. And people do that to me, to my face regularly, okay? Like straight up. And you react like this, Pepela. I mean, that's it. You just, for no reason, came across like a weird depth stand.
It's just a straight up problem. And that's why it's become an issue. It's why none of
my
them
mods are making fun of me right now, saying that's you.
Because they've all been fired for bringing it up.
That's as far as this guy will say it. But has there been like data of that people say? Because that's a pretty big claim to say.
Oh, it's not one guy. It's every actor. So every principal actor from most of Dhar videos have been in these protests and have come out and said the same thing, corroborating all of it.
No way.
The only thing they haven't released is the salaries, because again, that's not information we even really need to know. The problem is they can't talk to him. So they're doing a protest because they want to be able to talk to him to negotiate that number. That's the whole purpose of it. They're mentioning the pay because, well, we want to talk to him about pay and he won't let us. So it becomes a talking point, but the actual figure isn't what they're rioting about. It's wanting that communication to talk about it instead of just being fired for trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see how that's a problem. So like I said, I think that's a problem. I feel like the conclusion people make from that problem, right? And going public about it just can sometimes cause a bit of damage, and I wouldn't want to be put in that position. That's all. But I agree that the wrong here is not talking, right? But I think that they're being assumed or talked about and without being proven, I think kind of suck. I think they just suck. He's saying, yo, guys, we're not paid enough. We're not this or that, right? I think it'd be pretty easy to show, right? They're gonna go public about how much it is, how much we're talking, industry standard, give it a context. Taking it for the story that it is, when you have all the ammo, it's like in an argument like this, it's like loading in your mag, right? That could have bullets.
Hey, Darmon fam, for background, we did arrange an in-person hour-long meeting with active representatives and two of our most senior leaders, including our head of production, in hopes of understanding concerns prior to any protests. During that meeting, the active representatives refused to communicate any concerns and instead walked out. More info in our stories. Darman says he pays actors up to $33.44 per hour for speaking roles. In regards to actor compensation, we believe we pay our actors competitively compared to our peers. Our rates for actors vary. Extras receive $18 an hour and speaking role actors receive $33 to $44 an hour. We are proud to have given thousands of actors job opportunities in the last year alone, paid millions of dollars in actors compensation. The actor said they wanted Darman, not a representative, though. Yeah, they did say that. They said that they just relegated us to HR. Actors by nature work for many different production companies. We offer project-based opportunities that vary from a few hours long to a few days. We do not offer full-time positions. We try to spread around opportunities and show a wide range of faces. Yeah, I think that's a cop out to say like that's not the reason. And also it's not even true. Apparently a lot of the actors are So we have come to the conclusion that XQC is a very large fan of Darman. No, because if XQC was a very large fan of Darman, he would have taken valuable lessons from Darman, such as, you know, boss treats their employees horribly. What happens next will shock you. Or the series of black woman gets yelled at her job. What happens next will shock you. Like, these are all, you know, pro-labor, pro-workers' rights videos that XQC would have learned lessons from, valuable lessons from. All the details, including pay rate and length of the production, are specified in the offer letter, and the actor has the freedom to accept or decline the project. If accepted, actors are always paid shortly after production wraps, typically within 72 hours. Occasionally, we've stopped working with actors. This is typically due to conduct complaints from fellow actors, complaints from minor actors' parents, complaints from crew members, or an actor displaying unprofessionalism on and off set. Yeah, excuse a fake Darman fan. We take complaints seriously and try to ensure every person has the best experience possible in working with us. The head of production is a 25-year-old kid with no experience. That's who they walked out on. They don't pay overtime for actors and pay them under the table on PayPal. Darman fires actors, asks for a pay raise. Lives to regret it. Darman says the protesting yesterday interfered with two of their productions. Yesterday, a group of protesters interfered with two of our productions. We want to apologize to the crew members and actors affected by these protesters. We want to thank you all for your support and understanding. More information can be found in our stories. Hey, Darman fans. Myth number 1. Darman did not show up to a meeting he promised he would attend. Bro, his response is like also in the form of a Darman video. What? How is that wrong, though? This dude's probably busy with other shit, so he had his other employees talk to them. Bro, come on, dude. That's like a fucking workplace dispute. Of course, if you don't handle it, especially at a company that's not that large, a workplace dispute, you're gonna get fucking your ass eaten. His brain only works in this format. Yeah. The protesters are his actors.
And having no bullets in the mag, right? You have all the ammo you need, like the hours that were required for you, the salary you were given, and then the industry standard. Then you fire that, you win, right? Then your point comes across, and everybody understands you. If you say, yo guys, I'm not paid enough, lol, I can't pay rent, lol. If you talk, you're fired, lol. What? I didn't see any proof of that at all anywhere. So how can I make a good take about this?
Well, because that's not the point of the thing. Again, them not being able to, it's not like they're surprised. You're right, they're contractors. They knew what they were getting paid getting into it. They want, since this is scaled up so much, to talk about altering that pay. Just like you've mentioned the word adaptive. Like, you've used the word adaptive a lot when talking about your editors. They would like to adapt their pay to the more work they put in, and they're not able to, which is why they're doing this. It's not they are not caught off guard. They are not surprised by what they're getting paid. They did agree to it. but they would like to talk about changing it around a bit more to reflect.
Oh my God, this chat is insane, dude. Fucking juicers are unhinged, bro. He said adapt and chat's throwing up papelas. Jesus Christ, bro.
The scale and reflect how much they've put in. Like, I think there's a big disconnect on the core problem that you're overlooking here. It's not so much I have to take their word that they can't afford rent and they're eating fucking cat food. It's, okay, they'd like to change their pay and they're getting fired for even mentioning it. That's the issue. It's not like you don't need, if you don't believe that they're not getting paid enough, that's fine, because that's not the issue. It's they can't even talk about it without getting fired.
Okay, fair enough. I feel, okay, I hate to say it, I feel like the result of the product is irrelevant if the quality expected from the workers is the same as the quality that was expected initially. Okay? If I want you, okay, to spit my...
Wait, he literally doesn't abide by this. If his pay for his editors have scaled as his content has grown, he literally doesn't abide by this principle. It's not like his editors are doing anything better. What? He doesn't pay his editors? He does.
My face for $100 an hour right now, right? You do that, you spin off it, bang, bang, bang, bang. But then it becomes an art form, and now I'm making it $1 billion a year. From the pictures of my face with spit on it, should you be paid more? I disagree 100%.
You are under no obligation to pay me more for spitting in your face. This is what a wild example. You're under no obligation to pay me more for spitting in your face or tongue punching you or whatever. But if I approached you like, hey, this is scaled up a lot, I'm spitting in your face a lot, can we at least talk about maybe getting me on some kind of different deal? I would expect you to not spit in my face and kick me out of the fucking door for even asking. And then you replace me with someone else whose spit isn't nearly as viscous.
I think this is such an interesting, oh my God, what an interesting fucking debate. I really did not think Moist Critical would be arguing like this. Because like what XQC is saying is just capitalism brain, okay? What he's saying, actually, when you have this conversation, of course, comes across as immoral. To this community, to members of this community, of course it comes across as immoral because you're leftist, right? But the reality of the situation is like, what XQC is implying or what XQC is mentioning here is the norm. You pay your workers what you can get away with paying them, right? And it doesn't matter how much more profit you're generating off of them, as long as their work stays the same, as long as their work doesn't scale up, then you don't pay them more. Now, I'll take it one step further. As a matter of fact, she also mentioned this part of it, where if they are also replaceable, then you can also justify paying them even less, right? And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. That is literally how this works, which is why, like, I guess getting a good boss and being lucky in that regard is like, I guess, having a boss like Moist Critical, where you understand that, but you still scale your employees' pay off of the output or off of like, your profits, regardless of whether or not their workflow is higher or lower. You know? But what's interesting about it is that he's arguing on the other side of it. He's arguing on the other side of this conversation, but he doesn't even personally do that in his real life. Like,
or something, right?
Yeah.
He's just being like a debate Lord Contrarian. And in Moist's situation, he could have just like very easily been like, but you just said you don't do that.
That's how it should work.
I will agree with half of the video then, because I have enough information to know that there's an ongoing problem and a unwillingness to fix a problem, but I cannot agree.
By the way, I'll take it even one step further. You know, in XQC's case, He's the primary worker. So he especially doesn't even have to do that with his own editors, because that's the truth. In XQC situation, we're Twitch streamers, right? Like, we are literally, we are making most of the content. It's our face, it's our likeness, it's the content that we're like, it's the content that we're creating. And then the editors are basically modifying it, okay? They're basically modifying it and you know, generating additional value off of that, right? And so in his situation, he even has more of a reason not to pay his editors well in comparison to Darmon's situation, where like there is no Darmon product without all of the other actors. Does that make sense? And of course they're adding value. Of course they're adding value. Editors are always adding value. That's why you pay the editors, right? But if you make a comparison between XQC and Darmon, like XQC can get away with, you know, constantly churning out. Hasan's editor sweating. Yeah, okay, don't be fucking ridiculous. I love my editors. In XQC's case, he could get away with constantly fucking churning out new editors nonstop. You know what I mean? Like he could just have like people just cut the content over and over again. Non-fucking stop. Same as any other Twitch streamer, without the product suffering all that much, which that's not even true, actually. I disagree with that, but you get what I'm saying. Whereas Darmon cannot, because Darmon cannot make any product on his own, just by his own. Because Darmon is not a Twitch streamer. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the majority of the content and the majority of the production is handled by XQC when he's a Twitch streamer. The majority of the content and the production is not single-handedly handled by Darmon. Maybe this would make sense to XQC if you asked him to do the same work for Twitch he currently does, but he only gets $33 an hour for being the on-screen talent, while Twitch takes the rest. He'd recognize the value they bring. Yeah, but he would also say, like, I am a singular force generating that value, whereas these actors are, you know, one part of the puzzle or something, probably. Does that make sense?
With the actual specifics and the semantics about what the problem is. And I think it's a lot of conclusions without giving a lot of things to people. It's a lot of going public with not enough.
Oh my God, X kind of asked this question to Alex Press, but in reverse.
That really quickly.
Well, a small question first.
What?
Small question.
Go ahead.
Let's say some company or some factory or whatever are doing really good and everybody's working well. They're producing a lot of product and the margins are crazy. They're making a lot of profit and a lot of surplus. Let's say they were to give workers more money or a better salary.
Isn't that fucking... Dude, oh God. Sometimes I think I don't provide any unique value to any space as a Twitch streamer. And then I remember I've done shit like this, where there is no planet where you have labor writer Alex Press, who was at the time, I think, writing for the New York Times on the IATSE deal that was ongoing, meet up with XQC to talk about fucking, like, labor rights.
Right? When things go bad, can they take it away or reduce it because then now it's failing, or do they have to stay there?
Well, I mean, there's no set answer to that, right? So what's useful about a union is that you have it in writing, right? So at least for the course of your contract, you have a standard. Obviously, if you're just a random worker and your boss gives you a raise, he can always take it away. A contract gives you, as a collective unit, a union, more of a say. But that said, he can take it away. It's not illegal. It's up to the workers to say whether or not they're going to let that happen, right? I mean, this is what's happening at John Deere, except that they're still making huge profits and they're trying to take away pensions from the workers. So of course it's illegal for a boss to take away benefits, but is it right? And are workers going to let it happen is the question of labor politics often at this point in time.
Yeah, the union.
It's elected representative, not union boss. Yeah, this is when Alex scolded me.
Actual raw material to make a conclusion from. That's all.
Endless complaining with no results. God, I love leftist politics. It's funny that you're saying that because like that was where there was material results in the aftermath of that ongoing conversation with IATSE. So, you know, it's not
so you mean by
like that.
I think I understand. I think you just hung on not knowing how much they're getting paid.
Yeah, because when you go
I gotta
public,
pee, I'll be back.
Charlie, when you go public about something, okay, you are going to war, okay? Because the second you make something public, you are causing damage every minute, every hour, something is public. And if you are going to go public and you are in that war, you best fucking believe that you come in armed with your fucking helmet on and your gun fucking loaded, okay? That's just how it works. Unless you haven't been around the internet for a decade, when you go on the internet with a truth, you better be fucking loaded the fuck up because you're causing damage just based on the existence of that war, right? And if you don't have enough and you have too little and then you have nothing, right? It's damage caused for no reason that could have been avoided, and it's that you're causing irreparable damage, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And when I see this, what I see is a big gun, right? And not a lot of ammo loaded, and it makes you feel like, fuck, man, I want to be behind these guys, and fucking, yeah, man, I'm gonna use my platform and say, yeah, man, fuck Dhar, man, right? But I don't have enough to do so, and if I did, I would fuck on Dhar, man 50 times as hard. I'd be, fuck this guy, right? I'd block his videos. I would be super, but now I can't because if I take their word for it in the way that it's presented to me, well, I have a high chance of looking like a fool and causing even more damage for no reason.
So let's say tomorrow, Darman's like, hey, Darman fam, so you saw those.
Bro, this motherfucker is about to advocate for the new Supreme Court decision that might be coming down the pipe where striking workers have to compensate their bosses for loss of revenue, which is insane. He's like one step removed from being like, yeah, if they actually disrupt production, like they should pay for it. Which is a very real Supreme Court decision that is going to be deliberated on.
Slimy protesters, well, they didn't listen to my lessons. What happens, the dark does come to the light. Here's their salary, and here's the average rent for their house or their apartments. And it turns out their salary wasn't the worst thing in the world. Do you all of a sudden blame the workers for coming forward, even though the problem itself is still there, where he fired them for talking about it? Is the problem this not knowing their salary?
Yeah, almost 100%. Yeah, I would get mad. I think that the behavior in public, they know what they're doing, right? And in this instance, they know what they're doing, and I think it's being a little deceptive, if that were to come true.
So
I think it's a deceptive practice. Yeah, I think it is.
So for me, even if that came forward and it's like the pay's not the worst thing in the world, the core problem is he won't talk to them about adjusting it regardless. And the culture of firing them for talking about it is the core issue, which is what the whole thing is about.
Well, I didn't see enough proof of that. I didn't see anything at all.
Well, all their signs say the same thing. Enough, Darman, and talk to us, Darman. Like the signs are encouraging.
Oh, were they fired?
Oh yeah. So the actors have been let go. I don't know about all of them, but
can we see that?
There's tons of Darman protests. So like one of the girls, I can't remember her name, but she was talking about how when they started filming in the garage, she was there from the beginning. The pay didn't change. As people talked to him about it or tried to talk to him about it, they would get ghosted or they would just get quietly let go. And that was the culture around the office where talking is a problem if you try and address these issues.
I don't think XQ's making Moist look like a leftist. I think Moist Critical genuinely has like some leftist values. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but he does. Like, what he is. You don't arrive at these positions. Charlie shoots this down for blindly siding with owners and blindly distrusting workers for some reason. Yeah, like I wouldn't say he's like fucking socialist or anything, but his attitude towards workers' compensation legitimately is anti-capitalist. Like, most people are capitalists, obviously, we know that, where you side with the bosses immediately. Like, you rush to side with the bosses because you see yourself in the shoes of the boss. And basically what he's doing is, like, immediately siding with the workers in that circumstance, which is surprising.
So
that's all there.
Like an email like that, would they let it go? Well, I'm just saying, I didn't see anything. It's so hard.
Like you mean like actual receipts of, hey, this is Darman, you're fired kind of thing?
Or like, I don't know. In this tweet, it says that they were talked about opportunities, and they would either accept or refuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this instance, I guess they weren't.
But I also don't think that XQC is, like, fucking arguing in good faith. I think he's just, like, swinging for the fences as he, like, tries to troll and win the conversation from his perspective. You know what I mean? Like,
Sent more offers to present in new projects.
Like, he just wants
Therefore,
to be
there's no more
the
contracts offered to
debate
them.
guy in the situation. He's just arguing for
Right,
content.
that's usually how it works, because they're not employees. So that's how you let them go. Since they were never brought on as, like, salaried positions, that's how that works. There wouldn't be, like, Darman kicking in the door being like, you're out, bub, give me your badge and your gun. That's how that process would work from talking about it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm still not convinced about how this is being done, or I'm not convinced of, like, the substance of what is being done, and I certainly don't agree with the model. The model here, the way this guy's coming on and saying that, right? I wish was a little bit more clear and had more, because when, like I said, when you go public, it has to be heavy.
I think that's a fine critique to say, like, you wish there was more to rally behind. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But to take such a hardline stance of, I will not trust these guys for X, Y, and Z is a bit heavy-handed. I think there is still plenty that they have provided to lend credibility to it, considering all of the principal actors.
Look at the fucking wheels turning in his brain, dude. You can literally see the cogs turning as he's, like, trying to come up with, like, a funny little fucking clap back.
Actors that I know from the DMCU have come forward corroborating each other's stories, as well as providing everything you need to prove that Darman will not communicate directly with them. I feel like the core issues have been proven here. The salary, I understand not releasing it. I'm sure there's even probably some kind of reason they couldn't, because usually salaries are more of a hush-hush thing, especially when it comes to, like, acting. That kind of shit's usually kept under wraps. So, to me, that was never even the biggest part. It's alarming to hear that, and I have no doubt for, like, a YouTube production, there's definitely exploitation of actors. So that sucks, but the big thing they were rallying is, we want to talk about it to help improve it for us, because we've been here for so long and we loved what we're doing with them, and so we just wanted to talk and didn't get a chance to. We just kept getting let go for it. Like, I feel like everything from the core issue is there. It's just you would have preferred had they also dropped the salary.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's something that is part of your core argument. It's a pillar, right? If you aren't willing to disclose what the pillar is or in how strong it is, then I don't know about if I feel confident about the integrity of the foundation itself. That's every argument. If you're making a lot of points, right? Then I'm a very visual guy, okay? I'm a very, very, very visual guy, okay? So I'll have, like, a foundation would be like a platform, right? Like that's your main argument, boom, right? And the pillars of your platform is going to be your pillars, right? So let's say you have, like, I don't know, like 5 of them, right? So you have, like, 5 pillars, okay? And then if, let's say, 2 of them are kind of, like, shaky, right? And are like, well, they're like a bit unproven, just kind of sort of, like, you know, then I think if I want to, like, back them up or whatever, on the basis of the argument, well, I still think that it's shaky, because I want to be on their side. A lot of these things, like people, I wish people understood it. Like, I want to be on their side, right? Then we can shit on somebody. I love shit on people. I would love nothing else to be able to shit on Darman, okay? But I just felt like in this video, I wasn't given enough to shit on Darman.
That's fine. At the end of the day, they are still allegations, 100%. And I think that's important to remember. But there is still enough there for the core of like why they're doing it, and all of them are doing it. Like I feel like that's still a strong pillar. The pillar you're referring to is one about more so the salary and like the dropping of receipts for the salary.
Yeah.
But even still, even if the salary comes out right now and it's like fucking great, honestly, it wouldn't change the issue of him letting people go for trying to talk to them or just not communicating, constantly pushing meetings and dodging,
Right.
which is what the protest is focused on, just trying to talk to him.
Yeah, that is shit. I mean, does he not even show up to his own studio or something like that, or what?
I have no idea. He self-inserts himself into videos. Chat saying the salary's out on TikTok, but I don't know if I'm being trolled.
It's on Twitter. Extras are paying $80 an hour. Speaking roles for actors was $33 to $44 an hour. And they've given $1,000 of opportunity jobs and millions of dollars, is that it? They vary from hours long to a few days, but there are no full-time positions, which I think is standard. I'll link you the tweet if you want.
No, I got it pulled up. I'm reading it. What was it? 33 to 40 an hour for speaking roles?
33 to 44, yeah.
I don't know what the industry standard is. I was in the Hunger Games and I got paid $1,000 for 2 days of work, so that seems a little odd, but I don't know what the rate is there.
Okay, brother, you're comparing a Hollywood top fucking IP franchise.
That's why I said I don't know what the norm is there.
Okay, because when I look at Darman, all I see is good makeup artists, right? And Craigslist level acting.
Right. Like that is Darman's brand.
Yeah. Still though, I mean, I could probably find some of these folks on Craigslist. If you would make a challenge for me, make a Darman video, right?
You would go to Craigslist 100%.
And if I got like 10 folks, right? I paid them all half of what Darman does, I'd probably end up with a similar or better product.
So then, on that token, why don't you hire an editor that's cheaper than the one you currently have? You can find one that do it for free, I bet. Why don't you?
Oh, because it's a working model, right? It's like the best combo ever could have in a job. Two things. It's a proven model combined with an adaptive pay, right? So not only do they know they're doing it, they've shown that they know how to adapt, and on top of that, they know that the pay will come in for the work that they.
Yeah, the entire argument, literally, this is a perfect. Okay, this entire argument is the perfect two sides of this coin of how you analyze value in labor. One side looks at it from a more humanitarian perspective, I guess, a more empathetic perspective, one that it revolves around recognizing that there is no value without labor, and therefore labor should be compensated on what it produces, versus the other side is saying, well, I have a more qualitative approach, and I think that this is like dog shit. This is dog shit acting. Yeah, ideologically, this is literally neoliberalism versus social democracy. Pretty much, yes. Well, not even. Yeah, I guess you're right. Social democracy. Yeah. One side is valuing people and saying that, like, without them, there is no labor. It doesn't matter how replaceable they are. Ultimately, like, they are giving you a product. They're adding value and making you make money. The other side is basically saying, no, it's disposable. It's replaceable. This is a replaceable commodity, and I don't care. As long as it's replaceable, then I will get away. I will pay as low as I can get away with paying. But he already defeated himself explaining how he values editors and how he pays them. Exactly. So he's just arguing for the sake of arguing.
They put in, and more if they do more. That's how you create extreme value. That's how you make a lot of fucking money for these people.
So what you've just said is an argument in like my camp of like you should do these things because of what you just said.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. It's what you should.
You're
do,
under no
right?
obligation to, but you should, right?
I've always said this. No, I agree with you. Yeah, this is what you should do. But if they don't, I don't think they should be canceled for.
Well, that word cancel has truly lost all. It's become like the man-spreading of 2023. He's not being.
Okay, he's going crazy now. He's going bananas mode. Oh, he's alting. What? Normie Jesus saying canceled is overused? This is crazy. This is insane. I've never seen anything like it. This man is just batting. He's knocking him out of the fucking park. What the fuck is happening, dude? Okay, you gotta chill out, dude. Dial it back. Just say like cancel culture is very real and it sucks or something, please. He's gonna steal all my fucking audience, dude. I don't like this.
Canceled. The protest is to talk to the guy. It's not burn Dhar Studios down. They want to talk to him about exactly what you just laid out for your editors for them, or at least negotiating that.
Okay, okay, Charlie.
I don't like this. I'm starting to feel threatened. Okay, I just don't appreciate what he's doing.
Then your video was named Dhar is in huge trouble. Okay, okay, Charlie. What is? Just stop it. What is that? What is the trouble he's in then? What is that trouble?
That the actors are upset, which makes everyone upset. Talk to your actors. That's trouble.
Okay,
it's not Dhar is done. It's not Dhar was found in a ditch with his head missing. Good. It's Dhar has a problem. There is trouble at Dhar Studios. There is. That's not a cancel.
You're being
in what way?
You fell out, bro. I only watch Charlie now. At least he acknowledges that buying Hogwarts Legacy is a mortal sin worthy of death. Yeah, meanwhile, he's playing it. And no one would ever get mad at him for it. Oh, God. The one thing I always will be jealous of with like Charlie, XQC, and a lot of my peers with also sizable audiences is the endless charitability the internet has for them, and how it is precisely the exact opposite for me. Like, because for me, most of my commentary revolves around like people, hearing me out. And I can't really do that when it's cut short by not only right-wing saboteurs who fucking claim that I'm a bad person, but also people who ostensibly are on the left, who claim to be leftists. It is truly a thing that I wish I could have. That is the one thing. If I had a magic wand to fix one thing, it would be just like, I wish I could have people be charitable. Brother, give it a rest, please. Wait, what do you mean? On what?
About the semantics for no reason.
Because they don't pretend to be leftists? Yeah, exactly. You're right. That's what it is. That's my fault. People shit on them. They just don't care as much as you. You are fucking bananas mode if you think that people shit on Charlie or XQC for to the same degree. You're literally like, you're on full tilt bananas mode. There is not another single fucking content creator. What? There are very few content creators who get shit on to the same degree that I do. Literally look to any of my quote retweets for an immediate answer to how unhinged they are.
Is it now?
If I had titled this anything, Dhar drama, Dhar actors mad, you could make the same argument.
This is like a perfect example of is if I said half of the things that XQC said, I would not be getting, I would be getting fucking mercilessly taken down. People would come to my house to kill me.
The word cancel has lost all meaning. It is calling out a problem, which there is a problem.
Damn. Okay, I just feel like this people in this trade will know that being in trouble means that you're gonna have repercussions, which is usually loss of job, loss of income, loss of power, loss of influence, loss of thing. It's some sort of a loss, right? In my opinion, that's what it kind of looks like. It's why I said in this trade, when you say somebody is in trouble, what is the conclusion of that? It's losing something, right? And that's what people refer as cancellation.
That's a super concerningly paranoid look at the word trouble. That is not what I gather from the word. If I read a tweet longer right now, like XQC's in trouble, my first thought would be like, holy shit, he just lost in court. XQC just he fell off his scooter. XQC he paid for too many Pokemon cards. I don't immediately go to, holy shit, XQC's career is in the shitter at all.
Really?
Trouble, I feel like, is the lightest. Trouble is a word they use in middle school for children. Like, that is not a hard word. Like, that is not big at all.
Bro,
like, I feel like that's
if I
the
woke
lightest
up-
thing.
Really, it's a different perspective then. Because if I woke up and I saw the internet about me and said, XQC is in huge trouble, I would think that I was sleepwalking and I was running with my dick out in public and I was waving it around, which is a big deal. And people would get mad about that and it would probably cancel me. That's what trouble is.
My God, we not to be parasocial, we got to get to the bottom of these perceptions. My God, that is what an awful way to live. So I can't argue how you feel. I'm not here to argue your feelings. I'm not your psychiatrist here, but that is absolutely not what I think.
Okay, this is officially like completely unhinged. Is there more like labor related stuff here, or is it just like it's gotten off the fucking rails at this point? They're like arguing about like the validity of clickbait and what kind of damage clickbait titles would have on a person. Like, I don't fucking know how to even deal with that.
Or even cross my mind with the word trouble as a problem. It is a problem. It has been called out. Thus, I talked about the trouble. At no point was there anything like Dhar Man has to lose everything. It's Dhar Man has to talk to these people who feel they have been wronged due to their pay and due to everything else they've been talking about. That is the trouble. It's one with a very easily solvable solution. It's talking to them.
Okay. You know what? Okay. See, even in this tweet, they say, recently there's been a lot of misinformation about going around, went through, we found a few things. In my philosophy, okay, I don't give a fuck if people try to get a case with this take. This is my fucking take, okay? This is not a character anymore. I'm not fucking playing around. It is my real take as a person, okay? If somebody that I work with makes deliberate misinformation, at that point, even though I was gonna give them a raise and a bonus and I was gonna work with them, I don't give a fuck anymore. They are fired. I think doing malicious misinformation makes you a fucking liability, and I will never work with you again. Because as the one who buys the ship,
the problem is like XQC has not even once considered that like maybe the guys are being serious and like being honest. You know what I mean? Like he's approaching it from the perspective of like, oh, the guys are lying about needing a raise,
builds the ship,
or not being able to talk to Darman.
Fears the ship, right? You took the risk the whole way through. When somebody is willing to take a risk for the whole thing, right? They're what we call a fucking liability, and I will never let that happen ever again. That's usually how it goes. So I would be more mauled about the fucking people being a scumlord and trying to snake go to the public like that. I hate that shit. And people, even in private, that I've spoken to in the past, that does some sly fly shit, I've never just on stream, right? I never talked to them ever again. And when it was time to get invited to something to the fuck, I didn't reply. Why? Because fuck people like that. I hate that. It's one of my biggest pet peeves with people.
You and every other human being on the planet, no one likes that. Like, that's, everyone knows that. But you are taking, just in the way you were against taking their word for it, you're taking Dhar Man's word of misinformation and running with it, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. You're not wrong. You got me there. Yeah, I agree, because I don't agree with the methods.
Right, and that is fine. Like, if there is misinformation, you were absolutely right to be like, I'm washing my hands with him. This guy, he's bad news. I tell you, Bubba Long Johnson's the worst man in the world for his malicious misinformation campaign. 100%. I think everyone in the
Yeah, I have a feeling he thinks that actors want to torch Darman's business forever when they just want to get paid better and continue working. Yeah, at no point did the actors even fucking act like they did not want to keep working. Like, they literally were just like, can we keep working? Actually, we want to keep working, please. Bubba Long Johnson? No, XQC's best name he's ever come up with is Barbie McDonald. There's never been a better name than Barbie McDonald when he was coming up with, remember the doxing conversation we had?
The world would agree with that. But as of the moment, the core issue is he wouldn't talk to them or the meetings.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't read that. What's that say?
It says myth number 1, and then it gets,
No, the arrow. I can't. Actually, I'll just pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up. Yeah, of course, I don't want you to be here with no ammo, bruh.
Is it on his Instagram or his Twitter?
I just look at it. It's in chat.
They also only went to public when the
thing?
demands weren't met. They had to shine a light on it in hopes that they could make some progress
the
with
whole thing.
negotiations. Yeah, which is valid.
Thanks.
And the manager says, "Stop."
No, they did everything by the book. Like, I think if you have a long-standing business relationship with your business owner, like, especially if you fucking go to them first, like you've done everything by the book. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Talking about this right now, I'm just kidding. He says, yo, darker, darker. No. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Chat, everybody that I work with, okay, they're all on adaptive pay. All of them. Even manager, motherfuckers, the whole, everybody's on adaptive pay. If I do dog shit, they get dog shit supreme. It's just how it is.
Where's the next one? Oh, that was the last one there.
I'm just ahead of HR. I was for his email. I'd love to chat you. Yes, that makes things better. I mean,
in the response from active representatives, it was stated we would appreciate Dhar and Ruben's attendance. It was never stated that it was required, nor does Dhar typically attend these types of meetings. So Ruben, the head of our production, and Janessa, the head of human resources. Yeah. No, they said we would appreciate it. What do you mean? Wait, does he think that these receipts actually favor Darman? Not XQC at this point. I'm talking about like Darman posted this thinking that this makes him look good.
I'm gonna go against Darman, and say that, yeah, this is gonna cook, because it's not even a myth, okay? Their HR said that she would love to talk to them, but not Darman himself, which doesn't really do anybody any good.
Yeah, well, it's just corroborating once again that Darman was not the one to try and, like, he wasn't actually talking to them, but I haven't finished yet, so maybe he does by the end.
Oh, the person that I banned. Oh, shit. Can one of the mods unban the last person I banned? I think that chatter was referencing the Barbie McDonald doxing where X made up an address. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought you were like being fucking weird. Here, unbanned. What street did y'all live? I know one of y'all remember. I was like, what the fuck? Going stupid, going crazy. I'm jizzing in my jorts. Y'all wait. Like, I just looked at a bunch of other stuff and I just saw, it was odd. Odd posting. Anyway.
This is fair enough.
Have you got to the end of that first batch? Because he's literally just proving everything they said. So at the end of it, he wasn't the one that was there. It is again mentioning the two people, which Colin mentions in his video, but they had reiterated many times they want Darman there to discuss it because he signs their contracts, which is a very reasonable ask, I think, since he is the one that dictates it. He didn't go. He instead just kept passing it off to HR and the head of production and didn't want to go. And then at the end said, unfortunately, another meeting at this time won't be possible. Thanks and have a great weekend. Is this? I'm assuming this is Darman Studios' response, not theirs. But let's check.
Yeah, that's why
This
it's
is a
funny.
petty
I didn't even read through the receipts, but it just kind of feels like he just confirmed the accusations that were being made. Why'd you do that? Like, that's kind of odd. You just kind of went and just said, you know, I did all the things that they said I was doing here. But, like, obviously they're wrong.
And I think I agree with this. I think this is actually true. That they get their 1099s from PayPal themselves. I mean, I'm pretty sure that even fucking PayPal give me fucking the fucking 1099s, whatever the fuck. I'm not getting cooked. Nobody's getting cooked. That's not the point of the discussion.
This is just a reasonable discussion between adults, is what's happening here.
And it seems like there's a difference in life perspective and other perspectives, which is fine. I have disagreements. Okay.
What? I don't doubt Daniel's a saint, but what does he have to do with any of this?
Who's Daniel?
Oh, have you not got to their anonymous feedback box?
The culture about getting fired for talking about things is 1000% true. I was let go because I was starting to organize crew side. I have receipts. They fire you and don't tell you why.
Well, I mean, they have 1,300. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't, of course. I assumed, which I should be.
I don't know why. All this is like HR mumbo jumbo. Come on, skip this. This stuff is boring.
I don't
Who
think they would
cares?
deceptively get one.
It's literally all just to defend the company. Like, that's it. You make HR not to like improve the quality of life of workers. You do it to cover your ass.
And they're all dog shit, or a majority of
Well,
them.
it's just this is completely irrelevant to everything, is what I'm saying. This is very much like, hey, we actually take all feedback seriously, and instead just.
In the run, you will never see your boss. You'll never see Bezos ever, right? Well, who would they talk to? Is HR a good way to downscale it?
Well, they're not employees. They shouldn't be talking to HR anyway. They're fucking contractors. Like, there's no reason HR would be the one to intercept contractors. HR is for fucking, like, employee workplace behavior, really. So, like, that's already... Like, HR can be there. That's fine. That makes sense. But it shouldn't be, like, your principal communication when the person that hired you, like, the person that is signing those contracts, isn't showing up. That's why they're asking for that.
Dude, this guy's no idea how it works. It's becoming cringe. Me? Because if you have a problem with your pay at your job, I don't really know who you talk to. I mean...
Again, you're comparing very different jobs. You're comparing working at Amazon to being the lead actor in the productions, of which Darman himself does self-inserts where he is in the production as well. And early on, he was in a lot of them. Like, these actors have built a relationship directly with Darman, and now all of a sudden he will not talk to them. It's very different. It's not like you're a random employee at Amazon, you know, faceless nobody to Jeff Bezos trying to communicate with him. Like, you have better luck writing his name on a rock and throwing it out your window and him getting it than actually trying to communicate with him. Here, it's a lot more what I would imagine would be direct, since you are the principal leads in, like, their cash cow. And you did have a relationship with him directly not too long ago. So I just feel...
Man, goddamn, Charlie. Honestly surprised, you know?
I feel like those are two very different things to try and compare. These are the stars of the content.
They're grown-ass adults. There's plenty of opportunity in LA. Fuck Darman. Nah, it doesn't work that way, man. Yeah, that's crazy. But, yeah, this guy's cooking.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is he playing... What game is this? Looks kind of cool.
And some of these surveys look pretty good. I mean, 106 is a 8. I mean, yeah, you have a combined 1% under a 7 out of 10.
What does that have to do with anything, though? If I'm doing a survey, I'm telling you right now, I'm just doing the quickest way. But regardless, this has nothing to do with the actual core problem. This is all ancillary nonsense that doesn't actually matter to what's happening currently.
Okay.
Bro's chat has been in complete disarray for 2 days because of this game. Wait, really? That's wild. Who the fuck would even give a shit in Charlie's community that he's playing fucking Harry Potter? That's legitimately. Yeah, there's a battle going on. Wait, really? That's kind of odd. I'm surprised. Oh, he has a lot of anti-trans, anti-vaxxers watching him. They didn't mean the good kind. Oh, people are just like, yeah, thank God you're playing this. Also, fuck trans people? Like, what the fuck? That's insane. This chat has been in disarray over the game and you haven't played it. It's understandable that my chat would be in disarray. The only time they unify is at the top of the hour to fucking, avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub, dog. That's the only time this community unifies under one banner and they fucking give me a 10-10 because that was a good segue. MP Shark, thank you for the 5, get the subs. I don't know about XQC chat, but other chats are even confused if JKR is anti-gay or if she's gay too. Normie discourse is even wilder. I love that. So people are like, wait a minute, I heard we're not supposed to play this game because JK Rowling is gay. And then someone's like, no, idiot, JK Rowling is anti-gay. That's what they're talking about? Oh, I love that. Meanwhile, it's like, I kind of want to hear what like normal people think about this. Like what are normal people, like two normal people trying to have this conversation by like understanding what the fuck the problem even is. Like they want to participate in the discourse, so they're just like looking at it from the outside. They're like, yeah, well, I don't know. Normal people don't care about Harry Potter. Yes, they do. What? Oh, no, they definitely do, man. They definitely do, brother. You think normal people don't care about Harry Potter? They 100% do.
Then the takeaway from all this is,
yeah, Harry Potter is slightly less popular than the fucking Bible. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? And motherfuckers have waged wars for the other literary work for a long ass time.
predictions and shit. I can make a conclusion, but here's the take. Hey, Dhar, man, get your dumbass to the studio and talk to some of these folks. And if you don't agree with them, say no.
I was in a bar in Fouquet, Varina, North Carolina. Wait, is this a joke? Is that a real place? The other day with my homie, the bartender asked if we watched Twitch because we wanted to tell my friend he looked like Moist Critical. And he also talked about how we just bought the Harry Potter game and is playing it after putting his kid to bed before going to work, and it's pretty fun. That's most people. I doubt he has any idea about the controversy. No, of course he doesn't have any idea about the controversy. Yeah, most people are like, I want to feel like I'm a kid again when I like read the books and shit. And when I was a kid, like, bro, I had Harry Potter dreams and shit when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like when I read the books, I loved it. And I thought Hogwarts would be sick if it was a real place. And most like millennial adults probably feel the same way. It was profoundly, his chat was aggressively siding with J.K. Rowling or confused as hell. J.K. Rowling? I love J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is the greatest living author. Oops. Lamau, wrong tab. James has the goofiest sprint. Why are people malding? So, Hellboy Hasan wanted to talk to that Cho girl. Okay, chill, dude. Why are you outing me? I don't give a fuck about it now, but when are we going to talk about the real Harry Potter controversy? All that witchcraft is sinful? Thank you. I agree.
And if they don't agree, well, they can quit.
That's exactly right. No one has ever argued that point. We've made it there. That is the core issue. Dhar, talk to us. We don't agree with our pay. Whether or not we are right in disagreeing with it, it's irrelevant. We just want to talk about it. Stop letting people go when they try to talk to you, and please stop dodging our meetings. That's the core. That is what the protest is about.
That's it. Well, this is my 8-second video. Hey, Dhar, go to the studio, motherfucker, and talk to some of these folks.
Motherfucker.
Hat.
Okay.
That's
Fuck
it.
yeah. Yeah,
So we
thank
solved
you. Yes, we got there. Yeah.
All right. Boom. That was a fair enough. See?
Have you seen the Atomic Heart game controversy? I don't know what it is, but I'm going to play it, and I don't care. I'm sick and tired of motherfuckers telling me I'm not allowed to play games, okay? We're done with that.
I enjoyed this very healthy discussion. Thanks for debunking it for me.
Hey, no worries, man. I appreciate the discussion as well. I hope, what, are you playing a game tonight, or what are you doing tonight?
Oh, yeah, playing some scary game, some shit, but yeah, okay.
Motherfucker. Did you see the tweet that J.K. Rowling would call any Latino representation Carlos Nachos if there was any? Yeah. It's like, it's one of those moments where it's like, it's better that there is no representation of your particular, you know, of your particular race or ethnic background. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know it's going to be like, you know, you put a fucking Arab in there, it's going to be like Mohammed Bomb. That sort of thing. Yeah, you want to order food? What do you want? Bekle birazcık, bir dakika bekle. What do you mean? Shacklebolt is perfect representation for a black character. Exactly. You don't have to watch it, but the shit has 1.5 million views in 3 days. What? Please don't buy Atomic Heart. What? What is this? Bro, why does this have 1.5 million views? Second World War scientifically and technologically. Wait. Atomic Heart is a video game set to be released on February 21st, 2023. That is positioned by the developers as BioShock in the USSR. It describes the events of an alternative history in the 50s where the Soviet Union emerged from the Second War scientifically and technologically advanced, reaching the peak of development. Dude, I'm absolutely playing it. This is like the perfect game for me to play. Yeah. Oh, it's Russian propaganda? Oh, shit. My bad, dude. Yeah, I'll definitely not play that then. Okay. Are you fucking insane? Video didn't convince me to not buy it, and I'm super pro-Ukrainian. You have to be fucking out of your... I'm double playing it, dude. Literally, that is the most in my wheelhouse type motherfucking game on the planet, okay? You can come at me, you can suck me from the back. You're insane. If you think that, like, Mr. American propaganda consumer every goddamn day is not going to play a fucking Russian propaganda game, are you fucking delusional? Oh, my God. Oh. Dude, that's like, it's literally COD, but in reverse. Yeah, Putin famously loves the USSR, yeah. J.O. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Isn't it just Russian Wolfenstein? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but you're going to get sucked into some niche communities drama. How the fuck does that video have 1.5 million views, by the way? Dude, I swear to God. I remember watching the gameplay trailer. It was fire. Or not the gameplay trailer, but like
Atomic. Atomic Heart's setting is a fictional USSR of 1955.
What the fuck? J.E.O. with another 100 gifted subs? What the hell is going on right now? Bro, you good? Chill, goddamn.
In a top secret military base built to manufacture robots, known as Facility 3826. The mastermind behind this facility is a brilliant scientist by the name of Dmitry Sechenov, who pioneered a special liquid substance called polymer in 1936. Expanding on the formidable qualities of his invention, Sechenov managed to launch.
Word is that it funds Russian oligarchs, so you're funding the war in Ukraine. I think it's silly. Brother, I have literally funded the war in Ukraine on the other side, both with my tax dollars and also directly through donations and shit. This is like not even leveling the playing field, okay? You know how much I pay in taxes, motherfucker? Are you kidding me? I've bought him a fucking Abrams tank, okay? This is like leveling the playing field, not even, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Drop in the bucket.
Neural network of AI assistant robots called Collective. This allowed robots to free the people from manual labor in favor of arts and science. Everything goes smoothly until 1955, when authorities planned to launch Collective 2.0 and introduce a new thought device, allowing humans to control the network and issue commands with just the power of thought. Unfortunately, the launch of Collective 2.0 is sabotaged, leading to a technological nightmare. Robots attack humans, with hundreds of casualties among facility staff. You are Major P3, an elite soldier from the intelligence service. You are sent by Sechenov.
It's giving more Wolfenstein and less Bioshock, but like I'm not hating it.
To investigate
well,
the
no, it is
circumstances
actually. I
of the
mean, it is
incident
like it
and
is
restore the neural network. Your mission will take you across the scientific testing grounds of Facility 3826, which spreads like a fungal network throughout the Kazakh mountains. As you roam the base, you'll come across expansive scientific complexes, mysterious laboratories, above-ground civilian infrastructure, and discover bizarre underground tunnels packed with spatial puzzles that even the most experienced players will enjoy. One thing you can expect is to never know what to expect, be it horror, arenas, puzzles, or a plot twist with cinematic cutscenes.
Put pressure on this wound.
It's going to be on the Game Pass, so you don't even have to moralize buying it. First and foremost, I've literally never moralized the purchase, okay? Are you fucking joking? I don't give a shit.
Try to save you.
If you're not being here for the past couple of days, as far as the discourse, dude, I don't give a fuck, dude. Buy whatever you want.
Why the hell should I believe any of this? You should be more careful. This place is a damn madhouse.
You're going to Chelomey.
The hell are you? I've got eyes and ears everywhere, sweet
They got
cheeks.
babushkas?
There's blood all over the place.
You really didn't tell her anything, did you?
I never expected to see Victor like this, in these circumstances.
Human casualties. And he has to be stopped!
Poor bastards.
Okay, they did the fucking HBO thing and like didn't give the actors Russian accents, which I immediately dislike, okay? Remember with Chernobyl where like everyone was like British? It's like, come on, man, give them like Russian accents, like this classic. What the hell, dude? You gotta have like, oh, suka blyat. Just play it in Russian with subtitles? No, that's too much work.
What the fuck happened here? Who the fuck did this?
Am I making myself clear, Comrade Sechenov?
But you won't be traveling alone. Here is Charles, a polymer AI integrated into your experimental power glove. Charles is a by-the-book sidekick that will provide you with new objectives, story, and character details. It will also provide tidbits on Atomic Heart's looming secrets, and even divulge a bit about your shrouded history. Charles doesn't only have a teacherly personality capable of mid-mission banter, it can also...
Oh no, is he gonna talk to you like the fucking gun from the Rick and Morty game? Oh my god.
Scan the area, hack robots, and other equipment at will. Through its power, you'll even be able to deploy energy...
Bro, stop. Like, stop. Move in the direction of Elden Ring, okay? Less dialogue. I love dialogue, but I like it when I'm like communicating with NPCs and doing persuasion checks. I hate it when it's like pre-canned dialogue coming from like a gun that I'm supposed to be using.
Energy shields, and
I'm not alone in
electric,
this, am I?
Freezing, and telekinetic powers.
Prove that you are human, Pioneer Nichaya.
Communicating with other characters, it's entirely up to you to decide what you will say in dialogue, allowing you to enjoy an array of interesting responses. You will have a vast territory to explore. Facility 3826 includes 5 giant complexes with more than 25 hours of gameplay to beat. Traveling around the world is easier with the Aero Train or any other mode of transportation still working, but you'll have to stay on your toes since any action may attract unwanted attention and result in your death.
I hope there are more humans. I hope there are more human. Dude, you cannot compare a fucking banter bot in your hand to Disco Elysium. Are you kidding me? You say you love Disco Elysium, but you want less dialogue? Disco Elysium is a book in a video game format, okay? The dialogue is the game. I just said like little quippy banter from your hand bot. There's a lot of Ukrainian YouTubers that are saying you support Russia if you buy this game law. Oh, God. I'm going to get canceled again. Fuck.
As you fight your way out of this nightmare, keep in mind that all robots are interconnected and controlled by the Collective's AI. This is both their strength and Achilles' heel. Take control of the Collective systems, network control terminals, cameras, hawks, volants, and repair hives that restore destroyed hubs of the Collective, defeated robots, and other elements of the network.
Batch testing Disco is embarrassing, Lamau. Wait, what? No, it's not. No, Disco Elysium is awesome, and I will batch test it every day. It was so much fun.
But robots won't be your only enemies. Scientific plants, sprouts, can find a body and mutate. Mutants do significant damage in battle. There are also Fuchsias, who are truly formidable opponents. But what makes them special is that they can summon sprouts. And you'll have a big problem unless you can keep the two of them from fusing with each other. To fight dangerous robots and mutated creatures, lay your hands on a cutting-edge arsenal, ranging from a sharp axe for melee combat to a modified electric rifle or a cool grenade launcher. Melee weapons will help you accumulate energy that can then be spent with your energy weapons. When it comes to your firearms, however,
You support the Ukrainian dev team that making Stalker 2's way cooler than this game? Oh no. Atomic Heart may be a beautiful FPS, but I wish it had a silent protagonist. He's very good at killing the vibe. Oh no. Dude, the game is not even out yet and I fucking called it. Stop. Buying games, not consumerism, and feeding the elites, comrade. Bro, I don't give a fuck, dude. I love feeding the elites, bro. I'm fucking fake, okay? I'm a phony. And I'm ending the broadcast at this point, okay? I love capitalism. I'm a phony. I love the elites. And I am really tired and I have a headache. And I'm going to go hang out with my brother. Okay? Yeah. That's all I got. Anyway, tomorrow's another day. We'll continue to fundraiser tomorrow. I think I have an interview. Fuck. I have a couple interviews tomorrow. And possibly MSNBC, I might do an interview like live on camera. And possibly a conversation with Op-Up, one of their coordinators. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door.